Good morning and welcome to the Wargaming.net League Grand Finals 2017. My name is Ryan Ektar Murphy. Joining me here is Mihailo Still Mojo Jugovic. How are you today, sir?
Much better, thank you. I missed some couple of really brilliant games, I would say. Like total new innovations, and I'm looking forward to see something new now.
Yep, it's going to be an awesome day of matches. We already went through 6 matches yesterday. We have 6 more today, and then we will know who's going through to the playoff stages on Saturday and Sunday at the Ice Palace in Moscow. Now let's have a look at the groups that we have today, and actually the effect that this has had on the groups from yesterday's results.
Well, sadly, as far as I saw already, we have 2 teams that have nothing else to do in this competition anymore. Yato Gaming really gave it a try with Kazna, almost brought them to brink of defeat, but they lost 2 matches against TL Gaming and Kazna both.
Yep.
So they're out of the group stage. Same will go for Brainstorm, who lost to both Navi and Ding, so they have 0 points, as you can see. But there is quite a lot of teams that didn't even play a single match yet.
Yep, today we're going to see Team Efficiency play 2 games. We're going to see Oops play 2 games. And generally, I think everyone else, pretty much, other than Yato and Brainstorm, have at least 1 game. So we'll know today who is going to be the top of the group, which means they're going to be playing against the runners-up against another team. And we will know, the groups for, the playoffs for the Saturday, Sunday, which is going to be really exciting because there's some big games that can have a big impact today. Navi Ding, for example, whoever loses that one will more likely play Tornado Energy, in the next stage, which is a really tough match.
Yes, all of these teams, besides just trying to qualify out of the groups, which means that one must fall out from each group, also must fight for the seeding. And seeding will decide who are they playing next. That means if you are number 1 in one group, you will play someone who was placed 2nd in another group that you are paired with. So you obviously do want to be top dog in your group.
Yep, for those not familiar with the format we play here in esports, it is 7-6-8, which means you have 7 tanks, 7 teammates to be able to make up a team with. The points total is the tier value of the vehicle. The general lineups you see is usually 6 tier 10s and a tier 8, or you might see 5 tier 10s and 2 tier 9s. You could take lower tiers, but generally they have no
There are
real
some
use.
experiments with some lower tier artilleries before because of the gun arc and things like that, but I think with new meta it really has no meaning whatsoever. I seriously doubt we're going to see anything like that.
Okay, we also play an attack-defense format, which means 1 team attacks, 1 team defends, and then they switch places and the teams go at each other the other way around. Match limit is 10 minutes. If the clock runs down, it counts as a defensive win. So the attacking team must kill everyone, or they must cap 1 or 2. We've never seen really 2 at the same time, but one of the bases before the time limit's over, and that's how the attackers win.
Well, attack defense effectively means there can be no draw because always one team is attacking, and unless they win, they automatically lose.
Yep. Now, going into the first match of today is going to be Not So Serious versus Team Efficiency. First of a time, Team Efficiency on the international stage. Not So Serious from yesterday looking super strong. They lost their first round to Team Elevate, but then straight away after that, they kind of showed some really innovative tactics against Team Elevate. Lots of stuff that people didn't know about, lots of climbs. Daki asked some of the team captains yesterday, did you know about this? And they were like, no. The first thing we did is go straight into the training room to practice it. Looking forward to seeing if Not So Serious come up with something like that again. Now, for anyone not familiar with Not So Serious, here's a little video to remind you all about them.
Not So Serious team has overcome many obstacles and is always surprising its opponents with a non-standard approach and a high level of team play. The team successfully has managed to overcome all the difficulties on the way. They finished the season on 2nd position with a minimal point difference from the 1st place. During the season finals, Not So Serious finished at the 3rd place, losing against Tornado Energy in the semifinals. However, the grand finals is ahead, and we hope that we will see the NSS in full strength performing as we know they are capable of.
Now, Not So Serious, one of these teams that have high expectations in their tournament. Many people view them as always standing in the shadows of Navi and Tornado, and they have a point to prove here at the tournament.
NSS is a really talented team. I mean, tactically, they're sometimes even ahead of Navi and Tornado. But of course, Navi and Tornado have pretty much the most skillful players in the world, so they compensate at every occasion. NSS showed us some of that new innovative things, especially on steps yesterday.
Yep.
That was really radical and unexpected, even for the most experienced players. Even some of the teams on the grand finals, they had no clue what to do about it. So I'm looking forward today to see are they bringing some of the changes on the other maps also.
Okay, now let's have a look at the details here of Nox. It's a bit more specific. Have a look at the players here. Mojo, what can you tell us about them?
Well, they were really constant, and in season 1, as example, they ended up 4th. In season 2, they ended up 3rd, but they lost in both of those occasions to Navi in the first season and to Tornado in the next one. Also, they played in grand finals, at least one of them. This team changed lineup quite a lot, and a couple of the players from here, you can see Coca-Cola as example, and Just Cause came actually from European server 2 seasons ago, from Virtus Pro, very well known to us. Lolsto came from Tornado, and he is actually something that gave them a push in the right direction, I would even say. Nidin is a guy they really lacked in these season finals now. Because they even didn't have a replacement player who was Evil Granny, so they were actually guested by a third guy, Bulkin.
Question about this, and you're the perfect person to ask. Lol, I say Lol Show. Is it Lol Sto? How exactly is it pronounced?
Lolsto is how the Russians call him. It's more like that letter is like read like sh, but it's more like a joke between them. And that's why they call it like that.
Okay. Because it's one of these names that people look at and say like they're pronouncing the name wrong, but you know.
Yeah, you would call it Lolvo or something like that.
Yeah, it's like Lasha as well.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like that.
Okay. Well, Matt Andrews had a chance to speak to Not So Serious before this match. So let's have a little listen to that interview.
Andre is here. He's the manager of Not So Serious. You're here with a slightly different roster than we saw a few seasons ago.
Yeah, we have some new players from the last finals. We have Nidin, the new player obtained visa to Moscow already, and we hope that will help us.
I'm glad the visa issues that plagued you back in Katowice are out of the way. Good start for you, though. You beat Elevate 5-1. Was that as you expected?
Yeah, that was that we expected from American team. Now we will play with Asian team, and I think that will be the same.
That's Team Efficiency, who you're going to be lining up against next. So as far as NA regions and APAC regions, you're sure your region is the best?
Yeah, I think the systems are the best in the World of Tanks, but who knows?
I'm going to ask you why your record on mines is a bit unusual. We've seen some big statistics throughout this tournament from teams, but you have an 18% win on mines.
But we have 100% on Himmelsdorf.
Fair point, fair point. All right, so we'll see how you get on against Team Efficiency that you've got next. What do you want to say to everybody who's supporting NSS?
Guys, support us, and we will show you the best we can. Ребята, поддерживайте нас, мы вам покажем хорошую игру, болейте за НСС.
Pretty much, I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. Team Efficiency, more than likely, going to ban out steps against them.
I would see no reason why not to do it, but maybe based on what they saw yesterday, they feel confident they can make some kind of counterplay to it.
True, they can maybe bait into it, yeah.
But you can, by playing counterplays, you can be baited into some even bigger plays, because these teams usually don't have only A, B, but there is always a C or even D laying around if they're really good. So you cannot really surprise them by just a simple counter attack, because they will never play just blind against one thing. And that's the strength of really well-trained teams.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Daki about it actually this morning, and Daki was saying how he thinks that Not So Serious did what they did on steps, obviously to show that they know it, but he's certain that at least one other team knows it, so that they were getting it out there before, you know, somebody else could get it out there, so that they can kind of show that they were the ones doing it. But a lot of the European teams, and he was speaking, I believe to Team Efficiency specifically, didn't know about it, so it was a big surprise for them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously not all the things because the patch came in and there were a lot of new changes to the tanks. We gained the tier 10 light tanks, which changed the meta dramatically. Now RT changed how it functions, and those are the definitely two biggest changes. Obviously, all the kind of meta, all the kind of tactics drastically had to change and cope with it. That requires a lot of experimenting. The teams had about 1 month to deal with it. So that was okay for them, but it is not, let's say, endless amount of time so you can explore all the possibilities. Although it will seem to us on this grand final, oh, this is it, this is the peak of it because they are at their best, at their most ready phase, there is always a step ahead they can take later when the time passes. So there is a lot to find out here.
Yep. Now, their opponent's Team Efficiency, this is the kind of first time Team Efficiency have been in an international tournament. They are effectively the third team to come here from the APAC region, mainly Australian team. They have quite a difficult task ahead of them, don't they?
Yeah, for a team, honestly, who came, I believe they were 7th in the first season they played, and they have only one original player from that time. I believe they stepped quite a lot, so this will be a great experience for them. I really doubt this can be that kind of princess story that they can take out a team like NSS. I mean, it would be a far stretch, but I believe they will give it a great fight, and maybe if they're patient enough in some future events, they will have a really good foothold.
Yep, I mean, it's more than likely they're going to be defeated by Not So Serious, but then the later match they have today is against Elevate, which is, you know, that'll be the decider of who survives their group.
That's how we think, of course. Possibilities always exist. There is always one in XX exchange that NSS will just have a bad day or just play bad, or Team Efficiency will just play that brilliant. You never know.
Always a possibility. So for anyone not familiar with Team Efficiency, here's a little video reminder to introduce the team to you.
Team Efficiency has been around in APAC for years, and the current lineup has only one original member, and that is Ma. After a number of rough seasons, Team Efficiency managed to get through to the Season 1 APAC Finals last year in a result that Team Efficiency said were more surprised than proud about it. This season, after adopting a stricter training schedule, the predominantly Australian team drew Bluet from the previously unbeatable EL Gaming and continued their excellent form right up to the season finals, where they secured their spot at the Grand Finals 2017 after a win against Karen Tiger.
So these guys, Team Efficiency, they were the team who were able to stop EL Gaming going on their undefeated run in Season 2. EL Gaming, entire Season 1 undefeated, nobody came within near challenging them, basically, but in Season 2, Team Efficiency beat them twice.
Yes, but in Season 1, when it mattered, in semi-finals, they lost 7-1 to EL Gaming. In Season 2 finals, they lost 7-2 to EL Gaming. So yes, they definitely did beat them during the season, but we've seen, like this example, Tornado getting wrecked during the season of CIS, but when they came here to the season finals, it was like another monster released, and Navi had no response whatsoever. So that's whole another story. This is why the offline competitions, when teams actually meet up, are completely another level, another story that needs completely another tactics and focus.
Yep, well, let's bring up the details for Team Efficiency and have a bit of a look at the team in more detail. Now, team captain is Safi, playing with the team a long time now. I was speaking to Elfish Guy, and he was telling me that I believe Maw and Granovsky are the two kind of key players, damage dealers, especially Granovsky.
Yeah, Maw is just the guy that, as Daki already mentioned in that interview, who is from the original setup. There is one guy who is missing here from the season finals. It's Bohan. So he's replaced, I'm not sure will it be Bolognese or Dexta, who is not on this list because the list accepts only 7 players. So I'm not really sure which one of these two will play. I'm actually looking forward to see it.
Yeah, I mean, real interesting to see how these guys do. The match later on that they have against Elevate is certainly going to be a hugely important one. As I say, it's the first time really playing on international stage. If you can kind of take, I mean, APAC is like the European one that has teams from all different countries and sometimes the finals in different areas, but it's the first major international tournament.
For APAC, they did really well, I would say. I mean, they had even a win streak of 8 games in a row. That's really quite
It's huge,
significant
yeah.
for any season. But the main problem here is you are as good as opponents you play against. So you can be a solo top of the king on a hill in some region, but if you don't have good enough opponents to challenge you all the time, you will not progress fast enough or far enough. So that's why, as examples, so far CIS region was very dominant because of such teams. Europe is really trying to catch up and it's getting close, but that's why, like example, APAC, you need to be able to even train against those teams. And
Yeah.
the far distance between servers and lag issues, that doesn't really give you an opportunity to do so.
Yep.
So they have to rely on learning themselves what to do, which is not always the best thing.
Yeah, a very difficult task. Now, Matt Andrews also had the chance to speak to Elevate before this match, a little discussion about the tournament and the opponents they're about to face, so let's have a listen into that interview.
Team Efficiency are here from the APAC region for the Grand Finals 2017. This is Safi. You guys had a few sort of shaky seasons. You've been around for a long time, but it wasn't until maybe season 1 of APAC that you got through and were actually seen at like a big finals.
Indeed. Yeah, no, when I came onto the team 3 or 4 seasons ago now, there was a couple of relegation battles, 2 seasons in a row, and then come last season, we finally started getting some traction. I think we only finished 5th, but then we got into the finals anyway. We did get knocked out straight away, but we took some experience, and yeah, I guess we just improved from there on. And then obviously this season, yeah, it's gone even better. We're here in Moscow.
You are here in Moscow, where you want to be, and I gather your training schedule has changed a bit. You've taken things a bit more seriously. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've done?
Well, I think what happened was when we got to the finals last season, we kind of realized that we probably want to go again. And if we want to go again and make certain we go again, we just need to up our training, actually start taking it a bit more serious. We had an internal team meeting, I guess, and we just discussed what we wanted out of the next season. And we decided that, yeah, let's start training a bit more. Let's start taking it a bit more serious. And, well, it obviously went pretty well. We came second just after a Yilong, which is probably expected. And then, yeah, we've lost to Yilong in the finals, but that was more than enough to get us into Moscow.
You're in the same group as NSS and Elevate. Yesterday, NSS won that 5-1. Did that go as you expected? Maybe a bigger margin than you expected?
Well, we expected NSS to win, but not by the margin that they did. We thought it was going to be closer, probably more like a 5-3, 5-4. But they obviously pulled out some cool stunts and some new boosts and so on, and they're not holding back at all. So obviously I think that's caught Elevate off surprise a little bit as well. And I think it's going to be really tough for us today to compete with them.
And lastly, anything you want to say from Team Efficiency to everybody who's supporting you?
Yeah, thank you very much to all our fans. We really appreciate all the support. It's awesome going back and watching all the VODs and rewatch the streams after our games and see the support we're getting. So yeah, once again, thank you very much for the support, and hopefully we do your pride.
So Safi there, big thanks for all the fans, certainly giving everyone. It's something I do myself afterwards from watching the streams, because we don't have live feed, we don't watch the chat as it's happening, so sorry for any messages people put into us, but it always is helpful to look back, always self-review as well, just see any kind of support, or obviously any trolls giving us nice messages.
There's one important thing he said, if you noticed. He said they started to actually practice more serious.
Yeah, definitely.
And that came to these results. This is what we're saying, like you grow as a team over the time, and if you have patience, you can actually do something. So I'm hoping this will be a grand experience for them and bring them to a higher level.
It's interesting that he pointed that out as well, because he was saying how, you know, they weren't taking it too seriously. And
everyone starts like that.
Yeah, everyone's like, we don't take it too seriously.
Like that.
And then like we knuckle down hard. Like Kazna were coming, gaming house. Like they're one of the only teams that come when they come to LAN finals and go to a gaming house. And throughout the season, sometimes in the European League, we're like, it doesn't seem like they've been preparing. Like you can really tell from the team coordination that they have not been practicing whatsoever. And then you can see the teams who practice, and you can really tell that the synergy they're putting in together.
Yeah, but Kazna decided this season, as far as I remember, to do a completely different story, and this is the first time they actually automatically qualify to season finals and so on.
Okay, now for the map picks, Team Efficiency going to have the first ban. Oh, they're going straight for Mines. Interesting. And Not So Serious are going to ban out Himmelsdorf.
Well, that's highly expected. I mean, that 100% was more like a joke. because they probably played one game somewhere.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, they effectively avoided Himmelsdorf entire season, and obviously they're not trying to change that now. If they do, they will probably just do some drastic new tactic. They will stay for one moment. So I don't see any reason why would they risk otherwise.
They'll be starting on Cliff with Not So Serious on the attack, and then Ghost Town with Team Efficiency on the defense.
Well, Mines is definitely, I would say, one of the worst maps here for Team Efficiency, so no wonder they banned it. Steps are in the play. That's a bold move. No, that's banned.
Steps is going to be banned.
Okay.
Knew that was coming. I was expecting
Okay.
that from Team Efficiency after what we saw yesterday. Muravanka then being banned by Not So Serious. I'm quite happy with that, to be honest. I think Muravanka can sometimes be a bit one-dimensional. Although we did see some really nice plays in it yesterday. Then we'll have Prokhorovka, Team Efficiency on defense. Runeberg, then Runeberg, Not So Serious on defense.
Ruinberg, that's a brave choice against a team like NSS. I mean, they played really decent. Also, they can do quite, I'd say, new tactics. I mean, they were the team that brought Arti on Ruinberg on the last grand finals, and they completely surprised everyone. So they might bring something new here also.
It could be really interesting. I mean, from what we saw yesterday on Steps, okay, is that something that, I mean, Daki said it's something he thought about when he saw the lineup. He thought, maybe that's possible. And then later on, when he saw the two lights, he thought, okay, maybe they can just solo boost each other to the top left corner.
There is always a why behind something. You will not take two lights just to randomly spot something. There must be a higher purpose always. And you could notice in yesterday games, like when teams take something like two lights in their lineup, it's heavily compensated with huge guns by other tanks. So you have more mouse tanks, you have more tank destroyers or something. You noticed maybe when there was a defense by NSS, they actually took like Udes as a tier 8 because they had a tier 10 lights. And tier 8 light is in this patch not so great because the guns are really ridiculously low on penetration and they could not be reliable to pen any tier tank except maybe an engine deck,
Okay,
which is not given freely.
okay,
But Udes still has a high penetration.
okay. And do you think against Team Efficiency that Not So Serious are going to be doing any more new stuff, or do you think they'll just try and keep it fairly standard tactics and just try and just use their experience here?
I think they will play here mainly on experience, and if something goes wrong and they think they might lose grip of the match, then they're going to rely to some more drastical tactics. But otherwise, I think they're going to just try to play it cautious and not give away too much.
Because they're the, I mean, Daki said in the intro interview, they're the kind of the innovators of the RU League, the CIS League. They're the team that kind of
Often yes, but not
brings
the,
something
not
new.
the only team. Not the only team, definitely.
I was going to compare them to, for example, Oops on the EU League. Oops brought
You
some
cannot really compare it like that because Oops brought a lot of tests, but most of the time they didn't work that well.
Okay, that's true, that's
So
true. Sometimes it didn't totally go their way.
it backfired in a big way.
Okay, so now for the interesting bit. What is your predictions, Mojo, for this match?
I would say most likely 5-2-0 or 5-1 for NSS.
5-0, 5-1 NSS.
Harsh, but that's how I feel.
I'm going to go with 5-2 to be fair. NSS win still. Sorry, Team Efficiency. I just think it's a really hard task because Not So Serious are an incredibly strong team. Any of the CIS teams are really strong as well. But now that we've got my prediction and Mojo's prediction, there is one more important prediction, and let's find out exactly what Tomato the Lobster thinks for his prediction. Well, there we
Wow.
go. Tomato going for Not So Serious. Yesterday he was joint with me, 5-1. Daki had all 6 predictions correct yesterday. Looks like Tomato's going to continue his winning ways.
Unbelievable, even he abandoned them.
Daki is absolutely certain that there's somebody with food or there's another lobster off to the side or something, and he's been
female
baited each
lobster.
time. Yeah, he's been baited each time. But yeah, that's good predictions from Tomato the lobster there.
Psychic.
Psychic indeed, yeah. Now, I mean,
left
this,
my crystal ball in there, you know?
do you have your crystal ball?
No, I
'Cause-
left it to him.
Oh God, okay, that makes it. Daki kept that quiet then,
Mm.
because he was pretending he didn't have it.
He needed entertainment in aquarium, you know?
But I have to be careful with him now. Like, hopefully Daki has got enough crayons to keep him busy for the next couple of moments. He will be joining me in the next match, so wow, we'll see how prepared he is. Now, yeah, I mean, 5-2, 5-1, 5-0. It's going to be it is going to be really difficult for team efficiency. I mean, it's like the prediction yesterday with Tornado Energy and Eclipse. Daki wasn't being mean when he suggested 5-0. Just it's Tornado Energy. They're a super strong team. Not so serious. They're a super strong team, and this is the strongest they've been pretty much all season. They didn't have their full strength team at the season finals.
Everyone who comes here is most likely in their high peak. I mean, if they're with all players, if all players can manage to come there. Definitely everyone is training. You play seasons, you play season offlines, but this is it. This is the high mountain, the top of the top. There is no higher place in World of Tanks than this. The guys that actually win this are the best players in the world by all aspects, and they definitely train and give everything for this. The biggest thoughts, the best tactics, everything radical that you can try will be tested here. Team efficiency, they will grow in experience. I mean, this is the moment where they can try something that would they usually even be scared to try. But some teams usually, especially new ones, fall in that kind of trap,
Yeah.
and they try too much.
Now, the first map we're going to be playing on is going to be Cliff. Do you think there's room in Cliff for new stuff that we haven't seen already? Because it wasn't one of the most played maps yesterday. I think we only maybe saw it once or twice at
Is there
most
room? Yes,
yesterday.
of course, there is some room for. I mean, we haven't seen utilized all the tanks, the new tanks that can be played, like light tanks and whatsoever. We don't know what kind of meta can be given. Like, there is different even concepts how to use those light tanks, because do you use some tier 9 combined to tier 10s, or you play tier 8 something combined with them, and so on. You cannot use any more tank like T49 because it's a tier 9 now.
Yeah.
So you cannot compensate that with the 6 tier 10s. If you take a T49 as example, tier 9 now, you must have something tier 9 like a budget.
Yeah. Now, Daki was saying that the German light tier 10 can climb the hill apparently unspotted really quickly because of the speed of it. So that was a possibility. We did see, I believe,
Goes 75 kilometers per hour.
yeah.
So yeah.
I think Tornado Energy did have one in their team against Eclipse, but Tornado Energy instead set up a trap for Eclipse to run round into, which was a extremely well-read trap, to be honest. I think Tornado knew exactly what Eclipse were going to be trying to do, and it was beautiful with the double back chat. So I'm interested to see more on Cliff. Sometimes it can be an absolutely chaotic map where the two teams just end up rushing each other, or it can be a really slow-paced game where you get hill control and control on the smaller hill, on Applewell's hill, if you like.
Unfortunately, yesterday I was prevented to see half of the matches. So today I might be in a moment like, oh, look at this! This is so nice.
It's so exciting. It is really exciting. No, this is like, it's really true. Like when you see something new you've never seen before, you're like, this is amazing. A, because you're getting to see it first time, and B, because you know that more than half the teams probably don't
Well,
know
if
about
I
it
get
either.
overexcited over something that was yesterday, just
He'll be like, yeah,
deal with
Mojo-
it, guys. Come
Mojo,
on,
that happened
go
like
with it.
5 times yesterday. You know, it's nothing new.
Aww.
But no, I mean, there is a potential for lots of different picks, lots of different vehicles being used. And then just trying to second guess straight away. That's always fun. Like, okay, why are they taking that? How's that going to be used? Daki was certainly enjoying that yesterday.
It's a good mind game. It's always interesting to explore possible options. But at the end of the day, the teams can use that as a bait. We've been saying that many times. Like, you can always put something that the team will think, oh, it's most logical and obvious to do this, and then you just use it as a bait. And you play a trap. So there is a lot of mind games involved. Some teams are really prone to it. Some teams just like to play more head-on. So you never know.
Yep. Is there anything specifically or any vehicle you would like to see specifically being used more of that teams don't use? Do you think there's room for it?
Well, I'm also interesting to see will a Sheridan be used, because Sheridan tier 10 has a derp gun and a small gun. So
True.
they can actually experiment what to do. A small gun has hit ammo about 280 pen and 360 alpha. So it's actually a gun like a medium tank, and it's really fast also. So it can climb fast. So I'm interesting to see can it be used, because it has also great gun depression, same as German tier tier 10.
Yep, it's something that has a possibility. Now here we go, everything that is ready to go here into Cliff and Mojo. I can already see 2 tanks that have never been used before.
Wow, we can see a Motion, and we can see also VZ132, which was a really rare choice, but this is the only light tank, if you remember, guys, that actually didn't automatically go on tier 9, I believe. So we had to farm it. Interesting choice there by Team Efficiency, but definitely NSS with a new radical setup with those 2 heavy tanks and a light.
Now those 2 heavy tanks, you kind of have to expect them to go down the 1-2 line, don't you?
Yeah, they're really slow, so they will have no option whatsoever except to go there. Otherwise, the entire fight will be futile. But that means that they cannot go super aggressive on the middle, because then they would be annihilated.
So Team Efficiency on the red side are defending, Not So Serious on the blue side, attacking. The light bulbs that you see appearing up beside the health bars, that's Sixth Sense basically. It lets you know that the team has been, or that player has been spotted. Also the name appears in yellow. I've noticed some people in chat asking about that. And there we go. The German tier 10 light is up on the hill immediately, unchallenged.
Yes, this is interesting. Also, if you see position of Motion tanks, I believe they were actually aiming up to shoot possible climber. So I don't know why didn't they even connect anything? I guess he was not spotted on time.
So Granovsky here has already fired out 1 shot at Nadine and missed. So has to be careful with that one.
Look at this. Motions are actually going for the lower lines now, and they will probably try to surprise with their armor budgets and make them use their shells while trying to stay alive. And if they manage to do that, there will be huge counterattack then by Not So Serious.
So they're coming up at E and F3 area then, yeah? They're not carrying on into the top corner.
Well, look at the positions of NSS. They're completely defensive. They're positioned so they can take the brunt attack of the Clipper tanks and just try to snipe them with those budgets in the lower positions, in trapping positions on a hill. But the key bait are Motion tanks. So they want to create a crossfire between them, and I would say even Team Efficiency is a bit playing their hand at the moment.
This is interesting as well from Granovsky there. He was using the threat of his tank to be able to get into a reload. Obviously, he's not going to be pushed there by Nadine, which allows him to get a reload after firing that 1 shot and not connecting with it, so he has a full clip ready to go.
Nadine played really brilliant yesterday. I saw that on steps with light tanks climbing everywhere, so it was a really nice display. These guys are still anchoring up, and there is a single budget going around from NSS. That's a really risky and bold move, but he's covered from the hill.
Yeah. Coca-Cola was pushing around there, and he was spotted out by Granovsky, who got a real nice shot into him and forcing him to back off now. That was really nice play, because had Coca-Cola got around there undetected, he would have clipped out into Granovsky, and I'm pretty sure Nadine would have tried to push over as well with Lolshow right beside him.
As I said, he is covered. There is Just Cause is on the top of the hill. So Motions are taking some of the damage now. Of course, they cannot really bounce if they head on forward, all those heat shells. But look at this, Mav is on 1 shot now.
Maw getting shot at there. He goes down. Lolshow gets first kill of the game, so first blood going to Not So Serious. Shotnik taking some damage there are Not So Serious as well. Safi's now on a reload. He was the one that was clipping out down into Beowulf, who now has a damaged engine, and you can see how slow it goes. I guess that means he perhaps doesn't have a repair kit or is saving it.
Well, important thing is here you can see the reload. Just Cause, Shotnik and Coca-Cola. 3 budgets are in reload already. Lolshow is keeping his clip because he fired only 1 shell. So they're preparing for the next attack, I would say.
So Beowulf has used his repair kit already, so it's on cooldown at the moment, so that means he can't fix his engine. Bolognese here relocating as Monty's now able to push up into the middle and draw attention. He gets a nice connection there into Safi, who's going to have to back off over the hill, and Team Efficiency have to be a bit careful because it looks like Not So Serious now want to push up.
Oh, Safik taking another shot now. I mean, this is kind of a problem because they're gradually losing positions. You can see that high hills are completely dominated by NSS. Shotnik will soon probably join the rest of his team. Oh, Granovsky, you are in a problem, mate.
Granovsky now stuck in a crossfire here between Monty and the tanks on the hill in front of him. At some point, he's going to have to give up hill position because if he backs off one way, Monty's going to shoot him in the back. Nadine and Lolshow is up on the hill with him as well if they want to push over, but they have to obviously be careful at the covering fire from the rest of Team Efficiency.
This is a experience you can compare between the teams now, because you can see how NSS is slowly draining the HP of Team Efficiency. A shot here, a shot there, a shot here, a shot there, and in one moment there will just be a big collapse that will end the game. This is the problem that Team Efficiency has to deal with, because all those baits by Motions are not worth it. Even these shots they're doing now will drain their power if they're done by just Clipper tanks, because once NSS actually realizes, okay, these butchots are on reload on a hill, they're just gonna push in an instant.
Yeah, this is the danger. The mouse in there are, I mean, they can hit for quite a decent damage. They're hitting 500 plus each time, but they're more really there as a distraction. It's to give the team efficiency something to shoot at, so then the not so serious backchats can then come in and sweep them up. And Granovsky again takes another shot. He's 2 more shots and he's going to go down. That's in a really dangerous position. I mean, he can almost get taken out here by one of the Motions shooting at him.
Motions are both around 1500 HP. I mean, until they fall like below 1k, I would say they can do whatever they want, because that's still significant amount of armor and HP to play around. And you can see NSS is gradually leading with HP. They're about 1k up. That would be about HP of that light tank who died. But they are taking the positions all the time. And the important tanks like Bachat, where is Granovsky and so on, they are taking damage. Look at this. A shot here, a shot there, a shot here, a shot there.
I was just going to say, Party has been unspotted all match here, yet he's taken 2 blind shots already, which is really bad for his position. The minute he gets lit up in that area in the TVP, he's going to go down. I mean, generally, if you have a TVP here on Cliff on the defensive time, you know exactly where TVP is going to be.
Well, there is a couple of positions actually in that area. It's not that small. I mean, it's one hill, but you can be behind the rock, you can be in back positions. So for most of the teams, yes, they do blind clips, but they have to do it at the times and try to guess best where he is, because if they empty the clips, they can be counterattacked. But in this moment now, NSS can do whatever they want. They're just dominating the map completely. And honestly, I don't know why is NSS not pushing yet, because they do have the HP and power to do it.
Monty just takes on the shoulder, as does Just Cause. Actually, focusing Just Cause now. Here comes the push as he focuses down into Granovsky. Take him down. At the same time, Coca-Cola pops up and starts shooting at Skrell as well. Just Cause and Nadine can drop down onto JT if they really want him. Shotnik takes out Safi, whereas Bolognese is managing to take out Monty and the Mausen. But I mean, not so serious. I was just going to say, Mojo, looks like they're just waiting to then attack in unison and in quick succession take multiple tanks down. Coca-Cola is now down to a 1 shot. It's not over yet. Team Efficiency still hanging in here at the moment, but they're pushing onto JT. And once JT drops, that's pretty much game over.
Well, you could see that entire game JT was pretty much ignored, and now they're just trying to finish him off because he is a gun in a game and there is no one else to shoot on a higher ground. So effectively, they just wiped. They just wiped out everyone.
Just Cause going from the ram kill, they're dropping down from the cliff into JT. 4 tanks left here for Not So Serious, only Bolognese left for Team Efficiency. This is going to be 1-0 to Not So Serious, and that was quite interesting, Mojo, because they weren't playing hyper aggressive. They were, you know, they were kind of treating Team Efficiency with a bit of respect here.
Yeah, but why would you risk a game on a Pride? I mean, we've seen teams on Grand Finals lose games just because they were obsessed with Pride and how it would look. There are more than one teams, actually, I can name that did it. You always beat the opponent nice, but this
really?
Just finished.
That was dangerous. I mean, okay, he's on a reload shot and can finish him off, but that ended closer than it really needed to. 2 Not So Serious players killing themselves trying to go for glorious ram kills.
Well, at the end of the day, it's all about the end score, so it doesn't really matter how they did it. But I would say it's interesting thing what they did with those motions. I'm not really sure it would work against CIS teams. I don't think they would even dare to try it, honestly.
They'd probably just straight up ignore the motions, wouldn't they, and just relocate?
I'm 100% sure they would actually get pushed with 7 tanks in their face from the start of the game.
Just go straight for the motions, yeah, and go down.
No, go up.
Go up and just go round them, ignore them.
No, go from the upper side of the map because motions cannot get there.
Okay.
Push straight through the middle and fight. 7 tanks, you lose some, you win the higher ground. What do motions do then?
Yeah, because they're stuck. Yeah, and you'll probably have one guy up in the... Yeah, might be a nice, strong push, yeah.
So, especially since they have a light tank, yes, he gets the hill, good for him. But also motions can be used, I guess, when other team has a heavy tank. But even this Ice 4 will get in a fight in a time compared to them.
Yeah, I mean, it was more or less a standard kind of defensive line-out that Team Efficiency took, didn't it? A kind of jack-of-all-trades line-out to cover for all eventualities, but not really thinking, like, okay, how can we specifically eliminate the Mausen, or how can we specifically
I would totally
fight
play
them?
full aggression if I saw a pick like that, but they chose to play something they call their standard, I guess, so this is how eventually it. came because they allowed themselves to get in a trench war with a team that is much more experienced than them. You should always avoid that kind of situation when someone has more games in their fingers, more games in finals like this. They will eventually just find a way to deal with you. So you don't want to play super long games against such teams.
Just get in there and hit them hard, quick strike.
No, find a meaningful tactic to do it, not just blindly YOLO. Against this, when you see a pick like this, then you can guess, okay, these tanks are just too slow, let's do something about it.
Okay, now round 2 is underway. The teams have swapped positions. We're now going to see Team Efficiency on the attack, and we're going to see Not So Serious on the defense. Now let's have a look at the lineups here, Mojo. Team Efficiency again going with an IS-4. Not So Serious going with double Mausen. I think this is perhaps the lineup that we just saw, although they are taking Borsig there as well. Not sure if that's more. That is what we just saw, so I don't know if that is the current lineup right
1390
now.
and T49. That's actually interesting.
Okay, that's not the lineup. It is a different lineup, Mojo. So we've got double E50 for Team Efficiency. We also see this going with an AMX 3090, a T49 as well, 2 TVP 5051s.
Double E50s
triple
usually
backchat.
mean like heavy pressure on the middle. You want to brawl with them, use the cooldown, and eventually simply just push in a team because you have that single shooter. This is something like in the old times where people were using LTTBs as tier 7 lights when they were like that tier. From, let's say, NSS side, interesting is they have 2 tier 9 lights, T49 and 1390. Now 1390 is rather a risky pick. It has 4 shells now, it's a bit better gun than it was and so on, but still fighting against something like E50s, it's definitely inferior vehicle.
Beowulf in a bit of trouble there, having to drop off down from the hill. He was getting shot at by both E50s. Both of the E50s have taken a bit of damage already. Mo already below half health, Skell nearly there. Beowulf actually coming out on top of that trade, and the E50s not faring too well.
No, I would say Beowulf and Just Cause actually lost more because you can allow E50 to lose some of that HP, but Bachats are the real kings of this map, and you must watch their HP most, by far.
Viewpoint here from Lawshaw as he sets himself up in a bush there to give himself, his team, a bit of additional vision and keep himself protected. Now, like you said, Mojo, the E50's bit of hill control. Shotnik is spotted,
Nice
Beowulf
here.
spotted again, nice trade, but Granovsky taking a bit of a beating in this exchange. Granovsky's going to go down, and it is Nadine that takes the kill.
I guess NSS just showed them a trick how to delete that position that Team Efficiency were just not aware of. And now they're in a crossfire because effectively NSS is controlling the lower lines. You can see where Nidin is spotted now. They are controlling it. They still have Monty down, watching his back so he doesn't get counter pushed from the lower side. And he can always go there and just snipe their flank of these E50s.
Skell about to go down here. He's a one shot on 137 health, and this is great positioning here from Not So Serious. Nadine getting that area without being challenged is able to get multiple crossbar shots as Nadine also drops down Skells. That's a double kill for him. Nadine gets focused in return, and it's Party that picks up the kill there. Now quickly, Team Efficiency need to make some kind of move here and reposition.
Yeah, but they're already facing the stiff resistance here of NSS, who are gathered up on the middle. There is 4 guns against 6, I would say, from NSS, and they're definitely not in position to do any kind of strong push. Even if they overmatch some of the tanks in the middle, there will still be a huge crossfire by the NSS tanks from the hill and from the lower side.
NSS with multiple autoloaders here are just simply coming off reloads, peeking over and just focusing down individual tanks of Team Efficiency, and they are doing this very efficiently. Now Shotnik is almost dead here, but he's going to survive a little bit longer as Lawshaw gets the double kills by taking out Safi. Now they're turning on to GAT as Lawshaw picks up his triple kill. All that's left is Bolognese, who's going to run into the guns of Not So Serious, and this one is over fairly quickly in roughly about 3.5 minutes.
This is one quick clip. So far, what we've seen from this map is use of tier 10 lights. I would say that's interesting to push the hill, and I wouldn't really say this motion test was that successful, though it worked here.
Yeah, it worked in their favour. They are now 2-0 up. Unfortunate for Team Efficiency, but as we said, the biggest problem they have here is just simply playing against a higher caliber team with much more experience.
Yeah, the reaction time of NSS is obviously quite higher, and something that Team Efficiency didn't grasp yet well. This is something that a lot of teams on Cliff don't get it in a start, while they're still growing as teams. You must fight for your positions. You cannot just hand them over to opponent and hope for opponent to make a mistake and then you will shoot him. No, you must fight for every position. You must have a good plan how to have a crossfire. You could already see that NSS saw a position where Granovski was. They already knew how to take him out by leaning the tanks on a slope of the mountain. Granovski and Team Efficiency were obviously not aware of that.
The thing that surprised me as well is in the second round, Nadine just getting a free pass to roll around that corner unchallenged and shoot into the flanks. That generally never happens. I mean, that's a damage farm, pure and simple, from him.
It's not that easy to farm the damage because while Granovski was alive, he could not do it, definitely, because he would spot him. But otherwise, once he was eliminated from equation, that's it. That's called like a plan that you think is good, but it's actually flawed because you're not aware of all the aspects.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know if you saw it yesterday, we had Elevate setting up this lovely defensive position. Daki was talking about it on Himmelsdorf. Everything was beautiful. They covered all these angles apart from one route, and that's exactly the route that Not So Serious went down. And Daki was like, this is great, but I don't know what they're going to do about this area, because that area, they can't do anything. And when Not So Serious rolled up to start the cap, Not So Serious just went into exactly where Daki said, and Daki's like, what are you going to do now, Elevate? Like, you can't actually stop the cap happening. And when they did go to reset it, they got absolutely wrecked for it because Not So Serious had all that angle
When
covered.
you make a plan and you know that there is a weak point to it, you really must be prepared for it.
Okay, now next map is going to be Ghost Town. One of our favourites, Mojo. We both do like this map. We like the fights that we get on it. We obviously see the heavy tanks coming out, multiple MOUs here. A couple of variations in the team lineups, but we've seen a lot of these vehicles used before on this map, so nothing really standing out new in the tactics of either team.
By these picks, I would say definitely NSS will play something of a more aggressive setup because of those two VZs. It allows them to go even in a cap with that 1-1-3 and play rather defensive with the rest. As far as team efficiency is concerned, tier 9 budget. Well, NSS is definitely going for the lower cap. As we said, the tier 10 budget spotted the outer side, and there will be a cap pressure rather soon because there is no one spotted from team efficiency. I'm not even sure what we will do about it because they have so many tanks off positions.
Okay, now Party backing off here in the 1-1-3. He was aiming towards the centre circle area. Cap started here. Monty, Coca-Cola right behind them as well. There is no coverage on the cap here, Mojo. This is a bit dangerous. Safi can spot it. He can shoot, but there's been no attempt to take out the buildings really yet from Team Efficiency.
This is what I said, like they didn't even break the buildings on a time. There is 25 seconds now. That will require some heavy push in by Team Efficiency forces. They cannot really rely on a safe decap from these positions. And also these tanks on upper line, 1-1-3 and Mount that are approaching, can be counter-attacked easily.
Safi missed the shot there. There was a reset coming in last second. We're almost down to 10 seconds there, but reset comes back in. We're back to 24, and Not So Serious are drawing Team Efficiency into the fight. The cap is more or less a distraction. The rest of the team are waiting here to kill any of the Team Efficiency tanks to go in to try and take the fight. Now Shotgun is taking some damage, as is Coca-Cola and the cap. We're down to 15 seconds. Team Efficiency really need to keep the pressure up on the reset, or Not So Serious are going to cap this out. Back to 20 seconds again. Another reset comes in. The Dean taking a lot of damage in his T57s, having to back off a little bit here, but in the meanwhile, Bolognese and the Mouse is taking an absolute pummeling in the middle, and if he goes down, that's going to be really dangerous because it's going to give Not So Serious more of a position to move up and pressure Team Efficiency.
They completely ignored Just Cause, who came from the flank and shot him in the back. Now he's pushed by tier 9 Budget, and that's why he will probably fall. There we go, but still, there is a huge advantage here for NSS, about 3000 HP. And there is a lot of tanks on Team Efficiency on low HP. They can just utilize and use that.
Logshow is still sitting here on the cap and almost full health at the moment. Monty is backed off from the cap area. He's still pretty much on full health, whereas everybody in Team Efficiency is bloodied and bruised at the moment. They are trading, but they're losing the trade. This is just simply better shot coordination from Not So Serious, and well, this is going to be a hell of a struggle for Team Efficiency to come back from this situation.
The funny thing, the cap pressure is still on because Losto is keeping it solo, and there can always be one guy who will just join him in one moment and put heavy dose of additional pressure there. And there you go, I think Coca-Cola will just do about that.
This is the double mouse of Beowulf and Shotnik can pressure the two mouse of Team Efficiency. Nadine can come around the flank in the T57 Heavy. Looks like he was making a move for that, trying to get shots into Bolognese. Bolognese is pretty much a one-shot. He is a one-shot actually, so the T57 can take him down. Beowulf can take down
5
JT
seconds.
here. 5 seconds left in the cap. It looks like there's nobody coming in for reset. No, there is a reset at the last minute, but it hit the wrong tank. So, last minute reset again, but Team Efficiency, all they're doing is prolonging the match here and dying in the meantime. It's a hell of a fight doing so, but they just don't have the HP to continue this trade.
Well, Coca-Cola fell because he was more or less sniped by Granovski here, but look at the counter-attack. Shotnik and Beowulf, they have so much HP, they can just go drive through with Team Efficiency, and they're just doing that.
Just like that, bish bosh bosh, 3 tanks down in quick succession. Team Efficiency now only left with Safi and Skell. Not So Serious have 5 tanks remaining and a considerable amount of HP on all those tanks. Skell can just do a little bit of a damage farm here, but well, he's the only remaining tank for his team, sadly.
Well, dying moments here for Skell, and this will be a 3-0 for NSS. A rather, I would say, even simple game for NSS because Team Efficiency gave them quite an opening by ignoring that side of the cap. I mean, when you see 3 Chinese tanks in opposite team, usually what as a team captain you should first think, okay, the greatest danger here is they can actually cap us. They can go on that open cap that has little hills and houses.
Yeah.
They can pressure it. It's been done so many times. Some teams even lost without fired shot because they split all over the place. And they just went in the NSS hand.
Yeah, you should generally, it was something we talk about. Jackie was saying like a lot of the time it's cap 2 that everyone goes for now because it's so easy to put a tank up on the hill and defend the number 1 cap. But when you see those tanks, when you see the sloped turret tanks coming in, or you see things like the IS-7s, the 113s, the WZ, you have to think to yourself, it's going to be potentially cap 1. That's like their main thing. Okay, there can be a rope-a-dope, they can draw you in there and go somewhere else, but you really need to have that area still defended from the start.
This is a big chance that Team Efficiency missed, honestly, because they had a chance to brawl them here, which would be much better for them than to play some huge tactical games, as I already said.
And the fight in Death Valley was strongly in Not So Serious's favour. Those double mouse that they had in that area were in complete control there.
I would say in one moment Just Cause was a bit greedy with that Bachat. I mean, he did clip out
he was actually
mouse.
burning, I think, when Safi killed him. The HP was continually dripping down.
No, he was firing on mouse, and he started the reload and to run away, but Safi caught him and started to shoot him. Maybe he set him on fire.
Yeah,
I didn't see that.
he was either, there was either some kind of collision or
what
maybe
I'm
he was on
trying to
top
say,
of him
he
or
didn't
something.
actually have to die there.
Yeah,
Even he could have ran away, and this game would be even shorter.
Yeah, he could have made it for free. T57 is doing a decent amount of damage there as well, doing the role, surviving to as long as possible. We had the Team Efficiency T57 there right in the fight at the end, doing damage on the double mouse. The teams are going to swap positions now, so we're going to have Team Efficiency on the attack. We're going to have Not So Serious on the defense. Vehicle lineups here available to us. T10 coming out there, Team Efficiency, WZ, AMX50B. Udes coming out from Not So Serious, so he's going to be covering the A1, A2 area to cover the number 1 base. And
there is not much to do with Udes. I mean, only thing you can play with that thing on this map is just to climb him in a corner. On A1, we all know that. So this is going to be what will Team Efficiency do about it. They will probably play about the center cap, trying to play from the lower side of the map. But NSS knows that, and you can see already their positioning 113 and 50B toward that side of the map.
this is actually exactly what NSS did yesterday, where they had Batchat leading the Udes up into that area. We've seen this so many times throughout the season. What happens is the Batchat takes a slightly forward position sometimes and spots for the Udes, or the two of them just sit together ready to wreck someone. But if you're watching from the viewpoint of the Batchat and Udes, more than likely they're taking down the buildings right now as well on base number 1.
I believe they are.
You can see Monty, yep, you can see Monty on a reload, so he's just shooting all the buildings to give himself a clue shot.
And Team Efficiency again plays a slow game, tries to catch someone off guard from NSS, but it's just not going to happen. 1-on-3 is in a cooldown. Coca-Cola, you can see him there. He's covered by Shotnik, who will shoot anyone in the flank who tries to connect on him. Constant
shooting here from teams trying to blind fire and take down buildings. Now, for anyone not familiar with the UI, if you are new to watching World of Tanks esports here, you obviously have player names on the left-hand side or right-hand side and the tanks they're in. You have the shots if they're single shooters, so 1-1, or it will show a reload timer if they're on reload. If they're an auto-loader, it will show the clip that they have, like 4-4 or 5-5. And then a little bar underneath will show the loading time as well. The symbols beside the numbers is for damaged modules or damaged crew members or dead crew members, which can be healed or repaired during the battle. The vehicles have consumables, which you can see in the middle. They have a repair pack there, food, which gives better stats, and we have a repair pack which will help fix your tracks and stuff like that as well. Very important now, recent patch to the game allowed you to have repeatable consumables, so every 90 seconds you can do a new repair, which previously you couldn't do that. You could only hit repair once, and then that was you for the entire game. Now, also we can see here Party, his name at the bottom of the screen, and there's 3 separate symbols. One is the damage he's done. 2, the little shield symbol, is damage blocked, you can see here in Lulsho. And then the symbol beside it of the target is damage assist, which is really important for these matches. Now, Not So Serious is playing.
Well, interesting part here is to see, I mean, in this upper corner, oh, what is with this?
Now, base number 1 is the area where it's going to look up into where the Udes and Batcha are. They're going to cover into base 1 at the moment. Bolognese and Lulsho just kind of facing off against each other here in the middle of the map. Not really any kind of direct, push from Team Efficiency. Kind of biding their time at the moment, trying to feel out exactly where Not So Serious are. Lulsho trying to peek and get a shot there onto Bolognese, and Skell's taking actually a bit of damage here, and so far the exchanges are all going in favour of Not So Serious. Now Skell and Party again pushing up, just trying to get vision here around the corner of Death Alley, so not actually in Death Alley but one behind it. Missed shot there, looks like they're trying to perhaps blind fire into where Monty is. Couldn't actually see exactly where that shot went. But at the moment, Not So Serious in complete control here, potentially going into match point, potentially taking the lead here 4-0, and then that's going to be a really strong position for them, and sadly a kind of result we expected it to be. Now, Team Efficiency, well, I mean, Mojo in their position, how would you approach this area?
Definitely, I would start a long time ago here. And I would press the guy that was here on this corner, because this was open tank. What I wanted to say, like, and we were talking about it, this guy is actually spotting for this cap. So Udes can have a free shot. This is what we were mentioning. Sorry about earlier, but we had some problem with this drawing tool. We have this tank here. He's monitoring on this side of the map. So if he is heavily pushed by anyone, this 50B will do free shots and clip like this. That's how they're covering each other. So in one moment of the game, this was the only free and available tank that they could use to attack, maybe going like this, in his back and pressing forward. But now he has a support of a second mouse, and you can see that the other guys will try to do counter pressure also, because the guys from NSS will go in here.
Okay, now there is a push. Skell's taking a lot of damage here on the middle of the area as he's pushing up with Bolognese and Party. Team Efficiency having to be forced into making something work for them. They're trying to focus into Beowulf, but the shots here from Not So Serious, they just have more angles on Team Efficiency here. No matter where Team Efficiency try and make a push, they're getting shot from different angles. The two tanks, I mean, Beowulf was happy to trade off against 2 different mouse and hold them up on his own, while the rest of his team take out the remaining tanks of Team Efficiency. Now Granovsky's been dropped. Maw is going to get dropped in just a second as well, as is GT, and Team Efficiency are losing tanks in quick succession. 3 already down in an instant.
This is a really desperate push by Team Efficiency. They were trying to create the pressure, but NSS has created the crossfire, as we already mentioned. So this is some damage done in a direct brawl, and we can see Beowulf falling due to that. But it doesn't really change the fact there is so many tanks of NSS that are almost unscratched and in positions to do damage.
Safi still has a lot of HP available to him. However, if he comes off reload, he can be a big factor in this battle, but all he can really do is take down a single tank. He won't be able to take down the mouse. He can take down Coca-Cola, he can take down Nadine, he can take down Just Cause, but you still have Lulsho swinging about in his mouse, 2.3k damage. Nadine now takes out Skell. Nadine now takes out Bolognese, and well, even if Safi could get a clip off, it's not going to matter at this stage, because Party is just about to drop. He's on a one shot, and now, well, Safi, it's a wing and a prayer you've got, mate.
It's going to be Desperado shooting by him, trying to run away, but I don't think it will even matter whatever he does now. Just Cause will be in reload before him, and he will chase him all the time to make sure he doesn't come with the reload. And even if he does, he has 464 HP. I mean, Mouse in his bed, they will actually kill him.
Shot in the rear end there from Monty up in the hill, 420, but he is okay. Safi being chased down here by Just Cause. Just Cause, I'm pretty sure, is going to auto-aim. You can see the circle following him there through the corner of the building. Safi running for his life. Just Cause might go for style points here and jump off the cliff. He did take the higher route, which is cool because it cuts him down. Much quicker area. Safi did reload at the same time, or he had the reload, but nope. There is a triple kill from Just Cause. Now Not So Serious are leading 4-0.
Just Cause always aggressive player, even since the times of the Virtus, one of the best budget players, and even from the tier 8 times. I would say a really talented guy. Definitely not gonna let go of someone, run away, and possibly do any kind of problem to his team and maybe prolong the game. Not needed. But this map is pretty much one-sided again.
Yep.
And team efficiency didn't really have any answer for it. A Ghost map is something what Ryan said. We really love this map because it's a heavy brawl map, but almost every time a team that hesitates and just abandons any kind of initiative from the start doesn't do anything in this.
It's a really interesting map, Ghost Time, because it is one of pretty much the only symmetrical map we have. It's something you can only play by going into team battles. It's not part of the random maps that you get when you play the game normally.
It was specifically designed for esports, and it's really small map, so you cannot really play 15 on 15 here. Where would you even fit the tanks?
But the thing that makes it really cool is because of the layout of the map, you have the main city area where the heavy tanks go in and brawl, and that comes down to a lot of individual skill. Okay, a lot of people say they're shooting premium rounds, but I mean, the premium rounds, okay, you get better penetration, but you still need to know where to shoot. The angling's still super important, the armor's still super important for these vehicles. At the same time as you have these heavy brawls, you have the autoloaders, or you have various other mediums that are vying for position. They have a lot of freedom to rotate, and they can have huge impact in a battle as well. It's a very tactical map. It's not just a let's push into the city and win map.
All the maps that are smaller, physically smaller, like Mines, Ghost Town, and even parts of Ruinberg, because that map is not that huge when you think how much is used for fighting, they require a significant amount of team coordination to function and focus fire. If you have any of those off, you can never prevail on them.
Yeah, definitely. Now, the next map we're going to be playing on is Prokhorovka, a map I quite like watching as well, because sometimes we see unusual stuff come out for teams, and generally, whenever you see something unusual, it pretty much never works, which is fun as well. We've seen lots of weird variations about this in Europe. We've seen some, I watched an APAC match where they used American mediums for some strange reason, because of better view range, I believe. Nothing really stands out here, Mojo, to me, as different from what we see normally. A couple of E50Ms, actually, don't really see them much on this map, though.
E50Ms are actually used on Prokhorovka as part medium, part sniper, because of its high alpha for a medium and heat ammo. They can pen on mouse tanks and such, and still they can rotate around, and they have armor, so they can bounce some things if needed to push in.
Oh, this is interesting. Now, team efficiency taking a kind of spread move here, not really covering both sides, but Not So Serious going hyper-aggressive on one side, and we're going to get a 1-2 line push, and if they do push it, they're going to absolutely wreck that flank. Granovsky and Safi, well, they could go down really quickly here.
We will see what will NSS choose to do. At the moment they are gathered up, and it does look like it will be a YOLO on 1-2 line. Maybe first time we will actually see it work properly.
Kazna crew, if you're watching, please take notes. Again, we joke about this, but a 1-2 line push generally only works if the other team are not there. You know, you never get a 1-2 line push that works.
It can only work
if
you don't have STRV behind, which team efficiency for some reason does not have. They are now rotating, so actually, if they manage to position on time and catch NSS off guard by a lot of forces here, they can actually take them out. This can be quite interesting.
Good fight incoming here. It's going to come down to a lot of individual skills from players. Party spots out Just Cause. He hasn't spotted any of these tanks, though, rolling here in a wolf pack coming up the flank. Skell is in position. Safi's there. Granovsky's there. If they focus shots, they can take down a lot of damage. Shotnik and Coca-Cola leading the charge. They spotted Beowulf as well. Lulshot and Monty still not spotted. Lulshot spotted, Monty spotted. They stopped. They're going to focus on Safi. The focus fire here from Not So Serious is outstanding. Safi is going to drop 42 health. He's still alive. No, he goes down. Shotnik gets the kill. Now they're going to turn and focus onto Skell. He's spotted in the STRV. He can bounce a hell of a lot of shots though. But look at this. The counter-attack coming in here from Team Efficiency into the flank. They're focusing into Lulsho. Monty's taking a lot of damage as well. And this is a hell of a trade-off right now, Mojo.
There's been even an AG shell fire at STRV to try to make sure he's gonna go down. But you can see the main problem is the Bachats lost like that. They fell too early. When you want to fight a game like this, they need to go behind the corner. They need something with armor in front of them so they can actually use those clips.
Party came flying over the back into the back lines here of Not So Serious. He's a single shooter and he's a 1-1-3. He tried to get a kill on one of the low health tanks and it didn't work out for him. Now Mott is trying to run away here in the WZ. Gronowski is on a reload running away. He's now the only remaining tank and that is a super strong decisive push here from Not So Serious, and they're going to take the map, they're going to take the match, and that's them going through to the next stage comfortably.
Yeah, rather easy 5-0 as I thought it would happen. They actually use a tier 9 Swedish STRV. I talked to many friends who actually went farming that line and they told me compared to tier 10, that's completely rubbish tank.
The tier 9 to tier 10, big difference, yeah.
Huge difference.
Yeah, armor-wise as well, yeah.
But still, for this game, it turned out more than enough because NSS had a lot of armor and team efficiency again. Didn't predict what they can do, the weakness in their defense. They just covered, as you said, the entire map. A little bit here, a little bit there. It's like a salad with a lot of taste, but no particular one, you know?
Yeah. Now, the interesting thing from this one is now Not So Serious have won their 2 matches, 5-1, 5-0. They're guaranteed to go through to the next stage, so we will be seeing them at the Ice Palace on Saturday, possibly playing on Sunday as well, as expected. As winners of B Group, that means that Not So Serious will be playing against either Kazna Crew or EL Gaming, which we'll find out later today, whoever wins Group A. So that's going to be real interesting. I think Not So Serious against Kazna would be an interesting matchup. I still favour Not So Serious. I think if Not So Serious were to play EL Gaming, I think that would be a similar result to what we just saw, to be honest. It would be a 5-1, 5-0.
I think NSS is far dominant at the moment.
I think they're tipped for definite being semi-finalists, Not So Serious, to be honest.
That depends on how the seedings work.
Yeah,
honestly, because when you meet teams like Navi and Tornado, I think they're still a bit ahead of NSS, though NSS has brilliant tactics.
I think Not So Serious would have to play against Tornado or Navi eventually before they can get through to the final, yeah. Because if Tornado or Navi, if they win both their groups, they will never see each other again until potentially the finals, because the way
We shall see when the time comes.
Well, that was an interesting matchup. A matchup that kind of results, sadly, that a lot of people perhaps expected, simply because Not So Serious are just such a experienced team, taking nothing away from team efficiency. They're just, like you said, they don't play against regularly that caliber of team, and the experience shown through more or less in the end.
They just need to take this as a lesson and move on. Go on.
Definitely. A big match against Elevate later on today, and that will decide which of those two teams stays on here and which one has to sit on the sidelines and watch the rest of the tournament without participating. Now, we're going to take a short break. We're going to be right back for the next match, which is going to be Oops versus Eclipse. A real interesting matchup because, well, basically Eclipse need to win that one to stay in as well. Mojo's going to take a little break and Daki's going to join me. So stick around, guys, and we'll see you right after that break.
Chrysler Grand Final.
He's going to be punished severely for this act of seconds now. He's low. He's ready to get into this fight. Has more value.
Good morning and welcome back to the Wargaming.net League. I was going to say Champions Rumble. Where'd that come from? It's the Grand Final 2017. My name is Ryan Ektar Murphy. Joining me here is Jordi De Kilzer versus Messi. How are you today, sir?
I'm pretty good. I had a little nap like Mojo usually does. Got to watch the first game. I'll watch. It was over rather quickly. I strongly believe that Team Efficiency was keeping most of their best strats for the most important match,
Okay.
obviously, against Elevate. They're just warming up, giving Elevate the impression of we did even worse than you, so be a good match for you, but then the Aussies will strike back.
It was 2 5-0s, wasn't it, for NSS? So
No, 5-1.
5-1. Okay, I
against
was right. Yeah,
Elevate.
because they took the first round. My bad. Sorry, Team Elevate. But I mean, it's going to be an interesting match between Elevate and Team Efficiency later on today. Definitely. That's going to be our fourth match of today. No, actually, I'm looking at the wrong schedule. That's going to be it is the fourth match of the day. Haha. Now, what did you think of that first match?
Team
Truthfully.
Efficiency didn't. NSS was in cruise control. Honestly, they played aggressive. They were playing very freely. After the first 2 rounds, they felt that they could play around with Team Efficiency, and then they just kind of outplayed them everywhere, most of it individually, and just went aggressive and they just better prepared.
Yeah, it seemed to be not like they were toying with them, but just they were kind of like
No, they
feeling
were
them out,
toying with
and
them.
then they were just like, okay, let's.
They
just
were
go in.
definitely toying with them.
Okay, I wasn't wanting to say that. I was wanting to give them a bit of credit here. Now, our match that we're going to watch now is going to be Oops versus Eclipse. Eclipse fighting for their place to stay here in the grand finals, and Oops, it's their first international match, really, isn't it?
Well, they got lucky having only to play on the second day after a long time. They had a lot of preparation, lots of time to watch the other teams, study other teams, even watch Eclipse and how they performed against Tornado Energy. Performed, big word there to say, but Oops, we expect a lot from them. Obviously, very disappointing season from them. Season 2, it's fair to say, they reinforced their lineup with a lot of new players, and it just didn't come to show, neither during the season, neither during the offline finals. And they said they prepared differently this time for this grand final, so we hope and expect a lot from this team.
We had them tipped for greatness at the start of the season. They were kind of mini European super team, and they just didn't quite gel together. They had a fantastic start to the season. They ended Ding's undefeated run. They beat them in tiebreaker on Himmelsdorf, and after that, I think they lost 2 matches in a row back to back and never quite found the groove. They were never able to string more than 2 wins together pretty much all season.
Yeah, coming here as well, they just didn't seem ready to play out the offline finals. They got wiped as well. Wasn't close whatsoever. Just a disappointing performance, but they realized that it wasn't just individual mistakes. There was a team thing. Nobody on the team really performed during the offline finals. Nobody stood out as he actually played well. They were all equally bad, if you want to say it like that. It's fair to say, because they said it themselves. They weren't good enough. They had a lot of time to prepare now. They've obviously added a Go Hard player as well. Annihilator is going to be with them, so that should be another reinforcement. So it should be an even better team.
Yep, now we're talking a lot about the team, but for those not familiar with the team, here's a video introduction to let you know more about them.
Oops, the Tough Giraffes are the biggest unknown coming from the EU region. They have the experience from the Season 1 and Season 2 finals, where they took 3rd and 4th place. The issue for Oops will be that they haven't played yet on the international stage, so they have no experience versus the teams from other regions. With a rocky second season, the question will be if they can handle the pressure playing on the big stage versus the top teams from all regions.
We were talking a little bit about Oops earlier on, Daki. Now let's have a look in more detail at the players. Something I want to talk about as well with Oops is a player tipped for greatness and somebody who was consistent throughout the season being Milosh, but when it came to the LAN event, Milosh was pretty much non-existent.
Well, I wouldn't say non-existent. I think the entire team wasn't there more than anything else. Milos, it's hard to perform when your team gets wiped across everywhere, and you can't really perform then. And the team didn't have a good showing in general, so I wouldn't say that it was just Milos. I'd say it's more of a team issue that they didn't perform. Obviously, the dead zone is in this line. He's more of a support role, I think, during this event. I think it's Algo, Kamil, Insane, Melan, Teja, Milos, and then who are we missing? Annihilator, obviously, not on this
Annihilator, yeah.
list. I don't think Dead Zone's going to be playing. I'd be surprised if he was. Talking to Insane beforehand, I think goes between Algo and the Dead Zone. I think Algo
I think Algo will
got
be
the
getting
better
the nod ahead of him. Yeah.
between the two of them. So that's going to be the lineup there. Obviously, it's a lot different from the Oops we've seen before. There's no Silence here for the people that were looking out for him. There's
no
no
idea
Silence here.
that-
There's also no Spoink.
No Spoink, that's what else was
Um,
missing. I had no idea that Insane had such a long name.
Yeah, French.
It's crazy. It's crazy. There's a couple of big long names in that team. But yeah, no Spoink, no Silence. That's really interesting, especially Spoink as well, because Spoink was quite
Well, it was-
consistent.
during this season, I wouldn't say he
Yeah,
was.
he
He didn't
yeah,
really play
came in
most
and
of the
out, yeah.
season. And at the offline finals, he was probably one of the worst performers. So
Yeah.
it was a bad season for Spoink. Not really surprised that he's not at this event either.
But in saying that, bringing in Annihilator, that is a very strong addition to the team.
It should be a very strong addition to the team. We can't say it just yet because we obviously don't know how he mixed, gelled with the team, how they have incorporated him into the tactics in Gohard. He was mainly that single shooter player. If you remember, he was picking up the heavy tanks, the 113s, the IS-7s and such. Now in Oops, obviously, you already have a player like that, so it is Milos. Now, the question is how is the role is going to be between those two players. Is Milos going to stay on the single shooter, or is Annihilator going to be the player? Either of them will have to move more towards an autoloader heavy role, because you don't have so many single shooters on every single map, obviously.
Yep, I mean, the Annihilator, I think Season 1 had the highest average damage, highest fantasy points for sure in Season 1. So I think he goes quite good on artillery, TD sometimes as well, but generally, yeah, he's not really an autoloader player. But who knows? Everyone has like pocket picks. We never really knew about Mary being an artillery player for Ding, and he's starting to play that quite regularly. Now, Matt Andrews had a chance to chat to Oops before this match. Let's see how that interview went.
Oops, the Tough Giraffes are here at the Grand Finals in Moscow. I'm with Myland. Exciting to be here. It's the first time you've been at the Grand Finals as a team.
Yeah, exactly. We're super hyped what's going to happen. We know we don't have the easiest way going into this tournament, but we're definitely going to give our best. We're well prepared, so let's see how it's going to go.
Yeah, you do have a particularly big challenge in your group, which we'll come to. As a team, as a roster, any changes before you got here?
Well, we switched in Niall, the Irish player coming from the team Gohard. We've seen him throughout the season carry a lot, do his solid job, and that's why I took him. Switched out Silence for that, and so far he's doing a great job, so working out as intended.
You have teams from other regions, of course, in this group of three that you're in. You've got a North American opponent, you've got a CIS opponent. In terms of big competition, you've not sort of had to compete against them, but you've put the time in beforehand?
Well, we trained with both regions before, so we kind of know their style, we know their meta, what's going to expect us. Obviously, we have to know Tornado Energy. It's the the world champion, so got to see how that's going to go. But I feel very, very confident against Eclipse, so should be a good match.
We've just seen Eclipse go down 5-0 to Tornado. They came out really aggressively. They were arguably in a good position to take that first map, but then it all just turned back against them with Tornado. So I guess you're pleased you're facing Eclipse first.
Well, yeah, that's obviously if you win the first match, we're through the group stage. That will give us some kind of motivation. But at some points, I didn't really like the play of Tornado because it was a bit of maybe disrespecting the enemy, just playing too aggressive in their face. But yeah, just using maybe that factor that they're the world champions. They can just go in and wreck everybody and show the dominance. Yeah. And this is one of the factors that we need to negate, like not have an effect on us. And that's could be dangerous, but let's see.
Clearly, the Giraffes, the Tough Giraffes, are fired up and ready to make an impact here at the Grand Finals. Any words you want to say to those supporting you?
Yeah, I guess a big shout out to our fans. Huge thank you for all the support you've shown so far, especially Grüße an die deutsche community. And yeah, make sure to watch the matches, and I hope for a fair tournament.
Milan looking super happy there, full of confidence about this match, about Elevate, but you were disagreeing with some of the stuff he said there in that interview, Daki.
Well, disrespectful, calling Tornado Energy disrespectful. I wouldn't, one, say that before I still have to play them. And two, I wouldn't say Tornado Energy played disrespectful. I'd say they played exactly how they were supposed to play against an opponent that is less prepared, less used to aggression, and just all around probably worse than you, taking it straight to their face, making them make those split-second decisions, which you know they're not going to be able to do because they're not used to playing against a team like that. I'd say that's the perfect game style against a team like that. A team like Na'Vi might be able to punish that, but we've seen them struggle with that as well. But a team like Tornado, bringing that style against a team like Eclipse, I think that's exactly what they needed to do. I think a slower game would just help Eclipse to perhaps make their strategies work and take the positions they want to. Tornado didn't do that. They just brought it to them. Perfect style, honestly.
Why draw out the match when you can just go in and get a quick win? Now, their opponents here, Oops, are going to be playing against Eclipse. They lost to Tornado Energy already. This is a must-win match for Eclipse. If they don't win this one, they're going to be now the third team that's going to be dropping out of the grand finals. And for anyone not familiar with Eclipse, they are a North American team. Here's a little video introduction for you.
Eclipse is a former champion of the WGLNA, taking first at the Vegas finals in 2016 under the leadership of T1 Diabetic. The team has been a force to be reckoned with in the WGLNA. Since their championship run, Eclipse has been overshadowed by Elevate. Most notably, 4 out of the 7 starting players from Eclipse have taken their skills elsewhere and pushed Eclipse into maintenance mode. It wasn't until Season 2 Finals 2017 that Eclipse took second and looked like the Eclipse that had previously dominated the North American region. Eclipse, though, is for sure an underdog going into the grand finals.
Okay, now Eclipse being the second team here coming from North America. Daki, you know quite a bit about Eclipse, so what can you tell us about the team?
Well, like we said the last time already, it's a different team from Season 1 to Season 2. A lot of the players have gone to Elevate, such as Brett, Vetro, Wallhacks, and Ox were in Eclipse. Tigers wasn't in the lineup in Season 1, then returned in Season 2. They've added Ledev as well from 07. Dargirl Zim is obviously a very well-known player, even in the EU community. He used to play with School Bus for the finish coming from the Simp team, which was at the grand finals last year as well. So a team with a lot of experience among them, and then Ledev obviously coming from 07, star player there. Has to bring it today for Eclipse for them to move through.
Definitely, yep. It's going to be interesting to see which map picks the teams take and which ones they want to veto as well. Eclipse are going to be first, and they're going to take away steps.
Oops has always been a gifted team when it comes to climbing, not just Spoink, but Camille as well was always a good climber. Spoink was obviously the better one, if you have to say it like that, but Camille was also very gifted, so no surprise there from Eclipse. I don't think a lot of teams are going to be playing steps after what they saw yesterday from NSS. Coming out in Rurenberg being banned for Oops. Again, this if I was Oops, I would remove as many 1-1 maps as I possibly can against Eclipse and bring maps such as the likes of Ghost Town, which is already being picked, Prokhorovka as well, which is somehow a defensive map, but we saw it already. You can win on the attack, obviously, more easily than Rurenberg. We saw Dingwood struggle with that as well yesterday, so Rurenberg being out, no surprise. Himmelsdorf being banned from Eclipse, though. City map would be hard for them to think to win against Oops. Cliff being removed from Oops. It was like a plus-minus map for them throughout the season. It was really good for them in the beginning. Came a little bit worse towards the end, but kind of surprised they banned that, perhaps keeping some stuff for later on over there. But Morovanka, which was, in my opinion, a pretty good map for Oops. They took it to the likes of Kazna and Ding on that map because they could read them very well. And then Mines is the only real 1-1 map, I'd say, in this map pool coming out. It's the only one that really says defense bias. Well, we've seen a lot of defenses lose now, though. And I think if one team will have a original idea of how to break the map, it might be Oops, because they have always been known for their own strats, their own style. They follow the meta, but they always try to innovate. That's the strength of Oops, I'd say.
Okay. Now, Tomato the Lobster is currently 1-for-1 already today, Daki. What's your predictions for this matchup?
5-1 Oops.
5-1 Oops. I'm going to go with 5-2 Oops. That way I get a better, comfort zone if it goes on longer. I'm still predicting Oops victory. So me and you are going to go for Oops. Let's see what Tomato the Lobster is for his predictions. This is exactly what I
Brave,
needed, Daki.
brave.
I'm going to get ahead of Tomato the
Yeah,
Lobster
but I'm
now.
still going to be ahead of everybody else.
You're still going to
So-
be, you could potentially be all right now.
I'm not going to say 5-0 anymore because it said it yesterday and the team actually lost 5-0 and I felt really bad about that prediction.
Jinxed it.
I
So you're
felt
gonna
really
go
bad
5-1?
about it. Yeah.
Okay, that's a fair result. Fair result. But yeah, I mean, we're both kind of going with Oops because nothing taking nothing again away from Eclipse. Just I feel that Oops are more ready for it. We know how much training they've put into it. We know the potential that this team has.
But then again, Oops had more stable lineup than Eclipse
Yeah.
as well throughout these 2 seasons. I mean, yes, they've added a lot of players, but the core has remained similar to before. Where with Eclipse, it's been a lot of changes, not just during Season 1, Season 2, EXO not being able to play, then Ledev coming in, the players leaving before, some switching there between Master Pupil as well, I think, and Drawcab. So there's been a lot of switching, a rocky season for them even, and obviously there's always going to be the lack of training partners, which we did talk about, which is harder for North America to get those training partners, to get those good scrims in. So that's why I have to favor Oops, because they can train against North America, but they can also train against CIS, so they should have the better preparation.
Yeah, indeed, and this is something we know. Oops have been practicing with multiple teams. They said in their interview video they've been practicing with the, oh wow, whoa, BM, Daki, BM, you're getting wound up here. How's the M63 mark progression going?
Probably better than Oops' tournament will go.
Wow, Oops, this is going to come back and bite you. It's going to burn you big time, lads. Let's hope that you can get the win here, because if not, Daki is going to punish you quite hard for this. We just jump into Prokhorovka. Interesting to see the lineups here, see if we see something new. It's going to be mentioned quite a lot of the time here in this tournament because there was a major content patch just before the tournament, which allows for different vehicles to be used in different scenarios here. We've not seen too much innovation here yet on Prokhorovka, but
Malshin coming out from Eclipse, we saw it before from
T100
NSS
as well.
On Clef. Yeah, T100 can be used, but the Malshin is a more interesting pick because it plays a little bit like the Mouse. It's kind of slow. This obviously has a weaker armor, which is natural because it's a tier 9, not a tier 10, and it also has that massive cupola, but it is hard for batshots and such to penetrate it very well. But this lineup from Oops is not really an aggressive one.
There's
It's
no
more of
Malshin.
a...
That was a wrong lineup, unfortunately. So Dark God Zim, HWK, Tigers, Batchat, Druckup, Object 263, E50M from Diabetic, and 2 113s from Eclipse.
Yeah, so slightly different lineup there, but like you said, Oops' lineup with double STRV, Mouse, LTP. It's not really an aggressive one, it's more passive. But Camille seem to be in trouble a little bit over there.
Algo already getting the first kill, taking out Dark God Zim. Tigers is pushing up into Algo. Algo's on a reload there. Tigers has to be careful he doesn't overextend because there could be a crossfire coming out here. He is trying to chase down Algo. Annihilator can get shots into him, and Camille is over there as well. So first blood here going to Oops.
Yeah, good stuff there from Oops to begin with. Camille got safe as well. In the meantime, Oops is already taking control over 1-2 line. Eclipse tried to be aggressive in the middle, tried to catch out somebody for the likes of Camille Annihilator, but they won't be even able to spot that STRV sitting on A6 unless they push up. And in the meantime, they're going to start getting crossfired from the 1-2 line very, very quickly.
We can see here Tigers doesn't have a Medipack, or if he has one, he's already used it because he has a dead commander right now. So that means his spotting is going to be terrible, and he's in a really bad position as well because he's stuck in a depression, and it looks like Camille and Algo might just actually push up and kill him because it's 2-on-1, and that's going to be an easy overmatch.
Yeah, I like this from Oops. They decide they're not spotting the middle anymore, so they decide to back
Reload
off.
as well.
They back off from 1-2 line because obviously there can be a counter push from Eclipse. They decide to fall back. In the meantime, they're sending Algo and Camille as a hit squad to take down Tigers because they know he couldn't have left, and they know Eclipse might be rotating at the same time. Good stuff so far from Oops.
Camille actually goes slightly ahead of Algo, but Algo's going for the HP. Tigers is going to go down. He has nowhere to run. He's on a reload, and it's Camille that picks up the kill. So that's 2 for 0 right now. Oops to Eclipse. Eclipse have lost Batchat 25 and their the Hawk 12. This is going to be quite tough to come back in from this one.
Especially because Oops did not commit down 1-2 Lion, where Eclipse rotated to Insane, fell back towards a more passive position, but Decha is waiting there, Insane is waiting there, and also Mayland in the STRV. They're just going to take some distance now because they have the advantage and the HP to work with, so this is really not going to go well for Eclipse.
Diabetic in a crossfire there, Decha getting a shot into him, and Insane is able to shoot into him as well. Decha just sitting there in the mouse saying, yep, I've got great position here, you're going to have to come at me. Diabetic taking a lot of damage for this push. He was lucky he's going to get 1 into the mouse, but he took 3 for the approach there, and that's a really nice ricochet actually, a real lucky one there.
Well, at E50M turret with the HD update actually got a lot more bouncy, and for Eclipse it doesn't really matter anymore what they're going to do at this point in time. 2 tanks down, no positions gained for them whatsoever. Oops has entire map control, HP and tanks to work with. Eclipse can already start thinking about the next one, because unless Oops makes some major mistakes, there's no coming back from this.
You can see on the minimap, Algo in the middle, Camille now down the bottom is setting up a crossfire here. This is really dangerous for Eclipse. No matter where they peak now, they're going to get shot at from a tank of Oops. This Algo taking a little bit of damage. Oops doing really well to preserve their HP. Mayland still in full health, Insane still full health, Annihilator still full health, as is Milosh as well. They're just basically picking which Eclipse tank they want to shoot down next, and once they decide to go for the all-in push, they can win this one in a matter of seconds.
They could push in right now if they want to, but they're just chipping away at the HP of Eclipse rather slowly. Oops obviously showing some control, deciding not to YOLO in just yet, just playing the angles. And don't forget, Eclipse is obviously on the attack. They have to make the move at one point, and like we said already, they have no position going for them. They're completely surrounded. The only reason why they're not dead yet is because Oops allows them to live for now.
Yeah, basically. Oops in a way toying with them, but they're just really rotating who peaks. As now Insane gets the kill on Exo. Drawcap and Leadif taking a lot of damage. Leadif looks to be the next one focused at the moment. He's down to 158 health. Milosh now pushing over into T1 Diabetic. Camille getting the crossfire shots down to photo finish, and Leadif, exactly as we said, it's going to go. Camille only got 1 shot left. He's going to hold it, I guess, until the mouse of Decha can push in here.
Yeah, Decha coming in with the mouse. Milosh is probably going to go in as well. The rest of Oops will converge. Eclipse have had their time during this round, and now it's time to go towards the next one. Fairly easy hold from Oops, to be honest.
Drawcap, the remaining tank left for Eclipse. Oops going to win this one without losing a single tank. And that is an absolute dream start for Oops here against Eclipse, and exactly not what Eclipse wanted to see.
Yeah, that was not the best start from Eclipse. They tried to go aggressive towards that eastern side there to get some spots maybe on towards A6, but there was Camille and there was Algo as well. They did some initial damage towards Camille, not enough to make it worth it. And once they don't get those spots on towards that A6 position, those tanks from the middle really can't do anything. Annihilator pinging them from the distance, and then you had the tanks as well in 1-2 line. If they continued pressing in the middle, they would just take the side shots and obliterate them from that angle. Instead, they saw that Eclipse was probably going to be rotating. They didn't spot anybody else, which Camille and Algo would obviously be able to see. They decided to pull back from that area, go back into a passive 1-2 line defense, while those 2 tanks that were positioned in A6 knew Tigers had to be there because he cannot leave without getting spotted, and then they decided to just go and clean him up.
Yep, it's interesting as well how the match ended, because we've seen Oops being in total control in the past of matches, and then near the end of a match, closing stage, you start to needlessly throw away HP of tanks and potentially then lose matches as the match turns against them. But they kept their composure, they kind of, you know, took it nice and calmly, respectful on the way to Eclipse, and didn't rush into it. And a perfect start. As I said,
You want
to
dominate your opponent from the beginning on. This is a different kind of dominance than Tornado Energy showed, which was perfectly fine as well. Gonna keep throwing that out there.
Yeah, but
this is a different kind
of team efficiency as well.
This is a different kind of dominant. No, that was toying around. Jumping on towards tanks is toying around. This is a different kind of dominance with you put your enemy in a position, and he knows he can't do anything, and you just let him sit there for a while. Think about life, think about how they got here, and think about what to do for the next time round.
Next one, yeah. Always, I mean, it is a tactic sometimes we talk about. If you're the last remaining tank for your team and you know that the round is lost, you don't necessarily drive out into the enemy guns and die. Sometimes teams will draw out a map for as long as they can, so it gives them time to kind of talk amongst themselves about what just happened and what they're going to do for the next round. So Mouse coming out either side of the team, and Artillery coming out here for Eclipse as well, and Dark God Zim playing it.
Well, when you bring in Artillery, you kind of say that we are going to be defending more 1-2 line-esque, especially with that STRV as well. The RT can reset at number 2 base, which means you don't have to commit tanks towards the eastern side. It is a risky strategy to get away with, because you have to defend 1-2 line, but you can also not leave middle control, because if you give up that F line completely and the enemy's allowed to play F6-7 and they take control of that eastern side, then your tanks that go towards the rails to spot get shot at while they're trying to spot across that cap.
Insane getting some early spots here in the LTTB. Dodging shots fired back at him, only one came over his head. There's the photo finish pushing up. Tigers getting shot again at the start of the battle, peeking over there in the back chat. And there's already guns aimed at his area. Photo finish trying to shoot across into Algo Camille area. It was Algo actually that got the shot off against Tigers.
Initial damage there. Obviously Tigers was the initial spotter. He's always going to take some, most likely, but good stuff here so far from Oops. This is what we talked about. Eclipse decided to solve the problem of being shot from the middle with putting a mouse on the A6, A7. That can work, but don't forget there is Milosh, there is Annihilator, there is Melan, and there is Deja. All those kind of tanks can punch through a mouse even on distance. The 113 will struggle with it, but the E50M with that highly accurate gun, heat ammunition as well, will not struggle at one point. And actually, nice shot there from Milosh though. So they need to be careful, because Oops has taken a lot of map control in the beginning of the game here. You gotta see it. They already have A0, they cleaned that out. And now the mouse, over time, with 8 minutes left, will start getting chipped away off. And Annihilator and Deja are not continuously gonna bounce. But RT is obviously a factor as well.
Deca getting hit there, 5-11 there, tracked him as well. You can see that the blind fire coming back from the photo finish here, almost into the exact area where he was shot from, using the new hit indicators as well, which is really helpful for knowing which bush sometimes you get shot from.
Yeah, the indicator actually gives it pretty accurate, but ooh, Camille should get nice shots here on towards the side of the mouse, and if Drog turns his turret, then he'll get shot from the other side.
Could potentially ammo rack him as well on that side, isn't it? It's the left-hand side of the turret. This is where the ammo rack is.
Yeah, I've been ammo racked there before, so...
We saw it in the qualifiers as well for the EU Gold Series. It actually turned a battle.
Yeah, between Fame and Gunrunners.
Yep, actually it was the turning point.
I think it was Creator ammo racking a mouse for 2k HP, which was very well done. But some nice damage being done towards Drog here, but question is it worth it so far for Oops? Because Deja is taking a lot of damage for this. I honestly feel like he should not continue to peek/expose himself. Annihilator in the mouse. With the artillery update and the lower penetration and such, already actually doesn't do a lot versus the mouse. There's a lot of times where he's going to be doing 100, 200 damage,
yeah,
and or even no penetration hits. Oops might do something what they've done before, which is at one point you take 2 bad shots, you go across A7 and you jump onto the mouse, but you need to make sure that you clip the mouse for that at least. So this is something they might be going for at one point in time, but I think they're going to try and slowly chip away first like this, and that way they can perhaps get the mouse down, but it's not looking like it so far.
Yep. Drawcap getting shot at again there from someone. Now Arte was fired at Annihilator and missed. Drawcap having to slightly give up his position at the moment. I mean, he's hugging the red line so that it stops anyone trying to come in behind him, but there goes Algo and Camille. Looks like they're going to try and get a move over to him. He's not going to see them until they're right beside him, and it's going to be a case of how much can his teammates help him out when that happens.
I want to see if Algo and Camille are actually going to choose to go up and over, like I kind of expected to go. Those 2 batches might be pushing in towards A6 at any given moment in time.
Going for it now on the minimap. They're right beside him. Are they going to go all the way over? Algo's going to go first, then Camille's going to go after him. Algo needs to make his shots count. It's a distraction. They're going to try and get him to turn. There's the return fire shots. Camille getting focused actually at the moment. Algo, you need to make these shots count. Camille goes down. Dropcap gets the kill. Algo, you need to make that shot count, laddie. There he goes. Algo gets the kill. He's in a position now where he's relatively safe at the moment. In the meantime, there's a push over in the middle as Annihilator's pushing up into photo finish. Deca's giving him an assist as well, and the other tanks of Oops are actually sitting in the cap circle while this is holding up everyone in the middle.
Yeah, Nile is only making a shield now because they have 2 guys on the capture circle. All Oops wants to do is avoid Eclipse spotting the cap. That's why Nile is going so aggressive. They're trying to hold off Eclipse. Dark God Sim is still on reload. He will be reload before the base gets captured though. But now Eclipse is going to be forced to push it and spot at the very least.
Annihilator going to try and get a tracking shot here on Leadif, or at least attack him. Leadif still has another tank to go through. And Deka, Melan can give additional fire as well. Leadif can get shot at by the people in the cap circle when he peeks over. He does give vision, but there's no spots. You can see Milos is saying now they are spotted. Artillery could come in, 2 seconds left. There is a reset coming in, but it doesn't matter. Oops have already taken the fight right now. There's only 4 tanks remaining of Eclipse.
Yeah, it's not just that. There's 25 seconds left of the cap as well. They can go off it because they've done the damage towards the side of Eclipse as well. We talked about the Annihilator in the Mouse and Deka and the 113 are just meant to be blocking off the tanks from Eclipse that are coming back to reset, while Mailand is sitting on the eastern side, also shooting anybody that peeks on the rails. And it looked like Eclipse was ahead, but in terms of positioning, they were far, far behind.
Algo peeking over here on T1 Diabetic as Bold. He does get around beside him, but it keeps T1 Diabetic's attention off of Milos and Deka, who are pushing into him. Deka might get hit by artillery here. Nope, goes right over the top of him. Only 2 tanks now remaining here for Eclipse. So sorry, 3 tanks remaining is T1 Diabetic and Dark God Zim. Exo is dropped by Milos, and this is going to be 2-0. Oops, and this is a perfect start for them. And well, Eclipse, it's looking like it's going to be a bit of a struggle for the remainder of this match.
Yeah, they in terms of HP, they were looking good, but in terms of positioning, as soon as Drawk and that Mouse goes down, which is what we talked about at the beginning of the round, where the 2 bad shots could push up and over in towards that position and kill him. They did so while losing Camille, which was not a bad trade. Algo had then a Mouse wreck to work with to stay safe, but the plan for moves was just more than that. They had 2 tanks in the cap in the meantime, and Annihilator pushing aggressively. Therefore, the tanks from Eclipse, who were falling back, Tigers fell back as well. The 113 wasn't spotting the cap. Therefore, they had to rush back towards the rails to actually get the spot. Darkotzem, poor guy. He's not having a good one.
Yeah.
But
Algo picks it up. Wow, sneaks it right off the front of him. I like this Algo playing back chats. I think it's something that he seems to be quite strong with when he does get to play it with Oops. He does really well.
Well, last time he played it on this map, he didn't kill the Mouse with 5 shots.
Well, that was then, this is now. But no, I mean, he was tend to be the light player for Oops. And in the times where he has been backchat players, there's been multiple times where he has stepped up and done quite well.
It's been plus minus at best. He's had a lot of missed performances as well, including Prokhorovka, so I wouldn't say that, but now this opportunity has arisen with the likes of Silence and Spoink not being at this event. So perhaps he can be more consistent throughout this one.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of fighting for his place in the team to be able to show that he's
we'll see though. But the strat from Oops, as said, it counted entirely on having to force Eclipse back towards the rails to spot the cap, and they traded just way too much damage for that one.
Now, our next map we're going to be playing on is Ghost Town. We were talking about it earlier on with Mojo. We always enjoy casting Ghost Town, always look forward to seeing how teams are going to play. And it does offer an actual variety of different tactics that can be used on it, although it looks like a relatively straightforward map.
It should be Oops' map, to be honest, thinking about it. It's more of an individual skill, player skill map, where Oops should be ahead of Eclipse, again with the preparation we talked about, where it's harder for Eclipse to get good scrimming partners. Because they have 2 really good teams in North America, but obviously the rest of the competition compared to Europe and CIS is a little bit behind. Therefore, Oops should have the better training partners and should be more prepared for this event. Therefore, Ghost Town should not be one of the best maps coming out for Eclipse because of that team coordination that is really needed. And like we said, with the rocky lineup that they've been having for the last season,
yep.
I just don't know. They could surprise us, obviously, because one mistake can cost you really dearly on Ghost Town, such as Apple Wow flipping over in a tank, or
yes.
Meritorious flipping over in a Mouse.
Milos. No, Mary flipped and Milos
farmed
bounced.
him.
Milos bounced shots off the underside of the Mouse. Now, we're going to see Oops on the attack. They're going to be on the red side. It's going to be Eclipse on the defense from the blue side. Going to be an interesting lineup.
So, pretty standard lineup coming out from Eclipse. Triple Mouse, T57, Batshot, and Double WZ. What we've seen from a lot of teams. On the defense, though, this kind of stays more of an aggressive defense because you don't really have that climbing tank for A1. So they're going to have to hold the area of number 1 base somehow, because Oops themselves have a WZ as well, which they can park in that number 1 base. If they figure out nobody from Eclipse is up there, I don't think they will let them have that cap and punished.
Camille already getting spotted at the south side of the map. T1 Diabetic is now coming over with Photo Finish to cover that area. Camille's still lit at the moment. He's to get himself unspotted. He's taking damage as well. Now he's unspotted. T1 Diabetic's getting rid of these buildings here to give his teammates clear line of sight.
He's just making sure there's no K-Line rush like the likes of BL Gaming and Catholic who have done already throughout this tournament, but Annihilator Milos just taking some positions up on the middle. This is a standard start from both these teams, obviously spreading across the map, checking for any aggressive openings from either side of the attacker for the defender and vice versa. But so far, they'll figure out. Eclipse has chosen to not go aggressive and just be passive. I still fear for that #1 base being the option Oops will go for at one point. They had Deja over there at the very least. He's now pulled back a little bit, but I don't know. I kind of do feel like that #1 base could be a play that Oops could go for at one point with the fact that obviously Eclipse has no tank in A1.
Deca able to get vision on Dark God Sims. They spot each other out at the same time through the diagonal there above base 1. That will give Oops a bit of information as to what Eclipse are planning and how they're looking to defend it. Tigers is also spotted out. I guess that's by Algo there. Tigers peeking around the corner. So they know that they have 2 tanks north of the map. Eclipse don't really know where anyone else is for the team. All they've spotted at the moment so far is Deca and Camille, and there's been a couple of trades between Milos and Annihilator in the middle with Drawcap.
Yeah, but if you look at the rotations from Oops already, they seem to be going more towards that #1 base already.
Posturing up in that area, I guess Tigers is shooting at the buildings at the moment. Algo just taking a couple of snapshots, now he's on a reload. There's Camille and Milos moving up into that area as well, and Daki, you really have stolen Mojo's crystal ball because they are all moving up here into base 1, and there's a very slow reaction or rotation, if you like, from Eclipse. Eclipse are completely not ready for this at all, and they don't seem to be making a move
so
for it.
obviously now Oops has relocated back from this area towards here. The thing is, what Eclipse doesn't have is what we talk about very often for the defender, is a tank up here. We've seen it multiple times because the tank of here can obviously reset this entire #1 base. Now Oops can make a two-way prone attack. They can go towards the cap over here. They can go towards the cap, but they can also play like this at the same time. What obviously allows you, when you're playing in this area here, is to block off anybody that tries to come through here, to try and reset, and you also block off these tanks and these tanks. Now if Oops does this, then they might have an easy route even in towards this cap, and they can do it with the 2 bad shots and the WZ, for example.
This is like how Navi did it yesterday. Now when you look at the tanks that have to come back in defense, you have multiple Mouse in the middle, you have a Batchat roundabout in the back area, T1 Diabetic. The WZ Photo Finish is way down bottom, so he's not going to be able to contribute to the battle. Big miss there from Dark God Sim, trying to get hit into Mainland. We're going to get a triple cap started any second now, or they're actually just going to push up into Tigers and Dark God Sim, take the overmatch, take them down, and then fight out the rest of Eclipse, and that's exactly what looks like happening. Dark God Sim being focused by the gunshot of Oops. He's going to get dropped in a brief couple of seconds as he goes down. Deca picking up the kill. Algo taking a lot of damage though. Now, where are the rest of the tanks going to go first? Algo actually gets dropped at the same time.
Yeah, but they went for the play first to go aggressive like we talked about in that road. You can see all those tanks, the Mouses and Annihilator are exactly where we predicted them to be. But then Camille and Deja are now on the cap because Dark God Sim is no longer in position. So nobody can really reset Camille either in that hold down position, well, because the Mouses are holding off everybody else from Eclipse.
The Mouses are in the middle here. They're going to try and take the overmatch into Drawcap. If they can get him dropped, then he can turn around and focus on the tanks coming in behind him, which is Lidif and Exo. Drawcap only has 1 more shot left in him, and he's going to go down. Looks like Insane might get that kill if he can pen. He does. Annihilator actually missed that one. Now they're going to turn it around, deal with Exo and Lidif. They're going to focus Exo first, get rid of the autoloader. He looked like he was burning, but then he got dropped. Lidif now the next one being focused. Oops, still only lost Algo at the moment. This is great focus fire from them. Mainland on a reload, just protecting himself behind Lidif. T1 Diabetic is running away. He's on a reload. Insane now picks up Tigers, and this is, again, this is really clinical here from Oops. This is like a different Oops from what we've seen throughout the season.
Yeah, Oops realizing that Eclipse was too far split, went for the aggressive play, then killed Dark God Sim and the WZ, went back towards the cap to force Eclipse into a reaction. There was 1 mouse separated from the others there. I think there was Drawk even in his mouse was separated on towards that E4 position. They went for him first. That's obviously not the greatest thing to have a mouse out in the fight. In the meantime, abandoning the cap obviously because you need to win the fight. If you only have 2 tanks left at the cap and the enemy has 5 left, then you're not gonna win the round either way. So coming off the cap, the mouse was turned around, and then they fight the remaining force from Eclipse that were with the 2 groups from either side. So.
Annihilator picking up the last kill there, and that is Oops now 3-0. Now the interesting thing here is whoever wins this match is effectively safe in their group.
Yes, because Eclipse already lost once.
Yeah, but whoever is a runners-up of Group C, which these teams are in, when it goes through to the games on Saturday, they have to play against, more than likely, Navi, who are likely to win their group with Ding and Brainstorm.
Yep, well, we'll see about that though. If Oops were to lose this, it wouldn't be over completely though, because they still have to play against...
Not so serious. But if they win this one, they've got to play against Not So Serious, and then they have to play against Navi. So
No, I mean if Oops loses this game in groups, they're not out yet because they still need to play against them.
still one will.
Yeah, they still have a match to go.
Yeah.
It can end on 3 points, everybody. Only Eclipse is really out when they
Tornado
lose this
Energy,
match.
sorry, Not So Serious. Oh, my bad.
So they still
yeah,
have to play against Tornado Energy.
So they win this one, but then they still have like 2 super hard games ahead of them. Like
Yeah, but they could lose this
two
one. They
strongest
just have to
opponents.
beat Tornado Energy after.
Oh, yeah, Tornado Energy and then Navi. You know, this is exactly what everyone wants. You know, it'll be. I mean, they're super lifted right now, 3-0, but at the same time, it's.
This setup from Eclipse, Oops seem to be familiar with it. They seem to read it very well. That one WZ with one mouse put pressure on towards Tigers, so Tigers cannot help Dark God Zim. Dark God Zim cannot help Tigers. Tigers gets clipped out by 3 autoloaders. Then the cap gets started to force Eclipse to continue the reaction, to continue moving, not slowing down the pace whatsoever. One mouse down, then a separation between the 2 remaining groups of Eclipse. One mouse separated away from the others. Not really what you want, because 3 mouses just pushed on towards him, cleaned them up, turned around, and then the autoloaders came back in from the side. So Eclipse really getting torn apart here. Oops just having a really good read on what they're doing.
Yeah.
And Eclipse maybe playing a little bit too standard.
It was good with the overmatch as well, because the triple mouse just focused on the single mouse opposite them, turned around. There was a mouse T57 heavy. They're like, okay, let's get rid of the T57 heavy. Then they can deal with the mouse. T57 heavy was in a reload, couldn't contribute anymore. And yeah, everything working in their favour completely. Now we're going to go into round 2. It's going to be Oops on the defence. It's going to be Eclipse on the attack. Potential cap play with Object 416 in the lineup, but I think with the Mouse and the AMX 50Bs, it looks like they're perhaps looking for the fight here, Daki.
Well, they can go middle cap if they want to. We have seen this before from Brainstorm, park the 416 behind the crane. You can also go for the number 1 base, obviously, with that 416, because of it being very low profile. Difference between Oops and Eclipse right now is that Oops has the AMX 30, which is usually used to climb A1. Sometimes it is more of a bait. You can still go aggressive with it. But he's going to have that standard setup we have seen from the likes of NSS as well. But NSS did it with an Udes. Camille's going to go up. Insane's going to go behind him. Camille's going to be spotting for Insane. Well, they might have a spot. No, it's fine. Camille and Insane can sit up there first while Meland is still spotting. And afterwards, Camille can just go towards the A3 spot for Insane, and they don't really need to leave anybody there. Melan's just clipping out some buildings right now.
Taking the buildings. Interesting thing here as well, just as you mentioning that about the AMX 30, we have seen a round on Ghost Town here where the AMX 30 was top damage, and I can't remember who it is, but he survived on something like 20 HP and still managed to pick up 2 kills and was vital in the battle.
During this tournament or during the season?
During the season, we talked about it.
Probably.
Yeah, I think that was at Safarchik. It was an amazing game he played with the AMX 30 and pretty much single-handedly won the round for his team by staying alive and getting kills and doing damage. I think he finished over 3 or 4k damage, which was exceptional considering the role that tank normally plays.
So far, standard start from Oops. Camille has decided to drop off, but they still have the WZ holding GA1 to make sure that the crossing can be shot upon, and they have a spot there. It's a strong hold from Oops right now. There is again that northern weakness though, that we talked about with other teams as well. Then I think Navi exploited as well with putting the mouse on the cap, 2 WZs behind. Obviously Eclipse doesn't have 2 WZs, but they still have a bad shot in the 416 that will go behind the mouse. And I feel if Eclipse does want to win this round, the northern side is going to be their best option right now. There is only 1 mouse and name X30 there available for Oops, and Camille, if Eclipse goes aggressive, won't be able to return to A1, so then somebody else will have to come and get the resets, force Oops to make a mistake, and I think that really should be the play for Eclipse here. I think K-Line is way too heavily defended by Oops because they have a bad shot at WZ, a mouse, and an AMX 50B. So 4 out of the 7 tanks focused on towards there. So I don't know about this middle play from Eclipse. It can work, but if it is going to work, that's a different question.
Seems to be that you really have stolen Mojo's crystal ball here, Daki. You're telling them to go north. They are
Going towards the
posturing
center.
to go south, and instead they go centre now as well. So Dark Lord Sim slides into the cap circle to start that. Low profile, like you said, hiding behind the crane in the middle bit. Tigers, first one to take damage yet again for his team. Poor guy just seems to be the magnet for the first damage of each battle.
Yeah, took 2 shots already. I mean, looking at his HP, 2,300. That's 2 shots of damage. Nile trading a little bit there. I just don't feel like this is going to be such a good position for Eclipse because of the amount of the tanks that Oops has available over there. A mouse that we said it makes me to be in a bad shot. Oops didn't commit because one of them got spotted, and second of all, Dark God Sim left the cap. So there's no need to commit somewhere where there's no longer pressure. Now Eclipse will finally do what I would like to see, which is going for that northern play. I think this has a lot more chance of being effective. They can park, for example, a mouse on towards the cap for 1-6. Into that little hole down, mouse takes most of the shots on towards the cap, and then they can play from there on. To make Oops into a proper reaction though, they need at least 2, maybe even 3 people on the cap, because otherwise you just don't have enough pressure. Oops can still rotate, they still have a lot of time. Now obviously if you put 2 or 3 guys on the cap, it goes from 50 seconds to obviously around 35 seconds, and that puts a lot of pressure on the likes of Oops, and as predicted, the mouse will probably join the cap together with Dark God Sim, most likely. Mouse might even shield Dark God Sim on towards that cap.
Yep, you have the double mouse moving on to cap now. Insane can spot this out, and you can tell the rest of his team, hey guys, something's going on over here, there's some shenanigans. At the same time as this happening, Oops immediately start a rotation round the bottom of the map. Melan and Algo coming through the city area, Decha and Camille going the long way around. Oops have plenty of time to do something. They know there's only 2 caps there. There's actually 3 going into the cap circle now, so Oops are going to immediately
I don't like
start
this
swinging
position
north.
from photo finish over there. That mouse is very, very out of position by himself. 250Bs coming as well. If Oops plays it correctly, they should remove him rather quickly. This is the pressure. This is the pressure we're talking about. Even if Milosh resets, Nile is bleeding a lot of HP already for this.
So Eclipse actually in a good defensive area. We're down to 10 seconds on the cap. There needs to start being some spread damage out and hit another tank that has not been shot yet. 5 seconds. Oops, you're leaving it a bit late. There is 13 seconds. It is Dark God Sim with all the points at the moment. He's being protected by the double mouse. Melan and Decha trying to get around through photo finish. Melan now on a reload. Algo behind him and the mouse coming through the middle. Draw cap now taking damage. Photo finish is about to be dropped. He's a 1-shot, 258 health. He's ammo racked as well. And he has a dead loader. The absolute horrible combo. It's going to take forever to reload. Base capture down to 15 seconds, but Eclipse are starting to lose this trade here, although Camille is getting dropped like a rock.
Yeah, but Eclipse decided to back off from that one because they weren't winning the fight anymore. It wasn't quick enough, it wasn't snappy enough, and especially Camille coming from behind as well. And Decha was the main factor. He would have gotten behind them, but they can still maybe win the fight, but it's unlikely at this point in time.
In the time it took Photo Finish to load a single shell, Meland was able to reload his entire clip there with that dead loader and ammo rack damage. That was absolutely a horrible thing to see on a tank. That is literally as bad as losing a driver and having your engine damaged.
The only thing Eclipse has going for them right now is that one of the tanks, which is a lot of the tanks which have high HP, aren't going to be able to use them effectively. I'll go for one in the mouse, and then Insane in that position over there, full HP as well. So if they put enough cap pressure and can maybe kill Milosh, but Algo now got towards the fight, and that should be the end again for Eclipse.
Leadif now bleeding HP. He's down to 1-shot, 12 HP left. Drawcap actually is showing 0 but still health. That seems a bit weird. That's perhaps a display error there. Exo
He has
and
90
Dark
HP.
90 HP. Okay, that's weird that was showing 0 there. Insane now moving in. He still has all the HP on the board. He has the mobility here. Algo still has all his HP in the mouse as well. This looks like it's going to be, well, it is going to be Oops taking this one 4-0. And it's a bit of a shame here for Eclipse. They're generally late to the party here every time. Oops are always one step ahead.
Eclipse got closer, and this one there's a few things that could have been closer, obviously, but Dark God Sim trying to pull an apple out. Oh, that is.
It's Melan basically saved Insane there. Let him wall ride that one down. And it is Dark God Sim getting the kill there onto the remaining tank of Oops. But
that mouse far away from everybody else. He didn't really get to stop anybody. He took a lot of damage in the beginning already. I think he might have been more useful playing more back. Yeah, he did some damage on towards Annihilator, but Annihilator can't really reset. Anyways, Deja actually the one in the WZ, I think, that made Dark God Zim abandon the cap. Although I do not know if it was needed for him to leave it, because Camille, instead of decapping, actually decided to kill T1 Diabetic in his batch chat. Camille should have reset it for one, he didn't. So Deja rushed in to try and do it instead, but Dark God Zim left the cap by himself.
Yep. Now, next we're going to be playing on Muravanka. It's going to be Oops on the attack. Chances of a cap rush here, Daki?
Who's on the attack? Oops.
Oops on the attack.
Chances of a cap rush? Unlikely.
Unlikely? Do you think they might go for a cap rush bait, so it makes it look like they're going for a cap rush
Oops
to
is
draw
not the
them
kind
in?
of team that goes for cap rushes mainly. They've been playing with the I7 for like half the season, putting MK line and then coming 1-2 line, 1-2-3 line at the same time to overmatch every side at the same time. So I don't think so.
Your prediction could be coming true here, Daki.
I wanted to say 5-0. Honestly, but I can't say 5-0 twice or
what?
it's not going to look good, you know?
But if you think that's what it's going to be, I mean, it's not being disrespectful to the teams. You're just expecting the more experienced team to be winning.
Should have said 5-0.
I mean, they look quite relaxed, quite chilled. This is a very different Oops than what we saw at the LAN finals. So always seemed a bit prepared and a bit not up for it. But I mean, it definitely looks like a different team here. I don't know how much of it is just Oops playing better or Eclipse not playing as good as they could be.
Well, that will be shown in their Tornado Energy match, I'd say, and see how they do here. This is their first test. They're looking strong. They're bringing double mouse and E50M bat shots behind it. That's not a cap rush of any sort, obviously.
Well,
This-
okay.
This is who played this? I think Navi played with triple mouse as well on their attacking round on Muravanka, where they put the Anatolic on J5, J6 from the attack, and he spotted out the spotter.
Zim's going to spot out Insane.
Yeah, this is not good for the side of Eclipse, because getting spotted out so early tells you that you're not playing the bushes, so you're either rushing 1-2 line or the eastern side, and oops, if they get Dark God Zim, then this game is over.
He's protected at the moment because there is like a kind of ridge line he can run away from. Annihilator's following him up. Insane and Milosh don't have shots on him, so Zim is going to get away for free there. The rest of the tanks from Eclipse are pushing up. Algo already backing off from that area because the rush from Zim, as you said, gave them a lot of information, which generally says we're going up the other flank. And Eclipse are pushing up into nothing right now.
Well, maybe they can catch Deja, who's still in the open for now, but that timing window is closing rather quickly as he's driving in towards the forest. Maybe if they get Zim to YOLO somebody or the YOLO across the A-line, obviously there's always the blind place they could do. If they keep pushing across the A-line, Algo is dead. Do they know there's somebody there? Yes. Do they know how many support he has? No. Is it a complete blind play? Yes. Are they going to do it? Unlikely, because they don't know. There could be the entire team behind him for all they know.
Yep, so they moved so far up and then he stopped and thought, hang on a minute boys, this is maybe not the wisest of ideas. Oops, gathering up all together so they can all form a gun line and aim in a
Dark
certain
God Zim
area.
is literally in the same bush as I think the Brainstorm,
obvious bush.
The bush that Anatolic spotted from by going towards the house. So if he stays there and Oops does the same thing as Navi did, which is getting a mouse on towards that building at one point, I think Dark God Zim is going to go down rather quickly.
So it's more or less known as the obvious bush.
Yeah.
Because you can proxy spot it from the house.
No.
No? Or you just push from
it
the house?
It has a different name.
Okay. Okay, we'll call it the obvious bush from now. It's a bush that a lot of
Just
teams expect
look
someone
at-
to be in. It's
just-
one of the first ones to shoot at.
Just look at the shape and you will understand.
Oh, okay. That makes sense now. Annihilator is spotted on the edge of the forest, trying to bait out something here from Eclipse. Is this gonna, I mean, are Oops gonna just try and push them off base 2, or Oops gonna try and draw them into a fight here, Daki?
Oops is just clearing out the K line slowly, and then they're going to probably try and find the spotter just as Navi did. They know Eclipse has taken 1-2 line control. Drog would never be there by himself in a 113, so they know they have taken that. So now their focus will be to try and clear out the Delta DB, and if they find him with 7 minutes, if they find him with like even with 3 minutes left, they can very easily win this game. And Dark God Zim, that bush, things can be found within 2 minutes.
2 minutes. So we're at 6:56. Daki will start the countdown. See if you're correct there. Now the other heavy beside Annihilator.
When they start
Deca.
blind firing, though.
Okay, well, okay. Deca is spotted now as well, side beside Annihilator. No other real movement here from Oops. They're sitting on match point. They know if they win this one that they are safe, and they're going to knock out Eclipse from the remainder of the tournament. Eclipse are going to watch as a spectator. They have no more matches to play. It's just a case of how cautious Oops want to play this, how well they can bait Eclipse into making a move.
Well, Oops seems to not be going for that K-line play right now, putting Camille as well towards Milosh and Algo. Kind of says perhaps they want to push the mouses across like they're doing just now and push A-line at the same time. Try and get the rotation, try and grab the attention of most of the Eclipse tanks. In the meantime, they will rush across the A-line. T1 Diabetic is there, supported by Tigers, but that's not enough to hold off a Batchat rush, because T1 Diabetic will not do more than 3 shots of damage.
Tigers is quite far back there as well, so he's not going to be able to give additional support. Mayland is moving up into the middle. He's spotted. He can provide crossfire shots from the E50 if required. Drawcap now spotted up on that hill. They know he was over there already. He's on the backside of the hill. You can see Camille and Algo pushing now ahead into Tigers. I'm not going to know the right talking. Exo taking a lot of damage there. Tapped by one of the mouse, and they're free. And now Tigers has got the tank outside and they're spotted. Watch it quickly, sorry. T1 Diabetic's health is going to drop, and how many return shots he can get out. He gets 2 before he goes down. Camille taking a shot there.
Yeah, he only connected 1 out of the 2 shots. We said 3, which was obviously being generous. In the meantime, Dark got Zim,
yep.
finding Dark got Zim, and this is Oops dismantling the defense of Eclipse. Eclipse being set up quite obvious, and it's going to go down rather quickly yet again.
Tigers the next one to fall to the double whammy of Algo, Camille, Milosh up there as well with them. So now all that's remainder is to focus on the tanks that's left. Melan taking a bit of damage, but now Algo drops Exo. Drawcap pushing into Melan. Melan getting a couple of shots before he goes. Milosh still has 2 shots available to him. Won't be able to kill Drawcap. Drawcap can't get Melan because he hides behind the bush. Camille now on a reload as well, as is Milosh. Algo on a reload, so the triple Batchats on a reload. Melan can duel against Drawcap here if he's feeling bold.
Melan had the HP, but he bounces. Now Drog should be able to kill him if Melan exposes. Melan probably doesn't want to give up the kill, but yeah, again, this is the defense from Eclipse. It is what you get when you do a very split defense across the map. You have weak spots within your defense, and Oops just really exploited them hardcore. To be honest, like Mouses was obviously a distraction. You can see that they were just meant to draw the fire as we watch the final moments of Eclipse in this tournament.
This is decisive from Oops. This is very well played from them. As I said, they have a lot of people looking at them and wondering how they're going to do. It's the first major international tournament, and they've just won their first match 5-0. So they're super happy about it. Mayland and Deadzone making sure he got his high five that time.
Yeah, he's even pretending to be
part of the team with the hoodie on, pretending
keyboard,
to do something. The keyboard,
with the keyboard. Yep. He's probably tweeting something.
Probably social media. It's called the social media zone, I believe. Yep, is well known for.
At the social media.
At the social media zone, yeah. Send him a tweet. He'll be maintaining.
You know
I
what's the
believe,
difference between the Oops from last season and the Oops from the Grand Finals?
Their social media presence is much better.
No, Deadzone's not playing. Trying to make fun of M60.
Oh, M60. The M60, wow.
Let's just hope Oops. I really hope at this point in time. Let me just hope that Oops makes it to the finals, because the amount of DM that's going to come out is going to be glorious.
For everyone who's not familiar with what's going on there, why do they have M60 Daki? Explain that to people who are not familiar with the game. Come on, be honest.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so on each vehicle you can get rings or you can get marks.
How would you know? You don't have any of those.
Based on the performance of the vehicle and how skilled you are with the vehicle. To get 3 marks means that you're better than 95% of the other people that play that vehicle, I believe, correct?
No, that's not how it works.
So, well, anyway, you have to be extremely good. Daki is currently trying to 3-mark the M60, which is one that you get from playing Clan Wars. Generally, only the top level of players within World of Tanks have this vehicle.
Again, not true.
Daki has been trying for a very long time recently to 3-mark it, and he's currently not able to do it. And it really annoys him because he knows somebody who's done it at least 3 times, I believe.
5 out of the 5 things you said were wrong.
Okay, then explain it to the viewers then.
No.
What? Don't sound bitter about it. I know it's something that
I
is a
don't
goal for you.
sound bitter. It's not 95% of the players.
Then
It's
that's-
95%
then-
of the expected damage.
Then
It's a
that's what I
different
said.
story.
Explain it, but you had the
No,
choice
I
to.
don't
and
have
you
to
choose not
explain
to.
anything.
Don't be salty.
I'm not
No
salty.
salty, Daki.
Don't state
Daki, hey.
false facts.
I was asking you to explain it. You chose not to. That's cool. That's your fault. Well, we're going to go on to the next battle. After this, we're going to take a little short break. It is going to be EL Gaming versus Kazna Crew. Looking forward to that one. The winners of that round, well, they're going to. It's basically a battle for first and second place. This is going to be interesting. So stick around after the break, and we'll see you soon.
Chrysler Grand Final.
He's going to be punished severely for this act of audacity. Seconds now, second cap. Outlaw is loaded. He's ready to get into this fight. This has more value.
Hello and welcome back to the Wargaming.net League Grand Finals 2017. My name is Ryan Ektar Murphy. I'm joined once again by Mihailo Stelmojo Jugovic. Dude, we have an awesome game ahead because it's going to decide who wins the group now.
It's not gonna decide only that. This is an old grudge match that Kazna never got away from, I believe, and this will be a total attempt of payback.
This is, Kazna crew in our previous Grand Finals were looking... Second Grand Finals. Everything was looking cool. Kazna were our favourite strong team. And that was not long after a patch.
It was the biggest tournament for Kazna ever. They came to semi-finals. They were playing outsider EL Gaming, Chinese team, without special tactics, and they lost. They lost to a bunch of aggressive rushes from EL Gaming, and I believe Kazna never got away from that one, and they really are waiting for their chance patiently, and this is it.
EL Gaming simply YOLO rushed them pretty much on every single map.
Every
single
game.
Map from the get-go, boom, just that.
And it was 5-3. Unbelievable.
That was when we had the crazy cliff matches. It was just like...
And most of the Kazna guys who played there are here. Most of the EL Gaming guys who played there are here.
I hope we get to see Cliff again, to be honest. I really hope we get to see Cliff. Yeah. Now, we've already seen Not So Serious defeat Team Efficiency 5-0 in very quick fashion. After that, we then had Oops taking on Eclipse. Oops won that one, 5-0. Now we're going to see EL Gaming versus Kazna. This is Group A. In the group is also Yato Gaming, which sadly are already going home. Yato have lost to Kazna and EL already. So this match will decide the winners of the group. It will decide the runners-up, which will also decide who they then play.
It is very imperative who actually wins this one, because they will avoid Navi.
Indeed, yes. Whoever wins this one means that they'll play against either Elevate or Team Efficiency. Whoever loses this one is pretty much guaranteed to be playing against Navi, which is not what you want at all. It's going to be a tough one. No, actually, Group A runners-up are going to be playing against Group B winners, so they'll play against Not So Serious. I've got written here, so maybe I've got that wrong. But they'll play against the Russian team, which they don't want. They want to avoid the Russian teams right now. Probably get them later on in the stage when it's more prestigious. Now, EL Gaming, a team from APAC region, undefeated Season 1, almost undefeated Season 2, but Team Efficiency stopped that. If you're not familiar with EL Gaming, here's a little introduction video to let you know more about them.
EL Gaming is a name synonymous with the WGL APAC League. For years, their lineup has been at season finals, grand finals, and just about every competitive World of Tanks tournament in between. After their unbeaten run last season, EL skipped a beat in their road to the finals this season, losing to Team Efficiency twice. Their position in the Grand Finals 2017 was secured before the Season 2 finals, which they also managed to win. EL Gaming is looking to make up for the weak performance in the last Grand Finals and perhaps repeat their second place from the second Grand Finals.
EL Gaming carrying the hopes of the APAC region. They are the dominant team across there, and many people are expecting big things from them in this tournament.
Well, they are dominant by far for a long time now, I would say. They changed a couple of members there. The most significant change for me would be because Reflection is not with them. He was actually a guy who raised the second place for them and did a huge interview on the stage on the Grand Final 2.
Now the manager, I believe, of them, or coach of them.
No, he's actually Yato Gaming.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Daki was talking about that. Yeah,
but
my bad,
they have nice black Fox TS. They were on both Grand Final 2 and 3. Grand Final 3 went horrible for them. They actually lost both matches there hard. Like, they were quite beaten.
Yeah, I mean, they were
like one game, one on each.
One of the first teams out last season for the Grand Finals.
They lost to NSS and Yato even.
Yeah, now you had to put them out.
And NSS was led by Levanta back then. So this is a team that played a lot together, a couple of changed team members, but same goes for Kazna. Most of their guys are also changed now. So they have 3 or 4 guys that played back then, and these guys have 3 or 4 guys who played back then, so that's a nice little par.
Yep. Hardliner, one of the players to watch for EL Gaming, one of their strongest players, tends to do a heck of a lot of damage and is fully capable of carrying a match on his own.
Well, he's an addition to the team compared to that time, so definitely a good one for them.
Now, their opponents, Kazna Crew, we can talk about these guys pretty much all day if we want to. They've gone through a lot of ups and downs, some slight team reshuffles. They brought in reinforcements in Season 2. Didn't really use them as much as we thought they would. Tend to sticking back to their core lineup that they've always really had.
It's a, let's say, a possibility to rotate players. That's why you take reserve players, so you have enough players for trainings and you test them and you try to iron them there and see what you can do with them. They were trying to make cohesion after Ilian left for Ding. Ilian was one of their key players and definitely a missed one. So they were trying to make some kind of inner team synergy so they wouldn't feel it. And it actually worked because this was the first season they ended up second on the online stage, and then they took the second place again in finals, losing to Ding only by 1 game. It was 7-6.
So close, yep. And now Kazna Crew, pretty much always runners-up here in Europe, always struggling to get one over their rivals Ding. The two of them have a crazy history. Now, if you're not familiar with Kazna Crew, here's a little video to remind you just all about them.
Kazna Crew is attending their 3rd Grand Finals as a team. Playing big events like this won't be an issue for them. They took 2nd place during Season 1 and Season 2, and also at the Challengers Rumble they took 2nd. With their experience at big events and strong showing during the last year, they want to bring the pain to the favorites coming from the CIS region.
So yeah, Kazna Crew, another one of these, quite a few of these teams have something to prove. They have something, you know, either a bit of a grudge match against one of their former opponents, or they're a team coming here with a lot of pressure on their shoulders to try and deliver that they are the team that can actually, you know, step up.
Well, Kazna is the oldest team in Europe, the team that is only team, I can say now, from the start here, from the very Season 1, the very first one that was played here. A lot of changes since then. Only Vetso and Haiba you can see from those, let's say, already ancient times now.
Old man.
Old man. But they have 3 or 4 players here who played on Grand Final 2. You can definitely see there Vetso, who played, Haiba, Isne, and LD Nexus, who is unfortunately not with them here today because he couldn't attend. Then on Grand Finals 3, again similar setup, Vetso played and Nexus and Haiba, but Stefan and Durs couldn't make it.
Yeah,
I mean,
unfortunately.
they were additions. And now they have new players here. You can see compared to that Kaizu and Diplomat, who never played with them before. Diplomat played last 2 seasons, of course, but Kaizu is a completely new addition coming from the Go Hard.
Diplomat coming from Go Hard after Season 1 as well.
Yes.
Yep. Interesting though, because Kaizu is a very strong pickup for the team. Kaizu, one of the players from Go Hard, who sadly didn't make it through to the Grand Finals here, but both Kaizu and Annihilator joining Oops, are 2 exceptionally strong players. And I think it's fair to say, had Nexus been able to attend, Kazna would have had a really strong lineup there with Kaizu being able to play with them as well.
Well, they have a strong lineup as it is now, but it's only a matter of question, like, did they practice enough with Vetso, who is playing now? Did they have enough time to sink in all the new strats and the new patch that came out? So that's the only difference. And Nexus was one of their main damage dealers all the time through all the season played, so that will be felt definitely. But that is not excuse, that is something that every team faces, and you just need to deal with it and go on.
Yep, indeed. Now let's have a look at the map picks. We can see the ones that are getting banned straight away. Kazna Crew, well, that's unusual, I guess. Nothing to do with Himmelsdorf.
And in Elgin with Ruinberg, which is completely okay. Kazna, honestly, I'm not sure why do they want to avoid Himmelsdorf. I mean, that's a map that they just play 50-50, but they're good on it. But there we go. Cliff immediately.
Yes.
First map goes down. These are, again, high conflict maps. This is something I was really interested. Maybe Kazna is just trying to make EL Gaming play high confrontational maps and bait them to try to do the same as on the last grand finals, but play with their heads on this one.
Yeah, this is what Daki identified when it was EL Gaming versus Yato. Yato didn't look as strong against EL Gaming. They actually kind of got steamrolled, and EL Gaming were playing hyper aggressive. But when Yato were playing Kazna, it was more slow paced, and that was more comfortable for Yato. So I'm wondering if Kazna crew are kind of baiting out Cliff if they're expecting EL Gaming to rush them.
All these maps are highly confrontational, all of them.
Wide open maps as well. Ghost Town obviously not, but Cliff is very open, Prokhorovka very open, Mine's very open, and then we have Murovanka as the tiebreaker. EL Gaming not wanting to touch steps, and Kazna crew not wanting to go to Murovanka, but that gets through on a tiebreaker, so that must mean that Kazna crew blocked something else in tiebreakers.
The thing is, they already knew what is a tiebreaker in advance, so Kazna might have just kept, if it comes to that, we are going to have Murovanka, which we know to play well.
No, but the Daki was saying that the bans, the tiebreakers based on the teams, they ban each map until it gets to one that's left. So it's not set in advance like it was during the preseason.
Interesting, I haven't
the teams
seen
ban
that.
them out. So that's why it's interesting that it gets through. And perhaps they were just they're okay with it, and like teams might just choose a ban pretending that they're not comfortable with something when they perfectly are. Pocket pick, perhaps. Now, this match, Mojo, I'm going to give it to Kazna crew. I'm going to say 5-3 Kazna crew. I think EL Gaming can still challenge them. I think it's... the way Kazna played against Yato, I don't think they were too dominant, but I still think they're going to take the win here against EL Gaming.
I believe Kazna will take this match also. It's really hard for me to see EL Gaming winning it again. But I'm just questionable between 5-2, 5-3, I would say. One of those two for Kazna. And I'm just interested how will Cliff go.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
that one will pretty much influence the rest of the match.
Definitely. If someone can take 2-0 in it and really dominate the other one, that's going to be real interesting. Now you have our predictions. That means there's only one more person to find out what their prediction is. Let's go over to Tomato the Lobster. Well, he dropped and had a little think about it, but then he was decisive, straight for Kazna crew.
Tomato is my man.
Tomato is, if he gets this one right, he is 2-1 for today because he went for Eclipse in the previous one. But this also means that he'll be tied with me, but I'm now one ahead of him. Daki's not predicting right now, but so far Daki has nailed every single team. So Daki, excellent predictions from him. Pretty sure Daki would probably favour Kazna crew in this one as well.
I'm pretty sure also. But we can ask him later.
We can ask him, yep. Now, Cliff, Mojo, this is going to be... I can't wait to see this one, to be honest. Cliff is going to be an old grudge match. It's going to be Kazna crew versus EL Gaming. I'm hoping it's just going to be like multiple back chats, and the two of them are just going to go straight for each other. No hesitation.
The thing is, the last time they played, it was completely different format. It was 754. So there were like tier 8s and tier 7s played. EL Gaming did something surprising for that time. They picked up a tank that no one used before, absolutely no one. LTTB, which was tier 7 constant shooter. Everyone was using Bulldogs as some tank that was played parallel with other tier 8s because of the clip. And EL Gaming used the fact that once Bulldog actually empties the clip, they just can run around for 30 seconds and do nothing. And that's when those vicious LTTBs were going in, because it was highly bloody games all the time with a lot of dead tanks all over the place in shootouts. And once you're out of the clip, then you have 1 or 2 tanks still more, and you were finishing the game.
You got to just turn and run, and they were able to just focus them down, and it was really actually nicely played. Nobody was ready for it up until then. All the Russian teams, all the American teams, all the European teams, everyone had playing these kind of tactical maps using the tier 8 lights, or maybe having the heavies like T32s, IS3s and stuff. And then EL Gaming just came in and went, oh, we're just going to take WZs and Russia.
But this is the fact. Like these teams grew up significantly since that time. The format changed. Now you're playing with tier 10 tanks, but the play style stays. Kazna knows how to change the playing style. That's a fact. They learned that over the time. But EL Gaming is still sticking to their aggressive tradition. Like, okay, we can all debate. Aggression is the best defense, but it doesn't work all the time if the people know you're gonna do it.
Yep, indeed. There's something that's interesting as well, is normally when the teams pick their tanks, they pick their tanks to go into the battle. And I'm watching this right now because we have a countdown for when the match starts. Some of these teams are not putting their tanks up till the very last moment, giving the other team even less time to prepare for each other. And no surprise that EL Gaming have gone for a super fast autoloader-centric lineup. It looks like EL Gaming are going to try and do what they did in the past to Kazna Crew here.
This is full autoloader lineup with one light tier 10 AMX 13105. Now that's a clip gun that does quite a lot of damage compared to 1390, but it still reloads like 27 seconds or something, 26, I'm not sure.
Okay, now right interaction, Kazna Crew going straight for the hill, EL Gaming spreading out a little bit. We have Zizny on artillery. He is capable of doing a good bit of damage if he's allowed to farm. The M40, M43 has nice splash damage as well. It's going to come down to a lot of shot discipline, gun discipline here. Who can focus targets down first? Theirs gets spotted out with Quiet as well. He also spots out Rattlesnake there in the middle. Rattlesnake and Quiet. It looks like they're going to try and focus on the hill climb on Stefan in the Rhine Panzer, and this might go down really quickly. He only takes one shot, and he has the hill dominance already.
This is something we will be talking about, that you can actually climb up with the light, not challenge that much, but these are really nice connections, two of them. Still, Kazna did get the higher ground, and now we need to see what will be the response of EL Gaming. Izne with that arty will not do the best damage, but that arty can still pen. It can still pen if it hits a vulnerable part of the armor.
Kazna Crew going for the wraparound here all the way around. If Kazna Crew can get really far up here, this gives them a really powerful advantage. Haiba gets himself spotted, goes a bit too far. He's going to carry on there. It's Hardliner that spots him. Fox TS also knows he's there. Diplo and Kaizu are spotted as well. They're going to try and get shots into Hardliner. Haiba is now paused as well. He's in a relatively safe position. Fox TS is getting shot at. Hardliner got hit by artillery. That was the double pincer movement, if you like, of the artillery and the Batchas. But look at this on the other side, Mojo. EL Gaming are immediately reacting to this.
This is a huge problem. Kazna actually might lose a game because of this, because this is very aggressive, but they're stretched all over the map. Look at this. Durs is completely stuck here. These two guys will have him served on a platter. He will not be able to run up because of the guys in the middle, and we will have a bloodbath soon because Kazna will have to choose. They will either push immediately with everything else they have from the tanks on a guys in the middle, or they will pressure the cap and try to cut them off.
First shot going out there, trying to track Ders. Second shot, third shot coming out. Ders is now down to a one shot. He goes down. Black getting the kill. They know Yizny's in the corner now as well. They can turn and shoot their guns into him. Yizny's going to be telling his team to push or do something quickly. It's not looking good for Kazna Crew. They have the advantage here. EL Gaming, Kazna Crew trying to try and push through in the middle. Vetso and Kaizu chasing Hardliner. Hardliner can go down here. It's not really a loss for EL Gaming. They need to quickly kill Yizny, or these other tanks of Kazna Crew are going to come back and defend the base.
Okay, this is really good now for Kazna because they managed to take the high ground completely and wipe out all the tanks from there. Izne, of course, fell because there is no way for Arty to survive that, and he cannot point-blank one-shoot people anymore. But the fact is now, it's a 5-on-5 game. Kazna is about a couple of hundred HP down, but I would say they have better positions.
Definitely. Kazna Crew with the better map advantage here. They have EL Gaming pinned down into the lower area, and they can only really dance around the hill in the middle here at E4 on Applewell's perch. Kaizu's got himself in a nice gun position here. Haiba has got himself into a really good position at AB5 area, covering the base and catching anyone that goes up that way. If he can get a spot into Nice, he can take him out really quickly. Black and Vetso just proxy spotting each other. Vetso's got himself safe there, and Black tries to push that one. He will lose that fight.
We need to see now, will Kazna be able to place someone on a cap, maybe Stefan, to create a pressure and opening for them. Like Vetso and Black are keeping each other in a stalemate there. That's one-on-one. Then you have people like Nexus, who is, Haiba on the upper part of the map. And he is covering the angles so he can shoot on anyone who is pushing Kaizu, and Diplomat in the middle. The only guy, actually, here who can do any kind of movement and cap pressure is Stefan, because he's a single shooter and he can allow it himself. He's a light tank, and his impact in a battle would be great if he knew that EL Gaming is going to push you, but if EL Gaming is going to stall time, which they can because they're defending, I can see only him going in to do
Nice
that.
gets spotted there at the top of the base. I was going to say the problem that M1 has right now is he has a dead commander. Kaizu can keep him spotted and keep him lit, and M1 won't even know when he is spotted like that. Nice backs off, but he's able to tell his teammates that someone has vision on that base area, and that's a little bit of information for EL Gaming.
Well, there's gonna be only a problem if he doesn't carry a medpack, of course, because after 90 seconds it will be rebooted. But a lot of people playing budget like to carry something like coffee and repair kit and fire extinguisher.
Stefan going into the cap as predicted. Mojo, that's going to force EL Gaming in to think about having to reset that. They have plenty of time to do so, 2 minutes, but Kaznakru could always slide Diplomat off the hill potentially and boost that cap circle. EL Gaming have no idea where Diplomat is. He's providing overwatch for Kaizu and for Vetso at the moment.
I think they can pretty much guess that one guy must cover Kaizu from behind and one guy must be on upper side. And if I was guessing, like they're probably guessing that it's light tank capping. So it's not that hard. Vetso is extracting himself. This is a hint of its own also, because he guesses he can be one of the first targets when they push from that side.
And connection there into Nice, kills his driver as Quiet comes up to support his teammate. Quiet now getting focused out. Brilliant fight here. Diplomat on the hill providing overwatch. Quiet is going to go down here. They tried to push on to Vetso. That really didn't work out well. Diplomat is now spotted. M1 and Rattlesnake trying to get shots into him. That was great covering fire there. Absolutely fantastic.
I can tell you, I remember one game Kazna played against Ding. That Ding was like on 2 or 3 tanks remaining on few HP, and Kazna did a full push thinking they got him, and they got annihilated because it was all Clippers. It's very dangerous to push over the open field there, and Black is gonna be the next victim like this.
Black trying to get a push there onto Vetso, but Vetso has 3 shots available to him. Diplomat still on reload, just kind of baiting out some attention for Black. The cap timer now is down to 30 seconds. There's no one's near a reset. Rattlesnake is having to push through the middle to try and do something nice. He's trying to just take Haiba's attention, but Kaizu's going to be able to get shots from Rattlesnake nice and easily. As long as Kaiju stays safe, Stefan can continue to cap at the moment. We're down to 7 seconds. M1 is throwing caution to the wind to try and get in to get this quick reset. But there is covering fire over there because Vetso is over there to give covering fire as well. They're wasting time shooting here into Kaizu. That's not the threat. The base is going to be capped out. And M1, that's a bit questionable why you stopped to do that there, laddie.
Well, it's not like he had a choice, honestly. Here, the game was pretty much closed already, especially when they chose to push that open side. That is something like a big no-no on Cliff. If you know someone is holding a center, you do not drive there. You do not drive there even in random games, God forbid on Grand Finals.
Yep, indeed, it was nicely done by Vetso. Diplomat, I mean, he got a full clip into him, completely unchallenged. Bit of a debate, to be honest, there. And he took it hook, line, and sinker. And Vetso was then able to skip away freely and then boost the cap on with Stefan. Nicely done by Kaznakru and not falling for what looked like the kind of bait tactic, if you like, from EL Gaming, saying, you know, come at us, look, we've got another quick lineup for you.
It was really dangerous in one moment. I really expected EL Gaming will actually play it much more aggressive, because once they seen 3 tanks in a back and they knew there is stuck on that corner, they could have dealt with it really elegant, sending only 1 guy below or 2 and not even bothering that much, like taking over more positions before Vetso can come and counter them and proxy them. Like there was so many options they could have done, but they took their sweet time. Then they were chasing Artie, then they were doing this. Like at the end of the time, honestly, it would pay more to them to just go away from those positions and center themselves again together than just split them all over the map.
Yep. Now the teams are going to swap sides. We're going to see Kaznakru on the defense. We're going to see EL Gaming come on the attack. And it's going to be interesting to see how Kaznakru receive this charge, because this is where I think EL Gaming again would go potentially hyper-aggressive, and I don't think Kaznakru are going to play into it at all. I really don't think Kaznakru are going to be baited into this. Every time I think Kaznakru are just going to be like, okay guys, let's play it safe, play it calm. Let's not fall into the trap of the EL Gaming do, where the EL Gamer just like constant pressure all the time.
That's why I said it will be really important to see what will happen with Cliff, because if Kazna shook here, maybe lost first game, because of a bit mismatch in timing they had, and they had it in one moment on the map. It could reflect the second game, and if you're down 2-0, that starts a lot of bad memories, sentiments, and kind of things that can actually really tip you off.
Yeah, I think if it goes 2-0 here, Kazna Crew.
It's already good for them, even if 1-1, whatever. This is already good. Now
Has-
they will get a pace, and over, let's say, a lengthy game, they're better team.
I think if it goes 2-0, there's a high potential for yet another 5-0 today.
5-0 hard, but 5-2 as I thought. Yes.
Could be. Now, Kazna Crew looking very relaxed there. Yisni, as always, with his Sweden flag behind him, ready to go. Vala watching over the shoulders. Now, Cliff, again, it is an interesting map. You have two mountains, if you like, or hills in the middle, one with the lighthouse. They tend to be the main focal point for the teams to fight around, to hang around on. And that's where the engagement happens. If there is any heavy tanks, they generally only go down the 1-2 line. And look at this, Mojo, EL Gaming taking triple Mouse, T100, Object 416. Kazna Crew, it looks like it's at an IS-3.
No, it's
And
IS-4.
Yisni.
Defender?
Defender would be interesting. It can bounce a lot of shots.
Well, it's a premium tank, so it's allowed to be used.
Yep.
Also, Defender has a 440 Alpha, which is pretty much the highest of all those lower tiers. It's a
think
tier
this-
8 premium tank, and it's rather good. It's bouncy. It's similar to T10 tier 9, I would say, in those aspects. It just takes a bit to aim with it, but it's Russian style. You can always just, click and hope.
This is interesting from Black. He's doing that climb at the back on his own, yep.
Yeah, that climb is usually done by Bachat. This is
Dangerous.
the dangerous part because you can actually go down.
Dangerous.
So let's see, will
yeah.
Black do it proper way?
Let's keep the camera on him because this could go so wrong, so wrong. Uh-oh. No, he's done it,
this
he's
is
done
looking
it.
really good.
He's done it. Very nicely done, Black, very nicely done. That is a very difficult climb that can go pear-shaped. I mean, if the camera went off him, it would be really funny if it just came up, Black is drowned, or,
Well, the thing, like, Russian light tank is definitely fast one and definitely the lowest one, so low silhouette. But the other ones have better gun depression. So this is something expected. Kazna already knew. They took the middle. Mouses must come from the lower side. Now really looking forward to see how they actually mean to win this, because we've seen attempts similar to this done by Gohard in European season, if you remember. They had 1 or 2 Mouses trying to play exactly like this. It didn't work well, I can tell you that.
yeah, they focused the tanks really quickly. Now, the interesting thing here is how hard are Vetso and Kaizu going to push onto Black. They were both spotted. They know someone is over there, but if they push hard onto him, they can give themselves a really easy wraparound, basically, Kazna Crew, and they can just pick their shots on the EL Gaming tanks below them. Okay, EL Gaming are gathered up here, but the danger is that they can get shot at from lots of different avenues here.
Well, Kazna needs to avoid spending too many shells on those mouse tanks. But then again, like, because those Bachats, if they manage to single out someone, they will be deadly completely. Object 416 is taken there because he has high penetration and 320 alpha for a tier 8 tank. So Nice can play it and snipe a bit. And he has heat ammo. That's very important part, so he can pen even higher tier tanks. But Black is rather safe here. There is no one who can really 100% challenge him.
I was going to say, is there any...
Oh, this is a nice angle.
Nice from Diplomat. Vetso, however, gets crossfire there. A Rattlesnake able to get shots into him. I was going to just ask you, is there any way to get over at Black from the side? There isn't really, is there?
Risky. I mean, easiest would be to go from the other side, but then they would be exposing themselves to the enemy fire. And it's just to chase one light tank. Isne
Nice
doing
shot.
nice alpha also. That Bachat, that's a good thing. Quiet
Quiet's
taking so
tracked.
much damage.
Quiet's tracked. He's going nowhere. He is red tracked. He's repaired it. Yisne is getting shot at like Swiss cheddar right now. They went through him. He is dead as M1 gets the kill. And there you go, guys. Everyone who says the defender is OP, well, all you need to do is shoot at it with tier 10 tanks.
Still, he did quite a lot of damage. Like this is the what we need to pay attention to. Mouse tanks can have a lot of HP, and that is normal. But if Bachats drop on HP, Kazna can actually allow themselves to rotate more, pressure more, and then when you are stuck only with heavy tanks, what do? You cannot really counter them because you can get shot from so many angles.
Wetzel being left at the bottom to keep Black distracted as Kaizu and Stefan are going to collapse onto Rattlesnake. Dare's coming over as well. Haiba is keeping the rest of the team occupied, and this is going to be really bad. They need to rush Rattlesnake here. They need to make those shots count because already Stefan's not penetrating. He's only penetrated one. Kaizu coming in as well. Guys, you need to start landing these shots and making sure that Mouse is blocking a hell of a lot right now.
It's very hard to pen a Mouse if he's angered properly, and there is a counter-attack masking up from EL Gaming. I believe only Diplomat will be able to do something about it in this moment because he has a shells.
You actually have a look at Rattlesnake because we can get a viewpoint on him. We'll be able to see how much shots, how much damage he's already blocked in the moment. Diplomat can shoot down on top of him. He's trying to get into that engine deck, but you know he goes straight for the upper front plate, which is perhaps a better angle. In return though, Diplomat is hit for 901 in total there. Now Rattlesnake's having to back off. He's down to a two shot at the moment. But look at this, the Kazna crew tanks have taken a beating here. Now they can be bullied by the Mouse.
They're rushed by Mouse, that's even worse. Fox TS is going through the middle like a total hero. And Kazna is trying to move away and collide on the tanks that are cut off like Nice, who is tier 8, or M1 who is on lower HP Mouse. And you can see that is their play and that is their only choice. Their budgets from EL Gaming are coming from the lower side and trying to cover them.
All the HP still left on the board. Fox TS, I mean, there's a kill now. Stefan gets the kill on M1. Fox TS still has 2 points DK. Rattlesnake, 2 more shots and he will down. Hardliner has only 62 health, but in the meanwhile, Yizne is the only player dead for Kaznakru. He was in the object. Rattlesnake finally takes down Kaizu. Dares is up above Fox. Fox doesn't really have any shots on Dares, but Dares has to be dangerous with the crossfire. Now Fox is getting shot from front and back. He's about to drop down. He goes down. 2 more tanks on EL Gaming are one shots. It looks like Kaznakru are taking control now.
Critical in this kind of play when you have so many slow takes like Mouse tanks is how your budgets are actually cooperating with you and playing nice angle here. Ooh, nice actually double tap on Stefan by EL Gaming. But as I was saying, like the budgets from EL Gaming were running left and right a lot, but with a little effect.
Haiba now using that little bit of HP advantage he has to come in here to get round the back of a Rattlesnake. Dares always has to be careful of Black. Wetzel is keeping him spotted, but Black can still find potential angles to sneak out and get a shot at his teammates. Hardliner sitting down low there in the back chat, 62 health. I mean, it can still go either way, but I would say the advantage here is with Kaznakru. They have 3 autoloaders, so that means they can pump out shots in quick succession.
They have the upper ground also, which is critical, and 1k HP advantage. Oh my god, 999 HP taken. Okay, I mean, the next shell should be the last shell. But it did cost Haiba quite a lot.
That's damage that he didn't really want to take. It's nice angling there, but Haiba is able to pick up that kill. Kaznakru now with the gun advantage. Oh no, sorry, actually no, it's still 4 on 4, but Nice still can't really contribute to the battle. And actually, no, sorry, it's Black that can't contribute to the battle. Nice is actually sitting on the cap circle now. We're down to 56 seconds.
I'm wondering what is Black trying to do. Still proxying and playing out with Wetzel, it seems. But Wetzel will abandon him because he needs to join his friends. They do need to pressure Nice. They need to monitor these guys down, and then one needs to lean over and shoot from A5 like Inspire did on the grand finals, if you remember.
That's really nice from Wetzel actually there to get away from Black. He's unspotted, he's moved away, but Quiet is able to sneak up on Haiba. There was no cover there for Haiba. Dares was trying to get in position to cap the circle, and Kazna are actually throwing this match away. Mojo Dares is trying to suicide rush the cap circle. That was a bit of a bait because now he can be taken out by Hardliner. There's only Diplomat and Wetzel left. Wetzel's down low, he has multiple shots, but no! Hardliner takes him out. Only Diplomat left, and Kazna, that I don't know what to say about that, to be honest.
This end play was just complete disaster because they were not covering Haiba's back. They didn't really watch how to do it. They didn't watch the lower part from 2-line, and Quiet noticed it, came from his back, and then they just fell like dominoes.
That was insane because Haiba pushed and got himself spotted, so they knew Haiba was up there. They could just send somebody round because I guess they were expecting someone to come from Dares' side to try and get a shot for Haiba to do the spot. That's pretty much the way that the top base is cleared out. You send someone to AB56 area, someone spots from the middle, or someone just peeks over from AB56 and then the middle shoots. But there was a bit of miscommunication, perhaps a timing issue between the two of them. It seemed a bit rushed.
Interesting that all of these guys are actually trying to pack together. If he manages to hit a single blind shot, maybe kill a Hardliner, he can actually win the game Diplomat, but it's not going to happen in this game.
Not going to happen. EL Gaming cap out, and we are 1 for 1 here on Cliff. The grudge match still continues, and Kazna haven't really... Well, they salvaged a bit of pride in that first battle, but I mean,
Ooh.
2-0 would have been a much better result.
But Kazna had this game.
They had it,
They had this
definitely.
game, and it's
In the palm of their hands, and they been...
they were in dire situation in one moment, but they used the movements of their fast tanks very well. They found the weak spots in EL Gaming positions. That was really well done. They managed to get an advantage, to get higher vantage points, and then they just threw it away because in those last critical moments, they simply didn't cover all the angles well enough. That was the main problem, and once first guy fell, they just fell like dominoes because with 4 guys, it's really hard to survive.
The push against the mouse with the 2 back chats, that was there was a lot of shots that should have penned there. There wasn't even a single tracking shot on the mouse.
I cannot say that. Like, you can really, it can happen that you cannot pen all the shots on a mouse. But they really actually managed to get out of the situation elegant, because I thought they're in deep trouble in that moment.
Yeah.
Because Bachats from EL Gaming were coming, but they managed to somehow wrestle the other part of the map that was abandoned by Bachats and take out a mouse there. So that was really neatly done for them, and the main problem in the end of the game was because Vetso was still stuck and proxied by Light Tank, and when he wanted to leave, he took a damage in the back. I saw 320, 300 is average of that Light Tank. So he tried to dodge him to fade, that's why he went down.
Down low, yeah.
And he didn't spot anyone actually from the upper side.
And when he came round...
the timing was just correct for EL
Yeah,
Gaming.
and then when he came round, he was just immediately taken out by Hardliner because he was a one-shot by that stage. Now we're going to go into Ghost Town. Obviously, we're going to expect to see a couple of Maus. Now, WZ's coming out there and a 1-1-3 from Kazna Crew. To me, this has Cap 1 written all over it, really, with those 3 tanks. EL Gaming with 2 AMX 50Bs, 2 Maus, WZ, Baby Batcha, and the 1-1-3. Quite a flexible lineup there from EL Gaming. It'll be interesting to see what Kazna Crew do. Where will they go for cap number 1? Or will they just kind of hang about and look for a fight?
This is kind of a generic lineup that Kazna actually has, because it allows you to do a lot of things. You can go brawl, you can pressure the 1 cap, or you can go around if you wish. At the moment, EL Gaming with this lineup, I would say the only problem in it, because they had a tier 9 Bachat who sometimes, if it's not really played well, and Black will have to outperform himself for this one, can get in a problem, because one-on-one he cannot win a Bachat that will be in a pack from Kazna. You can already see him on B0, and Kazna is definitely going to press number 1 cap.
Look at this push though from the south area of the map from EL Gaming. Again, EL Gaming going full aggressive. And the danger is if Kazna Crew just say, okay guys, let's go into the base, EL Gaming are not really in a position to come back and reset it quickly, although it does look like it's 50Bs, Hardliner and Fox. Yeah, well, Hardliner is 1-1-3, Fox can come back. Quiet is with them as well, so actually they can come around. They're going to get a wraparound in Kazna. This could potentially be bad for Kazna, because they're going to be shot at from multiple angles in a couple of seconds.
They're keeping the 50B down so he can get another angle on the ramp, on the 7 position. But the decap, that's the only thing they need to worry about now.
There's the first decap coming in. We're at 20 seconds, nicely shooting through the buildings. Now, not a lot of the buildings are coming down. We're back to 26. Another reset coming in. That's an HE splash going into the WZs. Rattlesnake now coming in to support Nice. Now, the all-loaders coming in through the back. The Kazna Crew tanks trying to hold them up. Black is taking a good bit of damage for that. Kaizu in a T57 heavy trading off there. Yizne seems to be the one they're focusing on at the moment, down to 13 seconds. Another reset comes in on a different tank, and now the WZs having to pull out the cap circle.
It's going to be interesting here to see what will Stefan do. Black is in a deep problem there because he's on 600 HP. He's a 2-shot for Stefan. There go 1 shot, and he will probably fall as the first victim. And look at this massive push from Kazna coming in from the center death alley.
Black has all his shots, but he doesn't have the HP to trade with it. Fox TS is running away because Diplomat got some nice shots into him. Now look at the fight here on the cap circle. They're trying to surround on Haiba and take him down, but by doing so, they're effectively giving up the rest of their team. Kazna Crew are going to just drive away from that and now go into cap 2 and go for a triple cap, because now they can focus into Hardliner, who's in there on his own, take him out, and that's another gun out of the game, as they can also shoot into Quiet in this area.
EL Gaming is getting completely outplayed here because Kazna decided to go with a tactics stick together team. Kaizu needs to have a repair though to repair his Amorex, but still, even like that he will reload maybe about 50 seconds, which is endurable.
You can see see that Diplomat just drops back there so that Ders can go around the corner to try and take the first hit, but instead they still shoot at Diplomat. Disney trading off with Fox TS as Fox TS gets then taken down by Stefan. Stefan actually picking up his double kill there after he just killed Black before that as well. Now, trade for trade moment, Rattlesnake still has all the HP. He needs to get involved in the fight and get stuck in the middle of it. Nice, takes out Diplomat. Rattlesnake now coming in, he's going to probably shoot at Metso right in front of him actually. He misses, no, he's reloading now. Now he comes in to join Metso, 41, nice shot. There's now getting shot at the back as well, and actually EL Gaming Mojo are taking control of this fight.
Yeah, nice comeback there, getting Pinster on a Kazna. I was really surprised when I saw Rattlesnake nice not pushing in actually there because they have 3 tanks in surrounding, and Kaizu, because of that Amorek, didn't have shells to help them.
Kaizu taking the option to shoot at the tank beside him. Actually, Stefan picking up his triple kill. Rattlesnake now going to pressure into Kaizu. Hardliner looked like he wanted to come down on top, but no, his teammates get the kill. M1 actually on the double kill. All that's left for Cast the Crew is Stefan. He could potentially take out Hardliner, and nice, he's on a reload just now, but Rattlesnake still has a huge amount of HP, and M1 still has a considerable amount of HP as well.
Well, no matter what Stefan does, it will not really work out here because EL Gaming has 4 guns in a game and they're defending. So everything goes for them. Like Stefan would have to kill them all, he cannot cap, they will just come in a group and kill him, and that will be that. I mean, they're trying now.
Someone's going to drive into the build, Hardliner's going to do it, yeah. All they need is one person safe in there, or 2 people safe. I mean, this is...
Why, I don't know.
putting everyone in. Because Stefan would have to go in and kill them. He can drive into the cap.
I guess they'll just keep Rattlesnake outside.
This bold. I mean, Rattlesnake has a lot of HP. Stefan could clip out into him.
Stefan needs 4 shots to kill Rattlesnake. And that
he could only solo cap if they were all stuck in there. I mean, it's what, 2 minutes for a solo cap? That's quite cheeky from EL Gaming to go into that area.
I would still keep at least M1 also out of the cap, out of those buildings. But I understand what they're trying to do. They're trying to limit their risk because they do not want to allow Stefan to outspot them because he's a medium, and maybe kill Nice and Hardliner like that, and then try to play his hand against the rest of the guys. So they're exposing the guy with the most HP. And the only thing that can go wrong with them is because if he actually catches Rattlesnake now and manages to clip him and reload, these 3 guys can actually get killed by him.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that potentially if he got a kill on someone, they would have to rush out of that area, because if then he started to cap base 1, he would have a line. If he knew, if he'd been able to proxy them in that area.
Cap is not an option for Stefan.
No, but here's the thing: if he was capping into 1, he would have shots onto that exit area. He could track the first person coming out, keep him tracked because he's got 5 shots, and he wouldn't be able to come out and reset him. That would be hilarious into that match.
That would be very hilarious, but he would actually have to know where they are, which he doesn't. Don't forget that.
Yeah, he's always got a danger of not knowing if they're split up right now, looking for him.
He has no idea where they are. He's trying to see, is he getting spotted? Is he someone watching from this or that angle? And the time is ticking away.
And he has the danger of just driving round the corner blindly into a gun line of 4 tanks. And he finds one already. Oh, nice shot there from Rattlesnake. Stefan missed his shot. The rest of the team, nobody is, and they're actually all coming out. Hardliner is already out. The rest of the tanks coming out behind him. Stefan trying to do a bit of damage. A little shake there of the...
They're like a nest of wasps, man.
And yeah, they're out straight away. M1 and Hardliner chasing down after him. M1 misses his shot. Hardliner makes his shot. Stefan's going to turn and run. He's only got 211 health. I think M1's just going to continue to chase him. But this is going to go to EL Gaming. They're going to take the lead 2-1 here. Kazna Crew once again are trailing the team that they're playing against. They were trailing Yato until the 3rd map, and now they're trailing EL Gaming.
As I said, like I expect a bit tighter game here, but I still think Kazna can take it 5-3. I don't think they need to take it to tiebreaker like against Yato. They had a lot of time to talk since yesterday and cool down and discuss what to do better. But we can see here in an example, not everything goes as planned for them, definitely.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's not a must-win match necessarily, because either way, both of the teams are going to be playing on Saturday.
They need to win this because playing NSS is not a good thing for anyone.
Also, I think, like, you know, just to not have people bring it up saying, hey, you got beat off EL Gaming again. You remember
That's
one
even
of the
worse,
guys that
to go in the next match
You don't
after
want
that.
it's the pride thing. You're like, we can't let these guys beat us again because people are going to bring it up all the time. It's going to be a grand finals fact. Kazna Crew have been defeated by EL Gaming at 2 grand finals.
The only thing you can say with certainty is they're facing whoever is second in this group, where Kazna is. It's a group A. They're facing the first team from Group B,
Yeah, which is not so
NSS.
serious.
We know that for sure because they already won both of their matches.
And they really want to win this one as well because then they'll be top of the group, which means they then get to play against Elevate or Team Efficiency next.
Yes.
And that's going to be a much easier match than playing against Not So Serious. Let's actually have a look at damage done there, Mojo, because now we have stats which is really interesting to look at. Stefan coming top damage there, 4.7, really nicely done.
Not only that, he has 3 kills, really good hard carry by him, but just not enough because the group of the main tanks didn't do well enough.
Black, unfortunately, coming out there with less damage. Just damage blocked coming out on top there is the first stat, so a bit confusing there because it looked like they switched the the columns round there. But now into round 2 here. Kazna Crew taking 2 T57 heavies. We just saw 50Bs being used. They're being favoured there by EL Gaming. Double mouse each side, 113 per side as well. So a little bit of variation in the teams, but each team kind of taking the same kind of core lineup as well. Auto loaders, 2 heavies and a 113. Bit more rotational than the armor and the HP of the double mouse.
Well, 57s, when you take them, you know what's up. You want to brawl with someone, you want close and personal game, because 57 is not that maneuverable. But 50B, when people play them, they play them because you can rotate the map almost like with a medium.
Now, how we're going to do is Vetzel going straight to the cap circle. He's going to start driving over some buildings, flattening stuff out. Fight straight away in Death Alley. Kazna Crew not holding out at all. Haiba taking a big chunk of damage there. He spots out pretty much all of EL Gaming other than the 2 mouse that are hiding back. They're pushing in again. Stefan being focused here. T57 heavy. A lot of damage going to him. A lot of damage going to Quiet as a trader. The all traders right now. The autoloaders, sorry. They do not have the heavies in position right now at the moment. It's very strange to see this. Mouse not fighting in this area and instead autoloaders fighting in this area.
Well, Kazna has much more mobile setup there, and they managed to take the high ground, so they are trying to make the pressure. But again, Kazna has a tank away. That's Vetso, and he will be heavily pressured when these guys go to the reload.
Using the S spotted, he's sneaking round the back to try and get some crossfire shots. Now Rattlesnake is leading the charge and his mouse coming in to try and shore up his team defense, which are taking a beating right now from Kazna. Nice is being focused at the moment. Rattlesnake still has all his HP. Vetso is nearly dropped. He goes down first blood in this round to EL Gaming. EL Gaming, however, have lost a chunk of health. Rattlesnake now gets a kill on Stefan. Kazna Crew have lost 2 tanks. They really need to rally the troops because they need to get Diplomat and Dares in this fight.
The second role Kazna is kind of losing because EL Gaming still has 7 guns in the game. They might drop 1 or 2 now, but Kazna will lose Kaiser soon and Haiba, and what then?
Haiba surviving on a sliver of health at 17 HP. Kaizu is a one-shot. Dares is now getting shot at the moment as well. Kazna Crew down to 4 guns. EL Gaming have now lost Fox TS. They've lost an autoloader, but they still have 6 guns available to them. 2 mouse for the HP. Hardliner 113. Quiet and autoloader is clipping out. He has 1 more shot left to go. M1 is still being able to do damage, as is Black on 15 HP. But look at this, 2 more tanks get dropped, and Kazna Crew completely losing that brawl. Their mouse were not in that fight whatsoever while it was all happening.
Must say, Quiet is playing really well because he's there in some crucial moments and striking the significant kills, taking out the targets that are low HP and that can bother them on the long run. So this play that he did now, taking out Haiba, fading away and coming back full speed and just doing gangsta style from the back, 3 shots, tack, 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 like that was really nice. And I would say EL Gaming took this ghost town really well this time.
This one was dominating, like completely dominating. It was really strange to see the autoloaders trading off like that. 50B against the T57s. We generally see the mouse going in there, and then the autoloaders try and do some shenanigans on the corners. Funny that you mentioned about Quiet, being really impressed with him. On speaking to the APAC casters, they were saying how Quiet is generally not a star player as such for EL Gaming, but he's Mr. Consistency. He's one of the guys you can always depend on to just constantly be there, doing exactly what you expect of him to do.
I was just looking at
damage.
the chances he was taking, and those were really smart decisions, not something you can coordinate with the rest of the team. This is just a moment that you see as a player and you take it yourself.
Yeah, so EL Gaming now leading Kaznakru 3-1. A result not a lot of us kind of expected here. We knew it would potentially be a difficult result. Real interested to see the damage done in that battle and the damage blocked, actually. The autoloaders did a significant amount. Hardliner blocked nothing, but he was able to do 3.3k damage there. Diplomat blocking 3.4, that's a huge amount of damage blocked. But yeah, I mean, damage dealt kind of average here.
Would really help to know which tank is which. I mean, we can guess.
Yeah, I mean,
It would
we've got a
kinda
damage assist, but I'm pretty sure we were looking to have the tank name there because it helps us. And you got to try and remember what the tanks are. So, I mean, 3.9. I mean, he's surely going to be in a heavy. I don't think
he was in the mouse.
He was in the mouse. So, Kaznakru, a bit of an uphill struggle here now. We're going to be going into Prokhorovka. It is a map that is. Kaznakru have had some major failures on. As long as they avoid the 1-2 line.
If they push 1-2 line again, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, that's going to be me headset off, walking away. But again, they might just do this to throw us. And so, look, guys, we can actually play the 1-2 line. But it's something in the back of their head throughout the regular season. Kaznakru tried to push the 1-2 line at least 3 times, and at least 3 times they got wrecked. They fell into traps, or they got lured out, and the team was able to cap quickly while the rest of the team were stuck on the other side of the map. So interesting to see how this one goes. It could be won here by EL Gaming. They could take both rounds.
Really defensive lineup here by Kazna. 2 mouse tanks and STRV. Isne in tier 8 light LTTB. I mean, that's probably the bulkiest of them all, but he's the fastest. So that's the sole purpose why they have him, 100%. While on the other hand, EL Gaming has a really mobile setup.
Look what they're doing, Mojo.
Yeah, but they're defending.
Ah, yep, and they're taking it hyper aggressively as well.
Yes. So that's the point of Isne. He's spotting the middle to see the positions of the rest of the tanks.
So Isne gets the spots out on Fox, TS, M1 and Hardliner. Black is spotted as well. Now, Kaznakru with the defense on the 1-2 line, defensively, it is okay. It's generally when they're attacking, it has gone really, really bad for them.
This is really strange tactics, honestly, because if EL Gaming pressed the 2 cap, they will already be cut away from that side, but I guess Kazna wanted that because they positioned Mouse on the side to play the cooldown against these tanks that don't really have it. So they're trying to lower the amount of map that EL Gaming has under control so they cannot rotate as much, but the big weakness is that LTTB. That side of the map is completely unprotected and he can be soloed by any of these tanks. One tier 9 Bachat, if he knows, if he gets an info that he's alone, he can just go for him alone and cut away complete vision from them.
I was just going to say, if Isne gets himself spotted, that's going to be a huge problem
and
for Kaznakru.
And here we go, 1-2 blind push. Oh boy.
Okay, Haiba getting shot at now. Double tap there as Nice gets a connection into him as well. Nice gets his vision port now repaired. Hardliner getting a free shot into Diplomat. Another shot going into Diplomat. It's a crossfire there. Overwatch from the hill behind him. Rattlesnake now is being focused because there is the 1-2 line push. Rattlesnake and Fox having to run away. Rattlesnake's probably going to get dropped here, and then EL Gaming are going to be in a very bad situation because Kaznakru are going to have a very nice wraparound.
Rattlesnake is at the moment safe, but the problem is about the counter-attack. Like, if they
Isne's
want to
spotted. Isne's going to go down. One more shot and Isne's dead, and that flank is wide open.
But yeah, but there is 2 guys on that side of the map. The point is, if Kazna actually has an overmatch here, they will kill all the heavies and the mediums, and the game is done. Isne is now there, but Kazna knows what are they playing against.
Kaizu gets the kill on Diplomat finally. Diplomat now pushing over, and sorry, Kaizu not getting a kill on Diplomat. Diplomat now pushing over into Hardliner here. If he goes down, that's going to be a really strong position. Black is reloading at the moment. M1 gets dropped by Kaizu. EL Gaming now sitting on 4k HP. Kaznakru almost double, and this one looks to be easily Kaznakru taking this round, so it's going to be 3-2. And EL Gaming, well, they didn't really... It seemed to be they didn't expect a 1-2 push from Kazna on the defense.
It's a really risky thing that Kazna did. Actually, super high chance they took, and it could have gone wrong on so many ways, honestly. Like when these mediums were pushed, if they had strength in them to push on mouse tanks on the other side, they would probably lose that game, and that would be a disaster. But they came back in a bold way, so that's good for their morale here, I would say. But still, now they have to win attack on Prokhorovka, and this game is still not over, but it will be.
Haiba gets dropped in the middle there. I mean, it's not over 100% yet. Quiet is being focused at the moment. Black is on a reload. Quiet kind of stayed out of the fight for a little bit there. He was up on the hill. And when Yizne got dropped, it could have been a potential win there. Quiet just kind of stops and says, shoot me. Black is going to get shot by Dares, actually. It's Kaizu picking up the multi-kill, so 4 kills for him. And Kazna crew go wild with that win.
At least a little happy.
Slightly delayed reaction there when it happens. But yeah, they're looking happy now, being able to get a win there. So back to 3-2 now. I expect this Prokhorovka to be a 1-1 map. It was a bit of a shame because had Yizne been dropped quicker, you might have seen EL Gaming move further over to that side and not be as exposed as they were.
It's not only that, like they had 2 mediums on that side of the map. That means that one of them was, of course, clipping the mouses on the middle, but that's not reliable damage. Also, he was far away from the fight because he then needs to reload to come join his tanks and do some damage. And Yizne could have been pressed by 1 tank, as I said already. But they found out too late that Kazna is actually not doing some kind of trap in a corner where Yizne was, which some teams often did. So if you come there alone with 1 budget or even with 2, you just get annihilated by 2 or 3 tanks waiting there in bushes.
Yep, and the power of the 1-2 line as well is that you can drop back over into the 1 line and be able to defend that. So top damage there, Kaizu coming up with 4 kills as well, 3.1k in his bat chat. Stefan actually doing 2.7 STRV, strong player. Now actually it would normally be Nexus would normally be playing that, wouldn't he? Then Quiet 2.4 in the bat chat, Diplomat 2.2, nicely done there. Yizne, it's not going to do high damage, he's the LTTB, you wouldn't really expect that from him. M1 and Nice could have done a bit more, however, though. Not really much to fault them, they were just outplayed there by the Kazna wraparound. Nice done from Kazna on the 1-2 line, showing us they can do it, but only in defense.
This kind of spread that a lot of CIS team like to do, like EL Gaming did now, but the reaction time was at this moment not that well.
Yeah, definitely they can react to it much quicker. So Yizne once again in the LTTB, Kaizu taking out the Object 263. We saw Mailand playing that earlier on for Oops.
Object 263 is generally taken in attack because STRV needs to go to siege mode, it cannot shoot then and so on. But Object 263 can just go drive and shoot like a tank, just without the turret.
Yeah, it's one of the few maps that actually gets used on this one.
It's absolutely the only map.
I can't think of any other time I've saw it being used for anything else.
It's very specific because you can use it on the edges of the map. You can never play it on the center because it's easily penned on the sides, but frontal armor is brilliant, it's mobile, and you can then position it on 1-2 line or on the hills on 9-0 line.
Very aggressive defensive push here from EL Gaming, all going down the 7-8-9 line. Black spots out Yizne, Yizne backs off, they're not going to see any more tanks come up into this area. I always kind of wonder about a push like this because it does leave base 1 quite exposed.
Well, it's a bit one-minded, but if you want to push one side and clear it, you need to do it super aggressive. They left M1 behind, he is in the bushes trying not to get spotted, so he is their fail-safe trick. If there is too huge cap pressure, he will just try to YOLO.
Are they going to go YOLO here? Are they going like a proper zero-line YOLO?
This is actually a normal tactic played by many teams. Actually, even Kazna played this. So you need to do it super aggressive, you need to go over the hill, you need to go below, you need to spot, and then you need to try to catch Vetso.
Vetso, good night, sweet prince, you are dead. Wolfpack coming in here from the back chats. We see 4 tanks of EL Gaming. They're going to do a drive-by on Vetso. Vetso shooting at Black. That's not what he wants to be shooting at the moment. They're going to carry on past him. Nice taking out Vetso. Stefan now getting focused at the moment. This drive-by is fantastic here from EL Gaming. They've got 2 kills for only 1 shot into Black.
This is fantastic, but this is so horrible because I can tell you, I remember Kazna playing this exact tactic that EL Gaming did now, just with different tanks. Yizne pushing there with RU and the rest of the team over the hill and winning it. So they actually exposed themselves to something they played a while ago themselves.
That was super decisive there. That was really nicely played. Diplomat taking a couple of shots there in the middle, and now EL Gaming have complete control over the right-hand rails. They can choose to push all over the top, the middle. Haiba now peeking in the middle, taking shots. That is a very bold thing to be doing. Kazna crew pretty much lost all their vision here, and now they have to worry about where the tanks from EL Gaming are going to pop up or where they're going to rush next, because once these tanks have reloaded, Fox TS currently reloading at the moment, Quiet reloading at the moment, they're just going to push on to somebody else and eliminate them.
This is a really dire situation for Kazna. 2 tanks down, barely notched HP out of the EL Gaming guys, and they are gathering
comes.
again. They have no mercy whatsoever.
EL Gaming back to the Zerg tactics. They're just going to rush in, take out Haiba now. Autoloader's just clipping out into it. Haiba is going to go down. Same time, Diplomat goes down. There is 3 tanks remaining of Castle Crew. Okay to have HP, but EL Gaming have no interest in rushing them at the moment, or they might just carry on the push. They're going to wait till the reload, go right back in, or they're just going to rush with what they got left. This is like EL Gaming of old against Kazna Crew.
I can tell you one thing, like they also played Prokhorovka there, and they're losing against the same team because applying similar stuff. Like they're spread out all over the map, trying to play map control against a team that likes to play group pushes to like scout out certain area, then push with a high number of tanks and play aggressive.
Oh.
And they played well. The Zerg is really well done when EL Gaming does it. The only problem is if they meet really higher skilled team, like I remember they tried to play the same in the finals against Hellraiser, and I can tell you it didn't go that well.
Hellraisers, yeah, just outplayed them. But I mean, this is brilliant from EL Gaming. The gathering up of the tanks on that 0 line, the push over, it is always something risky. It worked out completely in their favour. They got the drop on Vetzel. Vetzel stopped to shoot the light. Stefan was on the rails trying to shoot back. He went down straight away as well. That's 2 Batchats down, 2 primary damage dealers down for...
For Kazna, this is disaster. This is not only that the game is completely out of their hands now and they have to play for...
Everything's on the back foot now, yeah.
Tiebreaker. This is the moment when they actually can fall out from the tournament, because if they lose this, the next opponent will be NSS. And we've seen NSS how they play,
Super strong.
and EL Gaming are little babies compared to what NSS showed.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I mean, who's going to be your next opponent? If you had the choice, do you want to play against, well, Elevate or Team Efficiency, or do you want to play against NSS? You'd be like, not NSS, please. Because NSS have looked super, like the big 3 Russian teams have looked super strong. Like, it's definitely going to be one of those 3 more likely in the grand final, the finals.
That's a long way away from here. We will see, but we can say definitely NSS is someone you want to avoid. And Kazna at the moment is looking really shaky. It doesn't look like very coordinated. Even the tactics they're using at the moment are kind of, I would say, even obsolete.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, Kazna Crew in a way sometimes, like Ding, we're not the most adaptive team sometimes, so we're a bit slow to adapt to changing metas or new tactics. Nice, not surprised coming out on top there. 3k, 3 kills as well, 3k damage. Kaizu did do a lot of damage in the 263 before he went down, 2.1, but I mean, this was just a steamroll here from EL Gaming, to be honest. Look at this, Vetzel only got 1 shot out. Stefan didn't even land a shot when he went down.
He got annihilated.
Diplomat only got 1 shot out before he went down. I mean, they were absolutely wrecked by the
second
the
page
YOLO train.
is a way to the disaster, definitely. 5 tanks doing absolutely almost nothing, and we are on mines.
Mines here. Artillery on artillery. We might get some blind shots going out because there is only really 2 places the defensive artillery can be. Rhine Panzer there for Kazna Crew. We know that's going to quickly do the climb. It has the ability to do that really fast. But it's a flexible lineup here from EL Gaming as well. Kazna Crew themselves have a fairly flexible lineup, but they could get bogged down with the double mouse here. Kazna Crew are going to be attacking. It's going to be EL Gaming defending from the blue. And well, Kazna Crew need to win 3 straight matches now.
And it's match point. Surprising, I don't see any light from it. I mean, Kaizu actually plays it, so he tries to spot the blue, of course, and to see if someone is climbing on the mountain. But look at this aggressive and surprising push immediately by EL Gaming.
EL Gaming taking the middle hill. They only take 2 damaging shots, and Kaizu is dead unless he can get out of there quickly.
He needs to drop down any way he can.
Looks like he made it. It looks
Nice
like he
play.
made it safely.
Nice and important play.
Artillery shot coming in quiet. Andy's on fire. Look at that damage just ticking away. He is stunned. He is going to get himself back into safety, and that was a hell of a shot there from Izne.
A good Izne. When it's needed, he connects. Now there will be a counter-attack by Kazna, who have some heavier tanks like 2 Mouses, and they will try to pressure them while they're still in reload and a lower number of the shells because they were chasing on Kaiser.
No TDs here really for EL Gaming as well to counter this mouse push into the middle. Haiba's going to pick out shots into M1. Kazna Crew going to go dominant here on the hill, try and regain control as the Mouses are going to act as a blockade to take out damage. Nice is going to try and clip out into the All-Loaders. Look at this artillery stun coming in here on the Arties as well. Diplomat actually being focused. He might get dropped here. 141 health left on him. Hardliner, however, has been focused for EL Gaming. He gets dropped. Kazna Crew taking first blood here.
It's just too much of armor and HP on one spot, and Kazna is actually taking them a bit. But Durs is falling on low HP. I think Bachats are coming out to the reload from the EL Gaming very soon, and this might really go both ways at the moment.
Fox TS with a big shot there onto the double mouse. It stuns both of them, which means then Haiba is dropped. Vetso is now being focused at the moment. EL Gaming are taking control of this one, Mojo. It's all going to be what can Yizny actually do if he really needs to make the shot right now.
It doesn't
Kaizu
matter.
needs to take out these Bachats
It
as well.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I think it's completely lost. It's a 1200 HP difference for EL Gaming here. They do have the positions like it would be a miracle. Kaizu is a single shooter light. It's an artist, so only Stefan and Vetso are any significant damage dealers. Once they fall, it's GG.
Black gets the kill there on Stefan. Nice gets the kill on Vetso. There's only Kaizu and Yizny left. EL Gaming are going to take this one from Kaznakru 5-2. There is nothing left that these two tanks can do. Black still has plenty of shots. M1 has the HP to be able to bully Kaizu out of the way. Fox TS still has his artillery. And all the predictions for this one just went out the window. And I would say that's our first upset of the tournament.
Well, it was a 5-2, but for a completely different team. It does look like EL Gaming definitely has a key to unlock any possibilities that Kazna can show.
We said it when Kazna were playing Yato. Daki was saying they do not look convincing here. They look rocky. They look, they look a bit rough around the edges. I was asking, do you think it's going to be a big thing that not having Nexus? They've played with him all season. Kaizu's going to come in. He has to, take his place and do it for him. Yizny's going to go down here, and this is it. EL Gaming 5-2.
Nexus actually would play, I think Kaizu would replace Vetso.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just the team dynamic that they were training for up until this moment is now not there.
It's not only that, even some of the steady performance they had, the players like Stefan, who is supposed to be one of the best damage dealers in European server, he completely played well on Ghost Town, if you remember.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah,
After
he was
that, he
a
was
non-factor
nowhere to be
Prokhorovka,
seen.
yeah. EL Gaming, we knew they were going to be aggressive. We knew, but not this aggressive. Like that was like almost suicidal hell rush that they did at the start there.
No, this is something that was done by many teams before. They just took a chance, played a little mind play, let's say, with Kazna taking RT. We're not going to rush. Yes, we're going to rush. We don't care. Ha ha ha. We have a couple of the games in the pocket, so we can even allow to throw one if needed and still play. So, wow. 6.4k blocked complete. This is a match.
He was a mouse. Yeah, he was one of them. He was the main mouse dueling in the middle. And Diplomat was another mouse. With,
No. This is a complete match stat overall, all the games.
Post-match 6.4 average.
I mean, 16k for one game. That would be a
Yeah,
record of.
But I mean, an average 6.4k blocked is fantastic. That is absolutely insane.
Haiba blocked 7.7, Del 12. But let's see in the bottom. He always plays tier 10s, Bachats mainly, only 8.6k damage there.
Unbelievable.
Vetso slightly above him. Yizny playing lower tiers is almost as the same as they are. And he plays like tier 8 all the time.
Hardliner, someone we identified there, not actually that high up, but I mean, you could see on the other front page it was quiet. So very, very nicely done there from EL Gaming. We predicted the score. Actually,
just the wrong team.
Just the wrong teams. so we're all wrong.
Lobster was wrong.
Lobster was wrong as well. So I'm still tied with. No, I'm still one ahead of Tomato right now. I'm pretty sure if we didn't ask Daki, he was hanging just off camera there. I think Daki would have gone for Kazna as well.
We don't know.
But yeah,
and he will not admit if he's wrong now.
He won't. He'd definitely be like, no, I thought it was EL Gaming 5-2.
EL all the way.
Yeah, we're going to have a break now, and it's going to be Elevate versus Team Efficiency. Another super important match because, well, whoever doesn't win that one is not going to stay in the grand finals any longer. Looking forward to that one. Again, a little break, and we'll be right back after that. So stick around, and we'll see you soon.
Chrysler Grand Final.
He's going to be punished severely for this act of seconds now. Second cap. He's loaded. He's ready to get into this fight. Has more value.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Wargaming.net League Grand Finals 2017. We are halfway through today's matches. There is 3 matches remaining. If you're new to the show, my name is Ryan Murphy, also known as Ektar. Join me here is Jordi Versamesi, also known as the Killzor.
Yeah, that was a brilliant match before this. I loved watching that one. Talking to some people, we all came to the same conclusion. We all think that the reason that Kazna went down there is the fact they were playing standard against EL Gaming, where EL Gaming was trying to play their own game, countering those standard strategies. So Kazna's going to have a tough road ahead of them, but they're not the only ones. This could decide the opponent. If Elevate, will decide the opponent. If Elevate win this one against Team Efficiency, then we will see an EL Gaming Elevate matchup in the quarterfinals. Something not that we expected coming into this tournament. We all really tipped Kazna as favorites to get there. So kind of surprising, really.
Yeah, the next match we're going to have now is Elevate, the American 2-time back-to-back champions, undefeated second season, going up against Team Efficiency. Whoever loses this match will be out of the grand finals. They will be spectating going forward. Whoever wins this one will get to play against EL Gaming and get an easier pass, obviously. The second one, well, you're just going to watch the match. Arguably, watching could be an easier thing to do as well.
Yeah, but I think Team Efficiency want to win at least one round.
Yeah, definitely.
I feel bad. I feel so bad for Eclipse in that regard. I want everybody to win at least a few rounds during this tournament, and coming to Moscow, playing 2 matches and just losing 10 rounds in a row. It's not fun for any team, realistically. You hope that they're going to pick up a few rounds. So even though Team Efficiency might not win this, even though I have great faith in them, but I have also great faith in Elevate. It's a conflicting story here. I hope that Team Efficiency can at least pick up a few rounds.
Yep. Now, Elevate, they, as we're saying, back-to-back American champions. They are American All-Stars. Basically, it's the best team to come out of North America. Here's a little introduction of the team for you.
Elevate is one of the top performing teams ever in the WGLNA. After securing their 2nd season championship in a row during the WGLNA Season 2 finals, they are seen as an unstoppable force in North America, even going undefeated in their season as they blaze the path to the grand finals. With one of the most impressive rosters ever assembled in North America, Elevate are determined to change the perception of North American teams at the grand finals.
So Elevate is one of these teams with the high expectations that everyone has. Some of the teams don't have much expectations, no offense to them, but Elevate is certainly one of the teams where everyone says these guys should perform.
With Eclipse being out of the tournament, we have to refer as Elevate as the hope of the North American region, the last remaining of the comrades to come over from their respective region. Team Efficiency obviously have already their comrades of EL Gaming that have moved on, and they want to join them, prove that APAC can take down NA, and I'm pretty sure Elfish Guy is thinking the same thing, although his favorite team has already moved on.
It's going to be interesting, because if Elfish Guy, Rockstar and Rookhill are already there, they're going to have a big argument right now about who's going to win this one. Elevate, realistically favourites here. They have an exceptionally strong team here. Daki, you've played with a couple of these players before, so you know them quite well, don't you?
Yeah, obviously I played with Ox, Wally. Did I play with the others? No. Played with Ox and Wally, just making sure there. Played with them in a team. Olax, obviously their in-game leader, very good at it. As
Play with Vetro?
No, I did not play with Vetro.
Okay.
Obviously very good in-game leader. Oxmatus, high individual player, can make those plays. So he's trusted to play the single shooters. He's very good at those throughout the season in North America. Really dominated any other player in that role. So no competition there for him. Obviously here, competition between the 12 best teams in the world is a little bit higher. So got to show what he's worth. That's the same for all of these players, really. Superstars from their respective region. Now we have to see how they match up against the other teams. We already saw them play against NSS, where obviously NSS just showed a masterclass of steps, which really just, after that step, there was no recovery. When playing 2 rounds like that against the team, it was probably very demoralizing from Elevate, from going in such a strong position to losing everything in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
That was just a masterclass coming from NSS. Kazna's going to have a tough one there.
It was interesting watching it as well, because I remember noticing a comment, because I watched some of it back last night. Especially wanted to see the reaction from chat to that boost that NSS did against Elevate, and somebody in chat says, okay, they're going to get the climb perhaps, but they've bled so much HP in doing so. But the thing is once they had that position, that was it. It was over.
That's the thing. Elevate was in no position to counteract it. They had the positions covered as they were set up with the climb, because he could cover the cap. Once they lost that position, they lost the complete control of the cap as well, which forced them in an overreaction, which costed them all the HP they had gained was lost within 30 seconds.
Yep. So Team Elevate here, are looking to get some pride back, recover some pride, and show everyone that they are a strong team. Now, their opponents are going to be Team Efficiency, second team to come in here from the APAC region. Maybe not a lot of you know about Team Efficiency, so here's a little refresher to help you out.
Team Efficiency has been around in APAC for years, and the current lineup has only one original member, and that is Ma. After a number of rough seasons, Team Efficiency managed to get through to the Season 1 APAC Finals last year, in a result that Team Efficiency said we're more surprised than proud about it. This season, after adopting a stricter training schedule, the predominantly Australian team drew blood from the previously unbeatable EL Gaming and continued their excellent form right up to the season finals, where they secured their spot at the Grand Finals 2017 after a win against Karen Tiger.
Okay, now Team Efficiency coming into this Daki as, to be honest, they're coming in here as underdogs, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely, and I hope that Panda for them is going to be a little bit more tough than the one in the video that's been going around attacking a rock. That is rather, if you've ever seen the red panda attacking the rock, if you've never seen that, it's basically a zoo red panda standing up, attacking a rock and running away. Let's just hope that they're not going to be fighting the rocks falling off the mountain from Elevate.
It's going to be the red panda versus a mountain, so it's probably going to be an even worse situation, because, well, Elevate, yeah, they definitely are favourites here. Now, Team Efficiency, Daki, we know a little bit about them. Certainly you know Safi quite well, don't you?
Yeah, Safi, he's a special kind of person.
Swedish, I believe?
He is Swedish, living in Australia for a long time now. Has settled down over there, so he's Aussie/Swede at this point in time. I'm not sure how that works, but we'll go with it anyways. But yeah, overall, they have a strong lineup of players. They've shown in the APAC region that they can even bring EL Gaming to defeat, close as well. Every time tiebreaker, 2 tiebreaker wins for Team Efficiency there. So it is a good team, but EL Gaming also said that during this season, Season 2, they were not properly prepared for playing against Team Efficiency. Now, when we look at the finals, though, where both teams did win their semis, move on to the finals, EL Gaming wiped the floor with Team Efficiency. Team Efficiency seemed rather tired from the celebration from the night before. They were obviously celebrating they went to Moscow, so hopefully this time they weren't celebrating that they're going to have the rest of the week off.
Here's an interesting thing about both teams. Now, both teams have performed well in their domestic leagues throughout the season, but domestic league seasons, they're played at home. They're played
we saw what happened to
online.
Eclipse, right?
And yeah, Eclipse coming here, and in Elevate.
To Oops. Oops was only third, fourth
Yeah.
in the EU region.
Elevate potentially as well. Team Efficiency is potentially the problem. The biggest problem that both of these teams have is just that they don't quite play as strongly together when they actually come to LAN events.
I think it's all down to the preparation. We have seen so far that most of the EU teams have it's shown a good amount of preparation coming into their
They've
matches.
been taking it super serious. Like, we've been talking to them and they're like, don't talk to us, we're scrimming or whatever.
So,
you know?
yeah, most of them have shown. I think it's because of the preparation. Also talking to Safa, they were talking. Obviously, their preparation could have been better because they don't get to scrim just as much as all the other teams do. And the thing is, you might think, oh well, less scrims doesn't mean much. It always does, because the more you scrim, the more you recognize tendencies from opponents, which you can then recognize in other opponents as well. You see something being played, and you know already what's going to be played by them, which makes it very easy to react to. Now, if you don't scrim against those opponents, so you have no real clue what they are going to do, makes it harder to react, to counteract, and to predict what's going to happen. That is probably Team Efficiency's main issue, that they can't really predict what these teams are going to play. We saw it in the NSS match. NSS brought probably lineups that Team Efficiency hasn't scrimmed again, those double motion, those tier 9s on Cliff.
Yeah.
For example, I do not think that Team Efficiency had ever had a training partner that done that, and they had no real clue how to react versus that either.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see how the teams perform against each other and deal with any kind of different tactics. Now, we have a slight variation in the team interview this time. Matt Andrews is actually talking to both teams right now, so let's see how that discussion went.
Comps from Elevate and Safi from Team Efficiency. Two teams in Group B, both of whom have lost to NSS, which means Not So Serious are definitely through to the quarterfinals. And one of you need to get that other spot through as well. So it's going to be whoever wins between Elevate and Team Efficiency in this game. Comps, let's talk first about your game against NSS. So you went down 5-1. I think it's fair to say you expected probably to lose that game, but for it to be a bit closer overall.
Yeah, correct. I mean, we thought we would at least pull out 2-3 rounds off them, but it was only one, unfortunately. We saw it as a learning opportunity. They showed us a lot of stuff, and we've improved because of playing them.
And Safi, Team Efficiency just went down 5-0. Again, wanted it to be closer, although maybe weren't expecting the win.
No, I definitely didn't expect to win. But like I said, I think we would have liked to put on a bit better show than we did. 5-0 is never fun to go down to. If we could have picked 1 or 2 rounds, that would have been good. But I think, like I mentioned pre-interview, there was a lot of shaky hands. A lot of the guys were very nervous. At the end of the day, it is our first time at an international event, if you don't count the APAC region. So we can only improve from here.
So it's do or die between both of you. Just behind the camera is the arena here in Moscow with this fantastic stage. And one of you will get to play on that. And then the other one is going to kind of need to use the stairs, which are just over there. Nobody wants to do that walk, though. You won't be underestimating these guys. But having seen that match against NSS, how do you feel now?
I mean, if they are able to come back from that game, I mean, good on them. But we feel prepared. We've been practicing a lot to come here. We've been practicing yesterday and today. So we feel really prepared for this match.
And I know from talking to you yesterday, Safi, and before any of the games had happened, you were quite relaxed as a team.
It should be good, I think.
Exuberating
Mojo's like,
Aussie spirit.
Mojo apparently will die if we put it on.
Go, but we're also having fun. Not to take anything away from how much you want to progress. Has your prep, has this new serious attitude team included anything specific?
The Russian guys have one
no,
like at the side
haven't.
as well.
We've kind of we always look at the individual teams. We try to prep as much as we can, but at the same time we have limited time to go through individual teams. We never really do unless an hour before the game. That's when we really start tailoring and prepping. But we're as prepared as we can be. That's really it.
Whichever one of you makes it to our grand finals stage in the quarterfinals, it'll be fantastic to have you there. These are two terrific teams with great personalities on them. Comps and Safi, let's have a handshake or a fist fight between you, but I was hoping it would be a handshake. Yeah. Elevate against Team Efficiency for that last place in Group B into the quarterfinals.
I like that. Let's have a handshake or a fist fight.
It's very English, isn't it?
It's very. It's like if you had to take advantage, just lean over and go slap, just walk off.
Safa's Swedish. He's too nice to do such a thing. But Safa there also saying about the preparation that it can always be better, but they don't have so much time. And such. So yeah, that's going to be an issue for them here.
It's going to be interesting because both of these teams kind of on level pegging with stuff like that. So
yeah, but Elevate a lot more professional in that regard. They formed that team in essence to win tournaments like this, like the season finals.
Yeah, for sure.
They have been doing a lot of trainings, so they should be the better prepared team out of these two.
Straight for picks and bans, we see Elevate removing Prokhorovka and Team Efficiency removing Mines.
Mines being banned. We saw a team with a lot of preparation can break the defense, and Elevate is one of those. So perhaps Team Efficiency wants to take them to maps where you need to think more on the fly, on the move. Himmelsdorf coming out as first map. let's see. Ghost Town, we saw Elevate not having a good time on that one.
Interesting.
Against NSS. Team Efficiency, did they play it against NSS? Yes, they did, and that was also not that great whatsoever.
We're going to get 3 city maps here, unless...
Yeah.
well, no, you can't get... I mean, we're going to get Runeberg as
We
well.
still have Runeberg in the pool.
That's interesting, because generally we've
Runeberg
not
is
seen...
still in it, so we're still going to see it.
Yeah, I was just thinking, it could be like tiebreaker, but it's not. So it's going to be Runeberg Efficiency.
Well, it can still be the tiebreaker.
Yeah, it can still be tiebreaker as well, but it's just interesting that we get 3 city maps. Muravanka as well, very different map from the 3 of
Tiebreaker
them.
Himmelsdorf, so 4 city maps and, 4.
Lots of armor involved going to be here. Very
Yeah,
interesting.
but both these teams, like talking about Ghost Town, did not have a good showing on it whatsoever. I mean, NSS dominated Elevate on it.
Wasn't it Team Efficiency as well that were one of the teams on Runeberg to come in with like 6 mouse or something like that? Pretty sure. It was either Elevate had 6 mouse, so the team they were fighting was 6 mouse, and he did something like 12k damage and still couldn't take down the enemy tanks. But one of the APAC teams did go something crazy with like multiple mouse, like a super heavy
Ding
lineup.
played 6 mouses. I can't recall anything else.
I fully expect to see something like that being used in Runeberg, like something like super heavy, just to try and break down enemy team with just.
Well, we shall find
throwing
out
everything
one
at them.
thing, because Elevate again, let's be honest about it, if they went on towards the quarters, they were for sure expecting to play Kazna Crew. They were not expecting to play EL Gaming whatsoever. Now, the second thing is, we saw Kazna Crew go down against a style which they weren't familiar with, which they couldn't predict, which was a counter of their own style, counter to the slow meta, to the positional play. Now, if Team Efficiency can do something similar to what EL Gaming did, with a lot of aggressive plays, then maybe Elevate will fall for the same trap that Kazna did. Because Elevate is another one of those teams that does play very reliant on their tactics, on step-by-step, okay, A, B, C, D, and then we move from there. Now, if Team Efficiency can stop them from doing that, they have a chance here. I wouldn't put it past that Team Efficiency can pick up at least two rounds here. Because of both these teams not having the strongest showing against NSS. Yes, the first round from Elevate against NSS was hopeful, but afterwards it wasn't really close, it's fair to say. And between Team Efficiency and NSS, that was just, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Team Efficiency against EL Gaming, if they do get through to the next stage again, just saying in LAN, they have been like wrecked by them in LAN.
Jordan would be very happy with that.
He would be super. It'll be like, guys, this is my cast. Like,
but
nobody else is
as
casting
we already
this
have
one.
an APAC team moving
He'll be
on,
happy. He'll give,
we should.
You can keep his support up.
We need at least one NA team to move on as well.
Yeah, definitely keep Rockstar and Rookel happy as well. I think Elevate can potentially do it here. I think Elevate. I mean, if Elevate do go through, Elevate EL Gaming will certainly be a real interesting match to watch. That'll be on Saturday. Or Team Efficiency, EL Gaming could be a real exciting match to watch. It would be a shame if Elevate don't get through. Certainly, I think they have the stars and the talent to be able to do so. Like pretty much everyone in the NA region is rooting for them. Even Eclipse will be rooting for them now because they're the only team remaining.
They're the hope of the North American region, and let's hope Tomato the Lobster also gets them right.
Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, he lost the last one, so he is currently 2 predictions down and 1 correct. He said he thought Eclipse was going to win. He thought that Kazna Crew was going to win.
I'm still 6 for 6 or 7 for 7.
You're currently in the lead.
7 for 7.
I'm 2 for 1 right now. So before we go to our predictions, let's see what Tomato the Lobster has predicted for this match.
Let's just say I think there's going to be a wall built between between that lobster, the Tomato the Lobster, and Team Efficiency.
I think Tomato the Lobster should perhaps be borrowing Mojo's crystal ball because he's really not hot for predictions today. Yesterday he was it 6 for 6 or was he 5 and 1?
5 for
5 and 1. So today he's not doing so hot based on our expectations. It's a bold choice to go for Team Efficiency. But hey, I was, pretty much tied with a Lobster yesterday, but, today it's not going that way, thankfully. I'm going to go with Team Elevate. I'm going to go with 5-2 as my prediction.
Well, I think I'm going to go with I really want to say team efficiency, but my heart is telling me go for team efficiency. Stick with them because otherwise I might not get my goodies. But my brain's telling me go with Elevate.
What's the score though? This is the equal thing now.
So I'm gonna have to betray my friends from team efficiency. I'm very sorry. I deeply regret
Are you gonna
this
say
moment in
5-0
time.
again?
I'm going to say 5-2 for Elevate.
5-2. So you're saying the same prediction as me.
Yeah, for once.
That's only because I got my wow. There's a shout out to the sponsors, eh?
I can't read. Is that
I can't read it.
What does that say? I can't read it.
No, I can't see it. No. Okay, so our first match of the day is going to be in Himmelsdorf. We have 3 city maps, and then we have Muravanka as the 4th match. Now, Mo going with a Scorpion G deck, and we're seeing E3 being used by Party.
Yeah, the Scorpion G coming out here. This might again be one of those tactics to use as a shield because Scorpion G is quite tall. We'll have to see if that is the case because we saw Eclipse do that with the boar stick. Perhaps Team Efficiency has a plan with the Scorpion G. Elevate is going to be playing with triple mouse, double 50B, double T10. It's a little bit of an aggressive lineup coming out from them. They're just going to play standard control. Ma is going to be playing that Scorpion. Interested to see where he's going. Nope, so far he's not being used as a shield. That's interesting. So far they're doing the pretty standard 1-2 line defense. JT, Granovsky going down there with the down 1-2 line. Ma's just going to be covering. Okay, interesting use for Scorpion G. It obviously has a fairly good gun on that one.
Yep.
It can punch through mouses on the side, even if it is showing the weak spots from the front. They can obviously punch through that as well.
It's one of the new breed of premium tanks, the Scorpion. Quite a popular tank here in the 7v7. It does pop up occasionally. You see it getting used in Cliff, for example, quite a lot of the time. Now, Daki, with this lineup here on Team Efficiency going quite heavy down the left-hand side, down the rails, does that give them good coverage for the map? Does that kind of set out the tactics for Elevate and let them know where they are?
Well, it's a fairly standard tactic here from Team Efficiency, I'd say, with a lot of tanks in 1-2 line. They're kind of covering everything at the same time, but Elevator starting off like you can see a normal attacking team on Himmelsdorf. They're taking control over the entire map, and they're now starting to group up for that 8-line move with 2 tanks coming from the hill. Safa should be seeing that one though.
Okay, now the external 007 and Wohax are now going to push up the Banana Road. We see Dodoma above them there, sitting beside the castle. Viewpoint with Oxmassus. Here comes the heavies going through the Banana Road. God Emperor Brett's holding position at the bottom, and they're stopping, but let's see. Daki, what can you explain here?
Let's just go over the initial strategy at first. So this guy over here, this E3, is covering off this little crossing over here so nobody can go there. Then you have the 50B covering like this for anybody coming through here, right? Some damage being done in the meantime, not very important. These 2 tanks are supposed to cover as well towards this. So everything is focused on 1-2 line, right, in the beginning. They have Safa over here. We saw that before being done by a team, but there was an E3 over here that destroyed him. Obviously, this is not available for the side of Elevate, so that's not an option. He could play there for free. He spotted the tanks from Elevate coming down here. So now we can see that the rotation from Team Efficiency all the way back to here, so they can focus on defending the number 2 base. They do not have anybody here though, so in essence, what will happen most likely is when Elevate takes that gap, we will see a massive counter push coming out from the side of Team Efficiency to try and stop that one.
We still have the 50B of Granovsky down the bottom as well. He can face off against God Emperor Brett, who himself is in the 50B, so might get a head-to-head battle between the 2 autoloaders down there. Now, Wallhax is starting the cap, and he has been defended by External, and it looks like Nitz beside him as well. Dodoma coming around the top side as well. Bolognese and Skell coming around the E3 in that window we always expect, in the second window there. Safi's now coming along the D line to give additional coverage for his team, but Oxmanthus is waiting there to snap out into him with God Emperor Brett behind him.
Yeah, some nice damage being done on the crossing here. They are going to abandon that cap because obviously this is what we talked about for Team Efficiency, is that counter push across AB line. So now they have to back off because armor for armor, Team Efficiency is in the lead here. Not HP by but when Party gets there, these 3 tanks could be in severe trouble.
Bolognese being focused there as the double mouse are able to shoot out into him and his wall hacks. Now Safi has to be careful because Oxmanthus now is pushed up into the fountain in the middle of the courtyard. God Emperor Brett rotating round. Scale and External trading here, and no coverage over the side because Dodoma's all the way around at the back. He is sitting in the cap circle as well, beside Wally as well, so it's a double cap at the moment. Elevate quite sneaky here because Team Efficiency kind of need to send somebody up to the A line to do a little bit of a reset there as well and push the Dodoma's actually backing off.
Yeah, but Elevate is up so much HP right now. These tanks from Team Efficiency have bled a lot. They have to make the counter play, and they have to make it now around the corner, push into Elevate.
And here comes the push as everyone's going into this corner. They're throwing all the tanks. Scale is being focused at the moment. Safi's getting shot at as well. Bolognaise doesn't have much HP as well. This is a great trade for Elevate as they take the first tank. Wallhacks drops Scale on the T10. Now, let's see, Party's taking a lot of damage in A3. Safi looks to be the next one to drop. He's down to 118 health. He's ammo racked as well as JT takes down Nitz. Team Elevate is tank for tank at the moment, but Elevate have all the HP to trade Daki, and it looks like they're wrestling control of this match quite easily.
Yeah, not just in the AB line they're winning the fight, they're also winning it in the DE line where there was Safa and Mao in that Scorpion G. Safa obviously not going to do much against Ox Mattis and God Emperor Bread in those 50Bs. They bled too much HP on the crossing on the initial fight. Bolognese went very low, and then Elevate just holding the corner very well while they were killing the other side of the map. So even if they won this, Elevate would be able to get on towards that #1 base, which really wouldn't have done much for Team Efficiency.
Canadian Impact coming in there in their 50B, picking up the double kill at the end. Nicely done there by Team Elevate. Still had a lot of HP on the board as well, and quite a convincing win for the first round here on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, quite a convincing win. Ox Mattis and Brett on the crossing there doing a decent amount of damage. And then the counter push from Team Efficiency, if they want to do it like that, they need more tanks, they need an overmatch. In the beginning, they didn't have one. And every time the tanks were crossing, they took more damage. Party went down below half HP rather quickly. And they just didn't have enough armor. They needed really suffer there almost to get around that corner because Elevate got the first shots. They obviously pushing around the corner against a team with more HP. And more armor even, because they had all the mouses there, is not going to work out in terms of defending that cap very well. So a nice bait there from Elevate coming out on the first round. Their intention was never to cap. It was merely usage.
Start the fight, yeah.
It was just merely usage to start the fight.
Now, here's an interesting thing. That's 2 games now where we've seen that the defending team doesn't have someone to the right-hand side of the cap circle. Now, that's something we see a lot in the EU teams. Teams tend to have like a T10 or something there. Matorius goes there all the time. He dies there all the time. But it does allow for cap resets. Why do you think teams haven't done that? Because it was actually, I believe, Elevate were the other team that didn't have a tank there either when they got like capped out.
You have seen what happens then, though. Even with Navi, the only reason they won is because Anatolic survived. They had a nice 4 over there, and he died. The thing is 5 line, and even HE spam from the 6-7 line, it really deals with a tank rather quickly.
Get the damage blocked here by External. Really nicely done.
Very well done.
He was the main one on the corner, dueling out there. Canadian Impact certainly playing his worth in AMX 50B, 3.2k damage there. Ox Manthus doing pretty much 3k damage in the mouse. Exceptional play again. He is certainly one of the star players of Elevate. You would expect him to carry that way. Skell only doing 468 damage is not so great.
Not having a very good time in this battle so far. Mao actually doing more in that Scorpion G. Kind of disappointing from Team Efficiency, but obviously hoping for them to bounce back in the second round. This was the first round. Himmelsdorf attack is considered a little bit easier almost than defending because of the way the positioning works out. The defender has to kind of go down 1-2 line, has to kind of give up those positions, and Elevate making it work.
Yeah. I mean, Himmelsdorf can sometimes be a 1-for-1 map, so it is always interesting to see which teams come out on top of the other one. If someone can take a 2-0 lead, obviously at the start it always is a big thing. It's like a kind of comfort zone, a buffer zone, if you like, and certainly teams can take a bit of confidence for that, but it's very easy for teams to drop a 2-0 lead as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen it multiple times around throughout the seasons as well, where the team picks up on the first map 2-0, obviously winning both rounds, but then usually that happens to be one of their better maps, and then the next map, usually, well, you pick always, like, if the opponent picks their best map, you pick your best map, where the second team wins the map 2-0. The biggest issue comes from losing a map 2-0 and then losing the next round. When you're on 3-0, it's a completely different story than 2-0.
Oh, Daki.
T95 Elevate's been experimenting with this throughout the season. They have tried it on mines as well, if I'm not wrong, trying to make that work.
Oh, so 2 IS4s as well.
It's a very, very heavy lineup. Obviously,
So much
T95.
armor to have to go through there.
Yeah, they can defend. They can put a tank on that A7 position though this time as well, because they can cover the 5-line very
You
effectively.
can do that with
armor.
IS4.
This is a park the bus tank.
Big time. This is big time. You know, we're not going anywhere. We know exactly where we're going to be, and you're going to come and get us. Now, I've seen some regions using the T95. It's never been used in Europe on Himmelsdorf. It got used once on Steps, and not on Steps, on Prokhorovka, and it got played terribly. Double IS4, I don't recall ever really seen before either. Certainly I've seen one IS4 being used for the number 2 base defense, but I'm going to be really interested to see how this goes, because like I say, it is a lot of armor to get through. That's the biggest problem.
Yeah, there's a ton of HP as well. They are even up over team efficiency. Well, the nice shot there from Party. Canadian Impact's going to have to pair Zamorak. That's 90 seconds of repair kit, not usable. But still, elevate up in HP no matter what, and that is impressive, seeing as the lineup from team efficiency is very, very heavy as well.
Yeah, it's like 2 super heavy teams here. Now, Bolognese and Skel sitting down at the bottom, down the Church are blind firing up the middle road, but there's going to be no one taking that bait. Now, I'm interested to see how it's going to play out from here, Daki. How do you think it's going to go?
Well, we can see. Let's just talk about the strategy from Elevate, right? We have the T95 here together with the mouse. The T95 will sit in front of the mouse. That will cover off this area. You have a mouse here. He can either spot this over here, but he doesn't have to right now because of the position from our dear friend over here, which spots this entire 8-line crossing. He will spot 0-line, so they see whatever comes down here. Now, why 2 IS4s is the question? Because the second IS4 works really well when side scraping. That's why they put him in this position, because from here, he can easily hold this area, and let's just say there's not going to be a good way for team efficiency to take him out. Then we have the Waffen trigger over here, who can be used for multiple things. Obviously, very accurate gun, sniping down here, but you can also, for example, come down here, and then again shoot the 0-line position. Last but not least, we have our friend the mouse over here. Because of the position from this mouse that I just marked with a little X, he is very safe, and he can just side scrape off of the buildings here and can again spot down here, because obviously Mouse has decent view range and can actually look all the way towards the K line.
Okay, now if you are team efficiency, how do you break this down?
Well, the real question is you need to draw Elevate across the map, right? The T95, the thing is about the T95 and the mouse and A7 is when they start capping on base number 2, the T95 will come around the corner first and probably smack the guy capping for 750, and then the mouse will come behind him like they're doing on the A-line right now. The question is, if they make a mouse shield on that number 2 base, would it be effective enough? Because we have seen a mouse can cover that cap pretty much fully, and a Batshot 12T could probably sit there safe behind him. That could be a way to bait Elevate around the corner, but you would have to take the A0 position because you want to punish those 2 tanks if they turn around.
Maw is playing with fire here. He's slowly edging forward, but wall hacks. And there is a tank over his shoulder, and Maw could get absolutely deleted in just a second once they see him starting to cap there.
This is a good start, though, from team efficiency. Safin needs to be careful. When Maw starts the cap, he doesn't really have to be shielded, but the issue is if Wallax loads HE, a lot of tanks will reload HE to reset. He will one-shot this Batshot 12D more than likely at 750 alpha with normal. The HE would be 950 plus, I guess, or around 950. Don't quote me on that. I don't shoot HE ammunition in my T95. But that is the issue. If Maw gets connected, everybody else, yes, from team efficiency is lining up to shoot the 5-line crossing. But the thing is, with the tanks from A7, Elevate doesn't need to cross the 5-line. This is the thing. They don't need to cross it. They have external and wall hacks waiting for a cap to start. You'll see wall hacks or external. External is reloading HE. He's reloading HE right now. He's going to side scrape and he's going to reset. Canadian got Amorak once more. He's again without repair kit.
Again, poor laddie's getting shot, double tapped in the side of the turret. And the left-hand side of the turret is the weak spot for the mouse if you can get it flush. Amorak twice. Had he not repaired the first one, he would have been it would have been a massive explosion there, and he would have been dead. That would have been quite cool. Here comes the reset coming in.
It's HE ammunition loaded on the 50B. It's an HE clip.
GK, so it's going to stop external from resetting the
Not
cap.
for long enough, though.
Party is not going to do a lot of damage here. It's just going to be annoying for External because he's going to keep him tracked.
It did a decent amount, knowing that the Ice 4 has 2,500 HP. That is a lot of that gone, actually, for an HE clip. He's obviously, hopefully, not going to be reloading another one of those.
Dodomo's going to push across. He's going to get clipped out, and he does. So when he gets spotted out, he's going to have to stop and pull back. Took one shot and didn't carry on. Skell's moved up into the middle for courtyard control. JT's behind him. Granovsky can come over behind him. He's in the AMX 50B, still in full clip. Now,
there was a reset, obviously, at one point.
Yeah, there's splash damage beside Mo, yeah. You can see.
What I don't understand is why the Elevate is even giving up HP at this time. That should peek there from External. Needs to be careful. Gave one to Party. Party obviously trying to do damage, but Party has no support. Party needs a heavier tank, such as the Mouse over there, to cover him.
Bolognese is pushing up against Nitz to try and get rid of him so they can try and get a bit of control of that left-hand side of the map. Now, Dodoma is being focused on the crossing here, but there's not enough guns quite ready to shoot him. He's through, he's safe now, and this is a problem of team efficiency. The trap they had set there to try and take out someone in the crossing, it didn't work. They didn't track him, they didn't get all the shots in.
Actually, I'd say that this was a really good trade for team efficiency almost. To push out Safa, Elevate will have to commit more than just one tank. They will have to commit multiple tanks, T95 and External as well. Safa will be probably trying to make a run for it, knowing that this is an option as well. But now the reaction from team efficiency needs to come out, though. They can't just give up 3,200 HP for free.
Safi is going to get surrounded here by 3 tanks. He gets another shot into Ox Mathis, which is quite nicely done. Canadian Impact getting shot on the other side of the map. He's tracked. He has repaired it, but he's going nowhere in a hurry. Bolognese getting shot again. JT's taking damage as Safi is taking damage now as well. He is getting triple teamed at the moment, but look at all the damage being done to Elevate in the meantime. Elevate is actually losing damage across all their tanks. Safi's surviving for quite a long time here and holding up 4 tanks here from Elevate in the meantime.
Yeah, holding up 4 tanks, but Wallax will probably finish him. Safi should probably have gotten on the side of that T95 as he does now, but they've lost Party, they've lost Bolognese as well. These are the positions from Elevate that are very hard to counter, but they're doing an okay job so far. They need to kill Nitz though, and then the game will just about be even. God Emperor Brett will try to do what he can before he goes down, but that's a nice shot from Skell. Probably will get traded though. Nope.
Ricochet right in there from God Emperor Brett. It is 4 guns to 6. Nitz, sorry, one more hit and he's going to go down. Got Skell takes a hit there trading with God Emperor Brett. Mo and JT are trying to get Nitz down without taking more damage, but JT takes another hit as Granovsky gets the kill on God Emperor Brett. Skell now holding this corner. Externals coming down the bottom. This is actually a nice little rope-a-dope here as everyone else from Elevate's going in the top.
Okay, so let's talk about this lineup from Elevate now. It's a very slow one. They need to push on towards Skell. Granovsky needs to get in position to cover that mouse, but
nice
Skell is
tap.
too far forward, gets taken down. The cap has started, which was the thing they had to rely on because they had the quicker setup. They needed to do damage towards these 2 mouses, and now Granovsky by himself does not have the damage to do so.
Granovsky is going to clip out into, he only had 3 shots there, he gets 1 into Ox and backs off. Now look at this from External coming around on the back, he has enough HP to trade here. 1 shot going in, 1 shot misses. Second shot goes in, he gets dead. Ox Manthus gets a double kill on Mo, there's only Granovsky left, he's on a reload. He certainly doesn't have enough HP to trade, and well, he's just going to get pressured by the triple mouse use in like possibly the worst place he could be right now to try and run.
Well, there's also a T95 going to come around the corner soon, TM.
Yeah.
So, let's just say he's in big trouble.
Supplies. 7-3-5.
T95 didn't really work out throughout this game.
It didn't work out, but at the end of the day, he's still alive. Considerable amount of health left on him. Elevate 4 tanks surviving and taking it 2-0.
Yeah, reaction from team efficiency. Safa surviving for a long time, that's fine. There's a few issues there. Party for one. If you're the only tank, External Sidescrapes doesn't see anybody else. Doesn't see a mouse, which is there usually. So he's just, okay, I'll peek out and give Party 2 shots of damage, which honestly is on Party's fault because a good player will realize there's no support and just punish you for that play. The reaction on 1-2 line was fine, but they lost too many tanks for it to begin with. They lost Bolognese, which is unacceptable. Second of all, Nitz survived for such a long time. If they wanted to put and bring the pain towards Elevate, they needed to clean up Nitz rather quickly. They needed to kill God Emperor Brett as quickly as well. I don't understand what the match at 12T is doing against the Ice 4. Why he's not rushing the rails as soon as they realize this, taking down that Waffentrager together with Skell. Mouse still had some HP left at that point in time. because then the cap would have been on, and then Elevate would have struggled, because the issue for their lineup is what we talked about, drawing across the map. They had 4 tanks drawn towards the eastern side. If they can kill 1-2 line quickly, get back onto the cap, then they win, because of obviously the lineup being too slow. But then Skell as well.
If there's 4 tanks going after 1 mouse, then it gives you a huge opening on the other side of the map that they should be taking advantage of. But they weren't quite ready for it. They weren't quite reacting to it for some reason. Now, damage done, damage blocked is going to be quite interesting in this round, because there was a lot of quite heavy trading there. Wow, from Safi. Holy moly.
He did very well there in that position. Could have done maybe a little bit more damage. But other than that, pretty strong performance from him. But external, Nits surviving for so long, 3.6k damage. Really shouldn't happen. We didn't see what happened over there. Must be some miscommunication.
Yeah, it was strange, because Nits was in what was it, IS4,
yeah,
and he was able to survive in that area for a very long time, and I thought he would have gone down much quicker. But him holding up the other teammates, you know, when Safi was just like saying, you know, getting multiple shots, that kind of really threw a spanner in the works, because they couldn't just drive past him, because then they're going to get shot in the rear. Unfortunate there for Team Efficiency. Elevate playing that one very nicely, very nicely indeed. We're going to go into Ghost Town next, another city map. I wonder if we're going to get any surprise lineups from Elevate, something new again. It would be cool to see, but I'm thinking business as normal, multiple Mousies, T57s, AMX 50Bs perhaps.
Well, double BAT, triple mouse, and double WZ for the side of Team Efficiency. This is something I think EL Gaming himself also played, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong in that one. But obviously, Elevate, double mouse, T57, Type 5 heavy, Batchat, and double WZ. Now this is going to be interesting, especially because Team Efficiency is attacking with this lineup and Elevate is defending. But double WZ usually means something at least semi-aggressive to take some map control.
Yeah.
They could also do the split tactic with putting one of the WZs towards that K1 position, but I don't know if I'm a real fan of that.
Yeah, I mean, the WZs always give them a lot of flexibility. Sometimes they can make it look like you're going to do one thing and do the other. Now, Elevate on the blue side are going to be defending. Team Efficiency on the red side are going to be attacking. Now, God Emperor Brett gets himself spotted in T57 heavy. It looked like Safi perhaps got that spot as he was going over. Canadian Impact spots out JT as they spot each other here. That's what the little bulb means, that the tank is spotted, and the name popping up in yellow means they're spotted. JT, the symbol's there beside his name at the bottom of the screen. The cross means that that's how much damage he's done. The shield means how much damage he's blocked. And the little target symbol means how much damage assist he's done. So that means somebody else doing damage with his spotting.
So far, fairly standard setup though from the side of Team Efficiency. I hope that's not going to be a K-line push for them, because there's, well, actually, Batshot, 5 shots, WZ, and a mouse, but the T57 is relocating as well, which is God Emperor Brett. Now, I don't think K-line push is something that Efficiency will be able to pull off effectively, as there will just be too much fire there available from the side of Elevate. They could prove me wrong and go for it, but I just don't feel like it's going to work out. I think they spotted out Wallax now as well and deciding to back off, because it's not just something that's going to work out.
Yeah, we're looking at the viewpoint here of Wallhax as he's covering the H-line, looking towards Safi's area. Nits at the top on the minimap, you can see has coverage completely off base 1, nowhere near looking at him. Bolognese and Scale backing off here in the middle, JT just moving across the area, right beside actually external 007, but not close enough to spot him.
Well, let's just talk about the tactic again first from Elevate, pointing out what their plan is. So you leave the WZ here, because there's a gap here where you can see tanks coming. So you get an early position, early spot, right? Type 5 here, because he can trade with mouses that would come in this area. The reason why we saw a lot of batches here before and not anymore is because you can defend from here towards that. And usually when you see this, you will rotate away, but Team Efficiency have chosen for the aggressive push like this over here, and they might still counter push across K-line if they feel like it. At the same time though, they will have to put pressure from more than one side. Usually we see the attacker, when they spot out that position, returning itself towards the cap, because the defender does not really climb up somebody with this lineup, but Elevate in this occasion has chosen to climb a Batshot up there. So Team Efficiency have a few choices here available towards them. Obviously, the least likely one is to go in towards this capture circle over here. But the push like this is not really going to work. I would like to see them do the rotation towards this #1 base, because this is what has been working already a few times throughout this grand finals, please.
See External taking a shot there, and he immediately used his health pack because he was down a commander there, so he needs to get that back in the game as quick as possible. Your commander gives you various different skills, and losing him is actually one of the worst things that can happen to a tank in this game.
Yeah. So far, good stuff from Team Efficiency. Not really losing too much HP. External, well, as I say, that party takes a shot, and so does External. But so far, so good from the side of Team Efficiency. I would still like to see them rotate away from that 1-2 line area. I really think it's too well defended by the side of Elevate to make a play there. There is wall hacks, there's God Emperor Brett, there is External as well. Now Nitz in his WZ is relocating there as well. That puts 4 tanks to cover 1-2 line. The eastern side, the number 1 base, we should see them make a similar play as Na'Vi did, which is putting the mouse on there, covering double WZ. This play from Team Efficiency, I just don't feel like it's going to work out.
Mo got super lucky there. He got hit by Oxmathis and it damaged his gun and his commander's viewport. So lucky there. That could have been quite a significant bigger hit.
Well, Oxmathis now driving up, trying to get himself safe. He will be, but obviously that Type 5 turret not impenetrable. Impregnable, obviously.
Impenetrable, yeah.
That Type 5 heavy flat surface, that Cupola is pennable as well, and if you as expected, that Cupola is like pennable and flat surfaces when looking at them. On an angle, obviously becomes harder.
The thing is, he can peek right over and get a shot in with his shell and do some module damage or some crew damage. Wallhacks getting shot on the other side of the map. Actually, they're pushing Granovsky down the bottom as well. He is going over there with Safi, it looks like, to try and get the drop and get the angle on Wallhacks. So there's trades happening all over the site here. This is the main fight happening. Oxmanthus is almost going to get dropped. He is pretty much a one-shot for one of these tanks. As Mod's going to try and push up on him. Now, Party is getting focused at the moment. He was tracked, his ammo rack. Now, he goes down. That is really nicely played. Doma getting a kill on him. At the same time, Wallhacks kills Safi. So the push from Team Efficiency looks like it's been stopped by Elevate. Nitz is dropped down to 49 health. Wallhacks dropped down to 79, but there's still guns in the game right now, and it is 6-5 at the moment, Daki.
They're not going that well for Team Efficiency. I did say that K-line play, I don't think it's the option out of this one. They did decide to go for it. They lost a lot of HP on the crossing. Party was left by himself on the backside of the cap. As soon as Elevate saw this opportunity, Canadian Impact driving through the cap, clipping Party from the side, from the back. He's now coming in for some more even. That's the issue. Party left alone, you lose a mouse. The Bachas don't get to do anything really. I don't think Granovsky and Safa had any role in this round. I have to disagree with the play that Team Efficiency brought.
And it happened all really quickly as well. They still finished with 6 tanks on the board. Okay, multiple tanks were on low health there, but I mean, you kind of need to focus those tanks. You need to make sure you get that tank out of the game.
If you want to kill Oxmathis in that Type 5 Heavy, the ramp next to where the mouse is playing, the mouses were on the lower side. On the right-hand side of it, you have a little bit of a ramp area where you can peek from and actually shoot that Type 5 effectively with a tank that has a strong armor, such as a WZ. Obviously, because of Wallhack's position in the 1-2 line, you have an angle towards that position, and you can not actually do anything against that Type 5 effectively. It will take 2 mouses a long time to kill one Type 5 Heavy, because they obviously need to hit the Cupola time and time again and Elevate. It wasn't going to wait for that. They already pushed on towards Party. The Bachas were crossing the K-line at the same time, but with a T-57 and a WZ over there, there's just nothing to be gained for Team Efficiency on that side of the map. I really did feel like the number 1 base was more of an opportunity for them than the play they went with.
Yep, so Elevate now sitting 3-0 up. We're going to go into round 2 here on Ghost Town, which could see Elevate going on to match point. I would like to see a bit of a longer game. I mean, it would be a real surprise to see our third 5-0 of the day, considering how some of the matches went yesterday. There were some longer matches compared to what we get today. Let's have a look at the damage done in that round. We can also see the damage blocked, who came out on top for the kills as well and shots. Wow, 3.7 there from JT in the WZ.
Yeah, he did well, but look at that. There's 5 Elevate players after that, all very consistent. Like I said, Party, Safa didn't really get to do much.
Safi and Ibacha as well, you'd expect to do significantly better than that. Now, round 2 here, we see External 113, 2 Mouse, T57 Heavy, Ibacha, 2 WZs.
Now, the lineup from Team Efficiency kind of tells us aggressive because they cannot actually defend the number 1 base. That tier 9 Batshot just lacks the penetration, lacks the heat ammunition, which obviously doesn't lose penetration over distance to reset that base effectively. So this phase, team efficiency can't really wait for Elevate, because I feel like Elevate right now, the best play for them almost is to put external nits and wall hacks on towards the cap, like we saw Kazna Crew do against EL Gaming, with less success obviously, but Elevate might be able to pull it off.
Looks like a strong push here for the cap circle, Daki. They're kind of relying on the fact that team efficiency might be out of position. Triple cap coming in here, I think, for a cap rush, and then they're just going to hold off the fight on the corner. Safi is moving up into position where he can cover 1 tank in, the next 2 tanks in behind him, and this is Elevate being quite bold here, knowing that they don't have any additional coverage, and they're going to try and tie them up to stop the push coming around 5 and 6 line for the reset.
It's a very similar play towards what Kazna Crew did. Safa, he's Cupola sniping with H3 ammunition. He's going to have to get some resets from that position, and it's just going to be very hard because nobody else right now is in position. He's literally the only tank, and he's going to take a ton of damage for this, while the rest of the team efficiency side is still rotating right now. It's all up to Safa to get the resets, really.
Safi needs to get a reset here because the tanks in the middle can hold up everyone else. We are down to 5 seconds. There is a reset coming in, back to 15 seconds. Now they're going to have to shoot a different tank. Look at this, Wallhacks is already backing off out of the tank, out of the circle, so he wants to push it onto Safi. Now, an overlap trying to come around to the back from Maw. He's going to be held up by Canadian Impact, it looks like. Elevate really are in a strong position right now with this fight in the middle of the map.
Yeah, Elevate is in a strong position, but they are going to be using 3 tanks to take down Safa pretty much. In the meantime, they should lose the Doma, but team efficiency just seems to be losing trade after trade. They've lost party now as well. Oxmata is going to give a shot, get around the corner, get safe again, and Granovsky can't do anything about it because his T-57 is on a one-shot. Elevate is just winning the trades time and time again.
Down to individual plays a lot of time here. This is what we say when it comes to Ghost Town. A lot of it is business as normal for a lot of tanks. They have a lot of teams here, but they know what to do, and it just comes down to who has the most experience, who plays against the higher caliber teams, and who can avoid the shots. JT and Bolognese are stuck against 4 tanks here, trying to survive that wither of fire. It's not going to go well for them. God Emperor Brett has a full clip. He's instead going to start shooting at Skell. Skell gets dropped to JT and Bolognese on less than 1,000 HP each. Maw coming around, Ox Mathis coming around from the side to a flank shot into JT there. I thought he was perhaps going to go into Bolognese. Really nice target priority there from Ox Mathis. And there we have left only Maw against 5 guns from Elevate.
Yeah, the trades are just in favor of team, not team efficiency, sadly.
Oh, God Emperor Brett, bold.
Didn't get it. External
just takes it off and picks up his triple kill.
But yeah, Elevate going there for the option we highlighted in the beginning, the triple cap, because obviously team efficiency does not have a tank that can climb available towards them, which is usually AMX30, even a tier 10 Batcha, but a tier 9 Batcha will just not do it. Safa then being forced to continue pushing forwards to get those resets, went down to 300 HP before he even saw what happened in the fight. In the meantime, Granovsky peeking the corner, getting clipped out by God Emperor Brett as well. That's already 2 trades being lost for almost no return. Then party went down. It just didn't get any better for team efficiency. They weren't winning any side of the map, and it's mainly not even due to reactions, just due to trades.
Yeah, it was a fairly quick round, that one. Ox Mathis again showing why we point him out as being one of the top players for the region. He's currently almost on 5k damage there, only blocking 1 shot, so he needed to. Bolognese blocking the exact same shot as well.
Yeah, Bolognese, pretty well done for him, but again, 5 players from Elevate on the first page. Safa just not having a good time in this one.
Poor Safa.
But he's also being put in positions where he really can't do much now.
Yeah.
He was the only one that was able to reset the cap. He was the only one that's going to reset the cap even, because nobody else was in position. Everybody else was trying to counter push. Now, if you are team efficiency and you have 3 guys on the cap and you're losing 1 guy, you need to make sure that your trades on the other side of the map where you have a 6v4 need to be on point. Now, the difference is they weren't. Tanks from Elevate survived too long. Oxmatis even ran away, took a scenic route along the map, drove through the cap. And this again comes down to the traits from team efficiency not being on point, because if Granovsky doesn't lose 1.9k HP on his T57 heavy, then he is able to block off Oxmatis from running away. For example, Ox tries to do the same play with Granovsky higher HP. Granovsky just clips him out. That's a dead mouse.
Yep, now we're going to go into Muruvanka. This could be it done and dusted here. It can be decided. This could be the end of Team Efficiency and the Grand Finals dream. I'm sure Elfish Guy is going to be just a little bit upset that one of his boys are not going to be taking any further part in the battle. Now we can see the lineups here. Daki, anything kind of stand out here for you as being unusual?
Yeah, as in not correct.
This looks very much like the vehicles we just saw in the previous round, so that's not what we're going to be seeing here. Multiple bat chats obviously being used. Wallhacks coming out in a Hawk 12, IS4 for Nits, Oxmathis again in the Mouse. He certainly is a beast in that tank.
So Mouse has 4 bad shots in the light for the side of Elevate, but they're actually going to take some map control with that because of the heavy lineup from Team Efficiency. They expect them to be going towards the eastern side. Now there's perhaps a mistake being made because JT, Party, Bolognese and Skell are just sitting on 1-2 line. They might be waiting for somebody even to go into E1, but they got spotted out. They might be waiting for God Emperor Bread. He will be in E1. Maybe they can blind fire him, but 4 heavies here. The rest of the tanks from Team Efficiency just taking some control of the eastern side. This is actually not that bad for Team Efficiency, but they can't lose too much when these heavies pushing up.
So
Although this
Party,
is important.
Bolognese and Skell getting imported.
Wallhacks-
Wallhacks spotted and he's having to back off. That will let them know that there's no one potentially south, but Canadian Impact is down in that area.
Yeah, but it's not as effective as sitting in the bushes with the bad shots as it is with the Hog. But obviously Elevate realized this march of heavy tanks is coming towards their base, and it's going to be trying to take control of the eastern side very quickly. Obviously E7, E8, taking those positions will allow you to shoot those tanks in the side. Use this position in random battles all the time for unaware heavies. It's amazing. They just didn't even know that you're farming them from the side.
You need the vision to be able to do that, though. You need someone to spot the base.
Yeah, but Nits has now pushed them towards these buildings as well. So how Team Efficiency plans on capping this, I'm not sure. They're going to take so much damage because look at Elevate and how aggressive they're going in the 6-7 line.
Wallhacks is spotted. He's tracked. He's going to go down here if they can keep shooting at him. At the moment, he took one, then he got tracked. Now he's repaired the tracks. He's coming off reload. Ma is being focused on the other side. He gets dropped by External. God Emperor Brett's taking a couple of damage to focus into him. Wow, he went down almost so quickly there. One more shot and he's going to go down. That's really nice fire there for Team Efficiency. But Granovski's taking a lot of damage. JT is getting a lot of damage as well. He's almost dropped by Elevate. Elevate have only taken damage effectively on 3 tanks. They are still in a really strong position right now, and it is not looking good for Team Efficiency.
No, Elevate taking just too much map control. They finally cleaned out Brett, but look at the HP deficit. It's completely gone. Elevate is wiping the floor with Team Efficiency. It's safe to say that. Good rotation from them, taking the eastern side, getting in the faces of Team Efficiency before they make their play, because I guess they wanted to counter Brett like they did.
Yep.
But Granovski saw they couldn't finish him as they had to run away from the bad shots from Elevate, and now Elevate look to close their match 5-0.
It's looking like another 5-0, and sadly that's going to be Team Efficiency going out, just like Eclipse. They are down 5-0 in both of their matches. That also means we know who's going to be playing in another group, which is going to be EL Gaming are going to be playing against Elevate on Saturday, so that's going to be a really interesting match to look forward to. Well played by Elevate, exceptional. They have been very, very strong in these matches against Team Efficiency. They were favourites to win this one. A great way to bounce back after the defeat from Not So Serious. They're on clean-up duty at the moment. Bolognese is currently the remaining tank with Skell. They're focusing into Bolognese, then Skell's going to follow quick after that. So, yeah, unfortunately for Team Efficiency, their grand final dreams are now at an end. They can now watch from the sidelines and you know, just enjoy the moment. And surely it's a learning experience for them as well. First international tournament.
Very sad, 5-0 for them, not getting a single win during this grand finals. Sometimes it is what it is. Elevate bouncing back from their loss against NSS, taking the 2nd place in the group. Will be moving on, as you said, in towards the playoffs against EL Gaming, which will be a tough opponent no matter what. Good stuff there from Elevate. Really good rotations in this last round as well.
Yep, and we have an American team out of the group stages.
Yes, making it out of groups.
Something we haven't had before, I believe.
Well, last year Simp
did it. Simp did actually do it. Okay, yeah. Eclipse didn't do it. So, Daki, your heart and your head were right here. You said, you know, 5-0.
No, I said 5-2.
5-2 because you didn't want to say 5-0, but you really thought it was going to be 5-0. You just didn't want to say it.
Maybe I did, but I'm still supportive.
But nobody will ever knows. Still supportive. So well played to Team Efficiency. Again, first international tournament. Can't really say they did anything wrong here. They had a very tough group playing against Elevate and against NSS. NSS, exceptionally strong team. Elevate, undefeated all season in North America. So it was always going to be a tough order. Now let's have a look at the stats from that battle. It was really interesting, Daki. I mean, it went really quickly, but this is a post-match stats. Look at the average damage dealt there from Oxmanthus. Outstanding. 4.8k average there.
Yeah,
on
very
5
well done
rounds.
by him. Played very well throughout this match, but like we said, in a victory like that, your damage doesn't really get dragged down, but good performance from him. I mean, there's not so much to say about these stats other than Elevate really dominated, and most of the team efficiency guys didn't really get to do much.
Average damage blocked by Safi, decent. He was a punching bag a lot of the time in those battles, though.
Are you going to go now in your own statistics and try and find a tank you block a lot in?
Yeah. I'll be like, well, I actually block a lot, but my win ratio is terrible, my accuracy is terrible.
Damage received is probably a good stat
I'll probably just take the B2 and just camp somewhere, play low tiers and just play the B2 and bully everyone. PZ2J, that's what I'll go for.
Just a great performance from Elevate, though.
Yeah, exactly what they needed to do. We've seen some dominating wins today.
Tactically, it was solid, but it was mainly just trades. Winning trades over and over again.
Skill levels, really.
Yeah,
experience.
Those individual trades between players and between the team itself. There was not a player on the team efficiency side I think was winning their 1v1s. Most of the time, Safa tried on Himmelsdorf, but then they sent 3 more tanks to come and deal with him. Poor guy. But other than that, on every other map, Ghost Town, team efficiency, just not bringing the right plan, I'd say. And in some of these rounds, looking at it, we saw the information. Obviously, we know a lot more than they do, looking at all the tanks and all the positions. So it's easier for us to be able to predict the play and what play could have worked. But a K-line push like that against a team that's set up, just not going to happen.
Yeah, for us, we're always seeing both teams on the minimap, so it's always a lot easier to say they should do this, they can't do that, because we can see what the result is. But generally in the teams, unless they're actually getting vision of the enemy teams, they don't know what's going on. Do you think that team efficiency could have done anything different as to how they played the maps?
No, I don't really think so. They tried to play their own game, they tried to play their tactics, and it just didn't work out. Like I said, with the limited preparation they had, or compared to other teams, all I wanted is for them to win a few rounds, honestly. I mean, coming into this tournament, they're always going to be classed as underdogs, even against Elevate, which is supposed to be, well, I mean, is the North American hope, the North American superstar team, which they have kind of proven now. I mean, I wouldn't say team efficiency was the best of tests for them. I'd like to see them play against EL Gaming. I think that'd be a team more of their caliber, where they'll be playing again and see how they do. Because NSS obviously was, let's just say, one level above them. And EL Gaming might be more of the same level, or maybe weaker than them. I wouldn't say that. I'd say they're about even in terms of strength, and then Elevate can show us the preparation, the time they put into this tournament, come to show and prove that they are a force to be reckoned with coming from North America.
Yep, indeed. There's a lot to look forward to still, that's for sure. Now we have 2 more matches still to go today. We have Tornado Energy against Oops, and then we have Ding versus Navi, which is going to be a decider to see who wins their group. A match a lot of us are really looking forward to. The break might be a little bit longer. I was going to say we're going to have a wee break, but we are sticking rigidly to our schedule, and some of these matches are going really quick, so we can't really speed things up, sadly. But we will see you as soon as that break is finished, so please stick around for more matches, and we'll see you guys soon.
Chrysler Grand Final.
He's going to be punished severely for this act of audacity. Seconds now, nothing can. Alba is loaded. He's ready to get into this fight. Has more value.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Grand Finals 2017. 4 matches down, 2 matches to go. I'm your host for now, Jordi, the Killswitch Master on my left. I'm going to be joined by the beautiful Mihailo, still Mojo, Jugovic.
Wow.
How are you feeling about these matches so far, Mojo?
Well, I'm hoping to have a much closer fights and bitter struggle between the next opponents.
Yeah, hopefully so. We have seen all the teams play once. We know who's going home as well from the teams. Now it's left to decide who is going to be playing against each other in the playoffs.
Yes, the next match we're gonna watch will be Oops against Tornado. That should be quite a fight because they both like to play aggressive. Of course, Tornado being by far a favorite.
Yeah, obviously Tornado looked very strong in their first match, but then again, Oops doing the same thing as well. Both teams taking down Eclipse 5-0.
Poor Eclipse, I could say that.
Yeah, not the best
Not the
of
best
groups.
memories.
But looking at both matches, there was a very different style in between the two teams, I'd say, where Tornado was more aggressive, more all-out in towards Eclipse. Oops tried to play more.
They just
of
played
a-
dominant and
yeah.
wanted to close the matches. That's what the feeling I had. Like, okay, we are the big bag dogs here, and we are not scared of anything. We're just gonna go for it.
Yeah, and they did that very well, and so did Oops. But for the people that are unaware of Tornado and their history, I think we should take a look at their video as an introduction. Tornado Energy is the world champion of 2015, one of the most experienced teams of the league. Having won in the Champions Rumble, the teams showed a somewhat unstable game during the second season. However, at the LAN finals, the team was more powerful than ever, completely defeating NSS and Na'Vi on the way to the title of the champion of Season 2. Now these guys are on the rise, and the main question is whether they have enough views to successfully complete the battles during the Grand Finals. I just feel like this is a thing we keep on seeing with the Tornado, former Hellraisers, obviously. Throughout the season, they struggle. Sometimes they do really, really bad, even. It's to say that I think last Grand Finals they needed to be a wild card. Well, they were wild card because winning the Grand Finals before, but they didn't do well throughout the season. But when it comes to these offline events, when it matters the most, they are always there.
They're one of the best teams, definitely, in that regard. I mean, they came from a really young teams before, but they grew over the time. And we can say definitely since the time of Grand Final 2, which they won and took it, it was just them or Na'Vi, them or Na'Vi. If one didn't win it, it was the other. And it's constantly like that. So we have Tornado, who won Season 2 now, and they won a Championship Rumble.
Yep.
But Na'Vi won the Season 1. Na'Vi won the last Grand Finals, but Tornado was second.
Yeah,
so when one is first, other is second.
Yeah.
And it's always like that on all of those tournaments.
Although this time NSS looking like a force to be reckoned with as well.
Yeah, but NSS is always somewhere there, always lurking, always making some good strats. Never enough in the finish.
Never enough, but going back on track here with Tornado and their players, Mojo, for the people that are unaware of the team and the strength, guide us through some of the players and who to watch out for, really.
Well, definitely the first guy is not playing, that's their manager, but because there is only 7 places, he's here. Near you, then Nesqui and Diodor, those are the old members that played even on Grand Final 2. So they're one of the cup holders. Unfortunately, Lucic started playing after that. You remember he was their MVP and long years member. Then we have Nuclear, Applewound, and Griffon, who play with them on Grand Final 3. And ever since, they are all a team, more or less. Really, these guys are names wherever they went to play, because we remember Nuclear and Applewound were in school bus. They went to Team Supreme after, where they played with Griffon, came here after that. Diodor actually had 1 year, 1 season of excursion on European server.
Did very well doing that season.
Won it and came back.
Won the. They didn't win the season, but they won the Continental Rumble, though.
True. And what to say? I mean, all of these guys are exceptional. We've seen them in their best and their worst. Like when we say their worst, you can mark several maps by Applewow's excursions, how to fall from certain positions.
Yeah.
But you can also mark half of the maps on how did Applewow carry single versus many.
Yeah, obviously
So
he had
there
that
is always
performance.
the upper and bottom side of that coin.
Let's just say he's been on both sides of the atmosphere on Ghost Town. One time falling, but in the end, one time carrying against 3 players of Na'Vi in the grand finals as well. All in all, this is an all-star lineup, and the thing which makes them very scary, unlike Na'Vi even, is that they have very high individual skill, and they're not afraid to go aggressive.
After that shaky season, as you mentioned before, for me it was astonishing. They came to the finals. Na'Vi tried to throw at them everything they had. They started with standard tactics, then they realized it's just not working. These guys are too good. Then they starting dropping sudden rushes, traps, whatever to throw them off the balance. But it ended up 7-3, and it looked like they were just shaving them off. Like Na'Vi, simple. Na'Vi, the most recognized team on the planet.
The most accomplished team on the planet as well.
Definitely had no answer for them. So there was a month of a break now, and a new patch 9.18 came. So new meta with light tanks and arties, and both them and Na'Vi and the rest of the teams had time to prepare and to make some new tactics.
But let's say it though, we haven't seen either of those really bring out those new tactics just yet in their matches, because Na'Vi, fairly easy win against Brainstorm.
5-0.
Exactly, and then Tornado as well against Eclipse. They didn't really
have a reason.
They didn't have to use those strategies that they might have left. Now, focusing on towards their opponents though. Oops, they are a team that struggled throughout Season 2, struggled at the Season 2 finals as well. But here, they're actually looking very, very strong, a significant force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they have actually a boost. They are playing with Nile from Gohard. That should stabilize them, I believe. Also, they picked up Algo to play with them again. I mean, Oops was always a team who rotated a lot of members in and out, replacing who is playing this, who is playing that, experimenting with them. And we've noticed a long time ago, it just doesn't work. The best teams usually have a same lineup of 7 players. They stick to them and they practice through thick and whatever. Like all the time, those guys are practicing, and they know how to feel each other during the games. So I believe putting Algo up is maybe positive for them because he's young and he wants to practice a lot. So we will see how will they serve them.
Yeah, hopefully for them there's going to be a good showing here. Eclipse for both these teams wasn't the real test. For Oops, this will be to see how they match up against Tornado, and we want to see how Tornado approaches an opponent like Oops, if it's going to be the same style as they did against Eclipse. But for the people that are also unaware of the history of Oops and the progression towards these grand finals, let's take a look at their introduction video. Oops, the Tough Giraffes are the biggest unknown coming from the EU region. They have the experience from the Season 1 and Season 2 finals, where they took 3rd and 4th place. The issue for Oops will be that they haven't played yet on the international stage, so they have no experience versus the teams from other regions. With a rocky second season, the question will be if they can handle the pressure playing on the big stage versus the top teams from all regions. Let's say Oops has already proven half of the question that was asked there. Can they perform against the top teams from the regions on an international stage? They've taken down the number 2 seed from North America. Now they are moving against the number 1 seed from Russia, though.
Not only number 1 seed, but championship Rumble winners. So that's like a planetary tournament also. This is probably the strongest team they had ever chance to play on any tournament. Oops themselves, as we said, they won 3rd place in the last Season 2, 4th in Season 1. Kazna pretty much annihilated them in Season 2 semi-finals. It was 7-2 as far as I remember. And they had a much closer match in semi-finals on Season 1 against Ding. It was 7-5 as far as I remember.
Yeah, they took...
or 7-6 even.
7-6 against Ding, which resulted into taking them 3rd place for Grand Finals.
We had huge expectations for them on Season 2, but they struggled heavily.
Yet, with the 4th place and the placing from Gohard, it was enough for them to get over here. Now, Mojo, same thing as with Tornado Energy. There's going to be a lot of people not familiar with these players from Oops that might not recognize those names, but guide us through it and tell us about them.
Well, we mentioned Algo. He is their youngest player. He's one part of the force that was rotated up and down, left and right. So we need to see how will he actually perform on tournament of such magnitude. I know he's very motivated, but we will see how will he actually perform. Annihilator was playing for Gohard last season. He was one of their main battle players, constant and so on. So one of the best damage dealers in European region. Kamil really good in boosting, insane team leader, tactician, mainland. I would say stability in their team, maybe even sometimes. Milos, constant damage dealer. We were always astonished because when he plays a single shooter heavies, he can always outperform the autoloaders.
Yeah.
And Deha, who actually stepped up later.
Especially in those heavy tanks, such as the Mouse, Deha, very strong in those. Milos, Annihilator, also one of those single shooter players really coming into the lineup. I just wonder how it's going to work for Oops when they come into more of an autoloader heavy map such as Cliff, how they adapt, because we know single shooter players are not always the best Batcha players, for example.
Yeah, Nile was usually, even if he played Clipper, it would be something like a TVP, so a support Clipper, not a frontline Batchat really, which is sometimes a problem because, let's say, face it, like when you have Meland and Milos and Nile in those, they're exceptional players,
but you have to pick one.
Those are not their priority tanks.
That is going to be a question. We might see the answer throughout this match. But I think Matt Andrews had the chance to talk to Oops after their previous match and asked them a few difficult questions. Let's hear from him and what Oops had to say.
We're going to have some tough giraffes in the quarterfinals on the main stage. Yes, Smiland, congratulations to you and the rest of Oops. 5-0 win. That's making a real statement.
Oh yeah, I guess we were all super confident going into that match, and yeah, you see the results.
What worked for you? Everything you sort of planned, or did you feel like Eclipse didn't turn up in the way you expected?
Sort of both things. Like, we were obviously good prepared and had our strats prepared, and we tried to play our thing, but yeah, you always have to adapt to what the enemy is trying to play or playing. And yeah, we also expected a bit more from Eclipse there, but I mean, nevertheless, we'll take this.
Yeah. That'll see Eclipse going out of the tournament then, which means you're definitely going through to the quarters. Now we've got seeding time. It's between you and Tornado as to who goes first. This is also against Navi and Ding. They're going to be having their seeding match later on as well. So the winner of this will play the loser of Navi and Ding. We've got an idea how that might turn out. How about you versus Tornado?
Well, we against Tornado, we're not even sure what we are going to play it if we hide our best strats for the quarterfinals. Let's see, but yeah, Tornado obviously the grand final champion, and yeah, I guess not get scared by the fact that they're the champion. Just play our thing, remain calm, and I guess everybody is beatable. But yeah, just keep our confidence.
For anybody who doesn't understand, particularly that third star, which is just down there, tell me what this is going on.
Oh, I just had to put some kind of meme on this board, and since we all know and love Ducky, and since we know his streams for the past, I don't know, 2 weeks, he's trying to 3-mark his M60. So a little meme to Ducky. Ducky, we all love you.
And finally, let's reenact that classic moment earlier on that showed what a tight unit Oops the Tough Giraffes are. That amazing moment between you and Dead Zone.
Picking up there on Dead Zone being left hanging. Good there. About memes, I don't know, we'll see when I get in Moscow. I hope that it's a big city. I hope they know a lot of places to hide because they're going to need it.
We can check, do they have the 3 marks on M60?
No, they don't. Dead Zone has 3 marks on Chrome LB though, so that's something, right?
I think you get that just by accidentally playing it.
Yeah, but for a team that's saying they don't want to be scared of Tornado Energy, seems like a lot of excuses are being made of why to be scared for them.
Yeah, by psychology, usually when you mention some words, that means that you're thinking about them quite a lot.
If you have to say that you're not scared of an opponent, you wouldn't even talk about it.
From what I got from that interview is that they're like, okay, we're gonna play this, and what happens, but we're gonna prepare for the next match, which will probably be when we are second.
Already mentioning about keeping strats for those quarterfinals. That's like saying, you know, if we lose, at least we can say we were keeping strats.
I wouldn't go that far, but definitely they're probably calculating who will they already play there.
Yeah, obviously.
And thinking like, okay, there is a high chance Tornado is actually going to be first. Let's face it like that. If we manage to do something cool, if not, we're going to try to throw everything we have then.
Obviously, in the meantime, we can see the map picks on the screen. Let's go over it quickly. Steps, Runeberg being banned out, Mojo, but let's focus more on what's being played. Himmelsdorf, Prokrovka, Morovanka, in that order.
Well, interesting is Steps is, of course, banned because Tornado was avoiding it
all
the time, so they were not playing it at all. Runeberg, of course, definitely the worst map by far for Oops. They absolutely don't know to play.
I remember them trying to play it, and
it
not
just
working.
Didn't work. It just didn't work at all.
Then again, I would also never, ever play Runeberg against Tornado. If you remember, they were the ones actually pre-patch even to bring triple mouse on
they
this
were
map,
making new threats
beating
on the
Navi
map.
with it. So if anybody knows how to innovate on Runeberg, it would be Tornado.
Himmelsdorf might be rather interesting because Oops knows to play it very well with rotations and splits on the map. Of course, Tornado, same. So this may be quite a clash on the Himmelsdorf. Prokhorovka, I would give that more to Tornado, honestly, there.
Yeah, I'd say Prokhorovka is heavily favored even towards Tornado. The way they beat Navi on it, they won the final round and the season finals on it. They lost one of the 2 rounds because Navi made this impressive trap, which I don't think anybody would ever dare to repeat. Pushing Eastern side, but leaving 3 bad shots in K2.
Those are kind of the mind games you can play against a specific team. So usually it will not work in most of the cases. This is just like a field commander versus field commander thinking from the knowledge. What can he do?
Now, Mojo, before we ask our favorite Tomato the Lobster for predictions, I'm going to ask yours.
I would say this will go 5-2 for Tornado.
Well, I'm going to throw something out there. Even though they like to make some memes, I'm going to stick with Oops. I'm going to say 5-4 for Oops. I don't care if I lose. If I'm right, it's going to be much, much better. I'm sticking with Oops. I am, staying with them to be a little bit different. I don't really care if I lose the prediction. I know my brain's telling me Tornado. My heart's saying Oops.
You know, when you say something too many times, you're actually thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm thinking Tornado is going to win, but I'm saying Oops instead. Now, maybe Tomato the Lobster.
It's called sitting on 2 chairs.
But I said Oops, so we will hold me accountable for Oops. Now, let's see if Tomato the Lobster made the same prediction as me, or he's going to stick with you. The wrong logos there above the teams. That was definitely Oops.
He's a tomato.
Tomato the Lobster. Going with Tornado Energy. Seems to know pretty well what he wants. Well, he's been wrong before. He picked Kazna Crew as well.
Oh man, so did I. Like, that was such a disappointment of a match, I would say.
Yeah, but it's going to give us a great quarterfinal matchup, though.
It will be a huge fight there because Kazna has nothing to lose anymore.
No, they have to play all out. But between these two, Oops and Tornado, what needs to go well for Oops to be able to have even a shot at beating the ex-world champions?
They cannot lose this first map 2-0. They cannot afford it. If this happens, if they lose the Himmelsdorf, I think they're done.
Prokhorovka coming out. They need. So you're saying they need at least the 1-1 on Himmelsdorf?
Minimum, just to stay mentally in the game.
But let's say it like this: they take 1-1 on Himmelsdorf, right? Which you hope is going to happen. But what if Oops lose Prokhorovka like we expect them to do? Can they recover on the next 2 maps?
I don't think so, really. I believe the key will be in this first map in Himmel, because even if they manage to take 2-0 here to Tornado, it will not be a guarantee they will get out of the match safe.
Well, talking about Himmelsdorf, Mojo, we're just about ready to get underway with our first round between Oops, the Tough Giraffes, and Tornado Energy. Now, Mojo, from these 2 teams, what kind of playstyle do you expect coming out from Tornado?
Well, Tornado, I think they will first try to feel out Varys, Oops, and they will try to see what are they doing. So they have an E3 that usually means they will go over the hill, IS-4, mouse. That's going to be a slower attack, maybe over the hill.
Maybe over the hill, you say. For Oops, seems like a standard opening, Mojo. With that E4, though, why the E4 instead of the E3 that we see some teams use?
Because when you want to play around some corners, E3 is not really valuable vehicle. It's brilliant when you have to play forward, when you have to push forward and so on, but any kind of corners, cutting or whatever, E3 is just a dead weight.
Look at this aggressive play already from Tornado, Griffon, and near you, making sure Algo is not able to cross towards that J1 position. In the meantime, Apoa with his IS4 crossing the K line as well. Mojo, do you think this is a good start coming out from Tornado?
Well, they're definitely not going over the hill. There is no RT involved in this game, and they have really no armor here on the 8 line. I mean, for an all-out push, this would be quite a risk, especially since they have that E3 on the hill. He will be completely separate from the battle, just keeping their backline.
You can see Tornado currently slowed down the pace. They're obviously waiting for Nuclear and Server. We're going to be playing those mouses. Do you think this is a commitment Tornado is going to make, or just probing a little bit towards the team of Oops?
I think this is just an opening for a split. Because there is, I don't think they will push here with these 50 Bs over the rail. They're just probably position the mouse tanks and IS4 maybe with them. And 50 Bs will probably rotate completely around and then start something from like a pincer attack.
You see Server and Nuclear are trying to make some shots towards Insane. And the T10, obviously the T10, pretty strong turret, but the top of the turret is still, if they hit it, they're going to penetrate it.
Insane is the important thing is that he actually saw them. Now if we can see the light tank spotting the 8 line and trying to proxy someone coming closer to them. So Tornado is doing that. The mystery for me is E3. If E3 stays on the top of the hill, that means that there must be some kind of rotation toward him with some of the tanks.
He might be trying to get, he might have been trying to get some shots on us. We see Camille getting a nice one on towards Nescu actually. And Batch at 12T is going to run away from that one. And now the rotation coming out here from Oops. They have taken aggressive 8-line control. Deja is being sent back towards B6, A6, that area. Insane is there as well. So Oops deciding aggressive defense is the way to go, but does this leave Milosh vulnerable? But Apoa takes a big connection there. That has to be from Melan in that E3. So that's a strong start for them. But Tornado Energy, they are pushing the rails, Mojo.
2 mouses there, 50 Bs. I still think they should just separate in one moment and go from the other side, because once they establish themselves, you must lose some HP here while you're crossing, which is what they did with the IS-4, and they established pressure here. So they left a significant force of 2 mouse tanks and IS-4 that will be an anchor, and they're going to keep some of the tanks from the Oops locked down.
How aggressive Camille is.
Camille is really aggressive, maybe even too aggressive, because honestly those 250 Bs can deal with him easily, even when T10 is there.
So far though, Camille makes a spot, backs off. Nesqui spotted him out. Camille deciding to go back and pull away from that position. 50 Bs now coming towards the 8 line, but there is Insane, there is Camille. I don't think this is an overmatch they can take.
This is important thing, like when they were crossing the center, Mouse, Deha actually managed to spot them, so they are aware and they will be in a hold-down position then waiting. So if 50 Bs come around now, that would be a really bad and poor timing, because they would take guaranteed 2 shells in the face immediately.
Like this positioning so far from Oops Mojo, it's more proactive, more aggressive, showing no fear so far. Ooh, that's a nice connection even from Annihilator or Meland. One of the two managing to connect a shot on towards Diodor on the hill. I just want to point out, Annihilator relocated towards the D3 position to cover the 8-line crossing as well, in case those 50 Bs decided to go.
It's a really great shot actually on E3 on such a distance. It's not an easy shot to pen by any means.
Yeah, it was either Meland or Annihilator. We'll find it out later though, but all that matters is that it was a nice connection. Now, these 50 Bs, Mojo, they have decided to go back towards the hill. Do you like this rotation?
I believe that's something they must do, because the rail is obviously not an option. Oops is really keeping a good eye on it, so they're trying to fill out each part of the map now. But it does look like Oops is already thinking about it.
Yeah, Insane has relocated towards the A8.
And Deha is watching from the cap.
Exactly. Deha is going to be spotting that 0-line crossing, giving Insane the information he needs. Insane is actually, timing-wise, doing beautiful, just about running away when the tanks from Tornado are about to arrive. Deha needs to obviously be careful against the E3 here. Theodore shooting some HE even. Let's not connect that one though.
The only weakness that Oops actually has now in defense is if there is a simultaneous push on 8 line and from the hill. But Insane already withdrew, so he kind of closed that possibility. And Camille is now the...
He would just pull back into the courtyard though, with Nile covering him.
Well, courtyard is a big risk because he can be shot from several angles there. But still, as I'm saying, like to get to Camille, you need to commit quite a lot.
Look at Nesqui taking another one from Camille Eater in that WZ. Gets the spot though, but now this Bacha 12T being on 84 HP is kind of difficult for Tornado for the rest of this game, really, because you need that tank to be at least having some health when he needs to get on towards that capture circle.
Unbelievable, but Oops is almost 6 minutes in the game. They didn't take even a scratch on any tank.
Yeah, Camille,
Unbelievable for their playstyle.
unbelievable, really, especially with so aggressive Camille. Might take one here though. The server lines up the shot, does not connect it in the meantime. Near you, Griffon starting to push down the 8 line, but Camille has already relocated. This is good stuff from Oops, getting the timing, getting the relocations when it's needed.
Really good calls. It does look like maybe relocation of Nile from GoHard helped them a lot with those timings.
Let's see though, Near you and Griffon starting to make their way. Deja needs to spot them out if he wants to have a chance. Near you, Griffon are going to try and make the peak here. Can I get across and spot it? No, they cannot. Near you and Griffon are both spotted out. Annihilator though, 802 onto the side of Griffon. That's a nice shot. And are these 50 Bs going to commit here? That is the question. It looks like that. Near you already going towards the corner, going to come around and try and clip out Annihilator. He needs support though. Takes one from Camel Eater, but Annihilator in the E4 might be in trouble. I don't think this is worth it for Tornado. Nile takes 800 damage, but Near you takes a lot more.
But look at this, even the damage done by Algo and back from Milos. Like Tornado is just getting it handed. Like they're losing about almost 5,000 HP, and I don't see a single opening that is worth to mention here in Oops defense.
No, Annihilator is taking more damage though, but so far it's not a big issue. He makes a shot on towards server, but this is giving the opportunity for Griffon to make a peek, gets the first, finishes on the second. Good stuff there from Griffon, but is it enough to bring back Tornado in towards this round? They are about 4,000 health points behind the side of Oops. Even more now as Near you is getting shot in the side. Melan is actually pushing aggressive over there, but insane. Melan picks up the kill, and Oops is not letting off the aggression, making the counterplay here against Tornado.
Deja will also push after them. They were using him as a faraway anchor, but we can see this tier 8 light really cannot pen even tier 9 tank. I mean, he has around 210 penetration now with gold, I think.
Meantime, Milos squaring off against Nuclear in the G line. He's currently winning that trade. Applewild fairly useless in this battle so far. Algo getting Amrocked again. Camille picks up Griffon. That is the second 50B gone. Server taking damage now from Melan. And with the HP that Tornado has remaining to them, there is no way out for them. Oops, showing a masterclass of Himmelsdorf defense. And you talking about this first map and how important it is for Oops, they seem to have gotten the message.
This is definitely great moral boost for them. There is no way out of this one for Tornado. They simply don't have HP to play around with any mobile tanks. Diodor is an E3, we said, like that's really brilliant. Battering ram, pushing forward vehicle, but that's about that. Applewild plays an IS-4. That's a slow angling vehicle. Nuclear is a mouse on one shot. Nesqui, a light tank. Tier 8 now, that doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah, Nuclear was on one shot. He did manage to outplay Milos, though Milos had 2 shots worth of HP on him. Nuclear with the superior angling, so showing some of that individual player skill, but it doesn't save them in this round. Diodor connects on towards Melan, gets one in return, but with just 3 tanks remaining, and he hits 174 HP for Tornado. It is Oops, the tough giraffes, that are going to be picking up this first round. And Mojo, Himmelsdorf would be classically considered as one of the strongest maps for the CIS teams, and Oops have just taken a round off of Tornado. It's showing that they mean business.
Well, this is important because, as we said, this is one of the best maps for Oops, and they need to take points here. If they don't, they will be in a deep trouble on the other maps that are coming.
I like this play so far from Oops Mojo, making a rotation towards the 8 line, backing off on time, doing a lot of damage. Initial damage, Nuclear getting his second kill of the round on towards Algo. That youngness, that eagerness, Nuclear punishing, but with the amount of HP on the Oops side and 33 seconds remaining on the clock, there is no way that Nuclear is going to win this round for his team as Camille comes around the corner, looks to pick it up. One shot is what he needs, and he gets it. Multi-kill for him. What a start from Oops, picking up the first round on Himmelsdorf defense, and in what a style. And I think it's worth mentioning what they did there so well, Mojo, is those rotations they did in their tanks.
They were impeccable. Like the timings and rotations on the map, scouting of the areas that were weak points for their defense, and moving of the rest of the tanks so no one would be left alone or with some weak spot angle. Everything was perfect. Tornado tried to probe them from 3 or 4 sides. Nothing worked. They were forced to do push and just try blind.
They tried to find a weakness throughout this round, going K-line, getting Applewild across there, first step of the way. But then Camille in the 8 line giving 2 shots to Nesqui, running away on time, those 50Bs, not getting too much. Then those 50Bs getting spotted by Deja. And Annihilator actually doing pretty well in that E4. But then I'd say the counter push from Meyland and Insane was beautiful. And I think it will show in the damage as well.
Well, Nuclear is the top damage dealer,
Yeah.
but there is he's followed by 4 guys from Oops. Camille, who played the tier 9, as we mentioned, and then Miloš, Algo, Meyland. So we cannot say it's a super one-sided game, but it is, honestly, because there was never a single shred of chance for Tornado to take it.
Tornado did never seem in control of that round. Like even when they killed Annihilator, they got traded so much on that. They lost.
They were already 5,000 HP down.
Exactly. They pretty much lost 2 50Bs for that because near you, Griffon. Yeah, Griffon got the kill at one point, but Nile already did what he was supposed to do by then. And I guess it was Meyland because of the damage he had that actually hit Diador on the hill as well, which was an impressive shot to start it all off with.
When they went around that corner to clip up on Nile, on his E4, you could see multiple crossfire. It was not just one guy covering him. It was actually 2 more. And the shot came from 3 sides.
It was Miloš
from down, Algo
from up, and then Algo from the side.
Yes.
It was beautiful. It was very well covered on towards the position from Nile. And I think...
And then the guys came from the center and just...
Now the question is, Tornado, how do they take this one-round loss? Usually, when this happens against a team like Na'Vi, we like to talk about it, if you take 1 round of Na'Vi, you just make them mad for the next 5.
Tornado... They lost this one, they're just going to move to next one, honestly. We know that. I mean, Oops had a great openings in many matches. We've seen that. But if they start losing one map too much and something tilts them, they can just drop there.
We have seen Oops pick up the first 2 rounds and then lose the next 5 in quite a few games.
Even first 3.
Yeah, so with Oops, we're always careful to say how well they're doing. They are not going to be on the attack mojo. And lineup-wise, Tornado very heavy with that double Tank Destroy.
Tornado playing defense with double E3. This is really heavy duty defense of Rail, I would say. And not only that, they have an IS-4 also. So I guess he will have to cover that A5 corner probably, or even maybe do the old school defense around the A7 on a top cap.
Look at this though. Camille, Meyland already pushing down that 8-line Nesqui in that Bacha 12T. Will be able to spot it out. Get the information towards his team. Apawao, will he make it to that A6 corner before the tanks from Oops are there though, Mojo? Is he even going to try for it?
It doesn't look like he actually wants to.
He was driving there for a second and then decided, look, he's turning around.
Yeah, he gave up.
Perhaps this throws a spanner in the works for the side of Tornado. Apawao might have been willing to get there, but with the aggressive play from Oops, this is impossible. Insane though, taking a lot of damage in that T10, but he wanted to take that position on purpose.
This is one of the Oops risky tactics, I would say. This is just a bait on a top cap. They want to attract the slow lineup of Tornado to react while they will pressure from the lower side. But look at this, near you is alone, completely alone on the lower side of the map.
He got 2 shots in towards Miloš. Miloš only getting just 1 in towards near you. Some individual play being made on the south side of the map. Miloš currently getting the near you taking the better of Miloš, but they've abandoned the cap now, Mojo. They've traded a decent amount of HP for this, mainly on Insane, some on Miloš as well. Why do you think they decided to leave the cap there?
Because they would be probably annihilated. If even 3 tanks push them, they would lose at least 1 guy. So, and they would not be able to counterattack, not with this, because they have a lot of crossfire here, but that's not enough. Nesqui, again on his light tank, losing some HP, but he's not a significant damage dealer here. He's just there to keep eye on rotations. The important guy is near you on the rail, and he just lost some HP because Nile actually, I think, connected on him.
He found Annihilator. Annihilator connected 1 shot towards him. Near you is going to have to back off from that one. So that evens out a little bit what has happened before. Apawao getting spotted here though. The 5 line is decently covered by the side of Oops. Miloš and Deja might be able to get shots towards that. And with the quick tanks from Oops, they might be able to abandon that cap quickly enough.
They need to abandon it right now.
Yeah, they need to run away.
Right now.
But Griffon in the meantime picking up Insane though. Insane was in that courtyard. Griffon relocating towards the D-line, picked it up. A nice shot there from Server on towards Miloš. And Oops seemed to be repeating what Tornado did in the last round. Bleeding HP all over the place.
All over the place. Also, they have Nile, who is pushing down and making near you run away. The only good thing going for them is because Nearyu is on low HP, but he's now safe behind those houses and he is covered by TD in a distance. So that is something that goes well for him. Also now they have one gun more because Insane died. I would say his push with that T10 was a bit premature, honestly, ahead of his team.
Yeah, he took a lot of initial damage, and then I'm not sure exactly where he went down, but Griffon had to relocate to D4, which he obviously did to take him down. That's a good start there from Tornado, removing one of those tier 9s. Now they're left with a firepower lineup that is significantly weaker than one Tornado has brought. Nice shot there from Annihilator though, on towards Griffon.
Pretty good, but we now need to see Nearyu is definitely the focus of attack. For Oops, they will try to press the rail. That's the only gambit they have at the moment, and we need to see how will that actually work out.
Don't they need Annihilator in that mouse? We've seen K-Line pushes before on this map. Now, don't they need a tank that can take this damage, that can withstand the firepower from the side of Tornado to get across that
should be Nile. That should be Nile angling there, and Malan should just push one-on-one and play Nearyu.
What I do like right now from Oops is they're trying to drag Tornado across the map. Currently, though, Tornado has actually done the better amount of damage. Now, Mojo, for example, could Camille restart the cap here and force another tank to go across the 5 line to try and reset?
Yeah, but he has to check everything so much because every corner can be a booby trap. Not all of the tanks of Tornado are spotted, and they need to work with that. Algo is still on a hill, so they definitely didn't give up on all kind of rotations and play. It is well known for everyone who watched the European server games that Oops likes to play splits on Himmelsdorf like this. They like to run from the cap to the cap, and not only here, but mainly on the city maps, and try to stretch the team until they find the best point to pressure. The only thing really not going well for them now is because Insane died. I don't think that was a viable move in a start like that, because they kind of overstretched in that moment.
Annihilator takes 771, connects the shot on towards the server, but Diador quickly to trade that one out. We have seen a disastrous performance, in good terms that is, from him on that E3 already on Himmelsdorf against, I think it was against Eclipse, yeah, where he did 6.2k damage, I think it was, or 6.3. So he knows how to play that TD very well.
Finally, another rotation here. Once Camille checked, is there anyone on upper cap waiting for them as a trap? The defense of Tornado is not really that stretched afar. This is something that they will actually pay heavily.
Yeah, Nuclear waiting for that one, but he is kind of left alone though. Camille will be getting on towards the flank for that E3. He's going to be quickly removed. 2 shots coming in there. Malan to pick it up. The combination fire of the AMX-50B and the Batcha just too much to withstand there. Annihilator getting another shot on towards Nearyu, putting him at a 151 HP. And now Apoa kind of trapped in no man's land as well in that IS-4, Mojo.
Interesting, Milos was already there to cut the approach of IS-4, so they made sure that E3 is soloed out. Applewao now is cut off from his team, and he needs some help, but also Milos needs to pull back because he has no HP to deal with this.
Applewao might have overextended to as he peeked around the corner to get a shot on towards Milos. Algo from the front, Malan from the side, and it's going to be another tank going down for the side of Tornado, and 2 tanks down for Tornado. The HP is gone as well. Cap has started for the side of Oops, and Mojo, this is actually looking very well for them.
And Nile is keeping Nesqui in a check down, so there is, Nearyu on the rails, so there is no rotation by a 50p, but that's at the moment a waste for Oops because Nile has far more HP. Actually, he has to push toward his teammates maybe. Diador is the only one with a significant amount of HP at the moment in a team of Tornado, but Griffon and E-Server are almost the same.
Teja going for the 1v1 here against Server. Needs to be careful because the other Griffon are in the 5-line. Teja gets on towards the side of Server. This is good because that mouse, such a high structure tank, has issues lowering the gun enough. Camille either with a cheeky shot from the D-line there. And now Teja still on towards the side. Griffon trying to support, gets the shot, but it's not going to be enough to save Server as Camille picks up the kill. And Oops, gun in the game, Mojo, but also they have HP and they might be looking to pick up Himmelsdorf 2-0. Malan's now going to be pushing forwards. Diador seems to be his target. Another one of the slow tank destroyers that can't do anything. Malan comes around the corner, first shot in towards the track, should be able to clip him out now. Has 2 more available. Nesqui with that Batcha 12T is nothing else than annoying. Algo should be able to pick it up now, and that will leave Griffon and Nesqui to clean up everything, which is not going to be possible.
Oh, come on, I'll go connect this one. Diodor is in the broken Amorak, but he is down. Nesqui on the light tank is not significant by any means. Griffon left, he just used the repair kit. So this is a classic Oops games where they stretch the team around and now they can cap even both teams. Niall, while we were talking, he was actually pushing toward his team and just kept turret turned around so he can finish off the 50B when he comes up.
Yeah, exactly what he should do. He should just keep aiming on the 50B and drive. Mouse dispersion on the move is good enough to be able to hit that shot 9 out of 10 times. Now it's Griffon. We know what this man can do with Nesqui, but with the HP of Oops, there is just no way that he's going to get back in towards this one. And Oops Mojo are bringing it to Tornado. The season winners in the CIS region are about to go 2-0 down, which I guess is a surprise to many at home. Griffon getting a multi-kill already. He's had all the kills for his team, but Melan with the triple picks it up, and that's Oops 2-0 over Tornado. Let's just say this is not what we expected.
This is by far the best opening that Oops could hope for in any possible theory.
Yes.
The morale boost is immense, and if they manage to get all the games now 1-1, let's say at least, they can even win the match.
Let's not start dreaming.
But we were in this situation before, that's what I wanted to say.
Let's keep it realistic.
Where Oops opens the game like this, and it looks like super glorious, and then...
It is a very good sign, though, the way Oops is showing up towards this tournament. It's a lot better than anything we've seen in Season 2 and the season finals, even.
Honestly, Oops, this match looks 3 times better than Kazna did in so far matches.
Yeah. Melan coming out there with the top damage for his team. What really changed this round, though, I'd say, is the position from Nuclear by himself in the 5 line. No support. Double autoloader going for him. Oops seemed aware he was there, obviously. Why would Nuclear, you can see it in this E3, the 767.
They were ready for option that he is there. They were not 100% sure he's there. Because you could see by Kamil when he went out on E3 that was already aimed.
Even
and
if
he was like,
Apoa
oh,
was there,
okay.
Even if Apoa was there, I mean, it wouldn't change anything. There would be Dead Eyes 4.
No, that's 2 single shooters. Also, while they were pushing on E3, that's what I noticed later, Milos was already pushing toward the upper cap. So if Applewell was even angling and trying to do something, Milos would just shoot him in the butt.
Great play from Deja as well, though, to get on the side there off server. Obviously,
that was great solo play.
It's the most annoying thing in that tank, obviously, with being such a tall tank. When a lower profile tank starts hugging you from the side, lowering your gun.
And moving up and down, and the turret of Mouse is really slow to turn. So that's quite a problem. I mean, Mouse is a beast when you can position him, when you can angle, and you can even drive toward the enemy and shoot because the gun is super accurate and the Mouse is so slow, so it doesn't really spread much. But this kind of game is not something that heavy tank of such caliber likes.
No, great stuff there from Oops. Now Tornado looking to come back in towards this one. We're going to keep it realistic. We're going to keep it real. We have seen, for example, Oops pick up a map and then lose a lot of rounds after, and we talked about Prokhorovka already, which is going to be our next map, so we imagine Oops is going to struggle on that one.
We already said if there is something that Tornado will probably play standard, but if something goes wrong, they will probably go out and try to get the game back in their hands. So they definitely don't want to play someone like Navi they would meet, I think.
So Oops is going to be playing with a triple 113, a double bad shot, and an STRV, finishing it off with the tier 8, which is going to be the LTTB. Tornado Mojo. Look at this lineup. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 113s. Now, what is the plan behind this to defend like this? Because it's realistically only viable for the middle.
I mean, this setup, when you see it, you know they're defending, but they want to attack. There is nothing else to do with these tanks. You cannot sit around the corner and snipe with 113s. This is not their purpose in life. So they will definitely try to apply pressure from the start of the game.
Well, here we go, near you, Nesqui getting spotted out. So Red Insane and his LTB. The entire team from Oops is on the 1-2 line, though, as now the 113s from Tornado will get spotted out. The entire lineup from Oops. Insane already takes some damage there, 486 on towards him. The 113s from Tornado getting only about 2 shots in towards him. Griffon trying to clip as well, but now 1-2 line push from Oops. We've seen this by a lot of teams, Kazna mainly throughout the season. It hasn't really worked. Deja taking already so much damage from these 113s. Mojo, do you think this 1-2 line push is actually going to work out for Oops?
This is definitely not working out. I mean, Tornado is already in position to cut them off. They're in position to go in the middle of them. Who will do the cross fire. Now Camille is trying to go back, and they're trying to play some kind of cooldown against Tornado, but this will be very bad. Nile is needy.
Gets spotted out driving in towards E1 and gets removed by the team of Tornado. Now that's something foolish. It's something you cannot do when they're this close. Nihilator thought he could get away with it and he could not. Deja continuing to take more damage. Nuclear Alpawab on the front line, delivering crucial blows to the side of the Oops tanks, and Mojo. What was happening on Himmelsdorf is now being delivered twice towards the side of Oops.
No, Oops tried to play the fast game here against Tornado, but Tornado are not what they are. By chance, this will still be a battle, but tactically this battle is won by Tornado by far.
Yeah, Tornado is out-trading the lineup from Oops. Algo is now with one shot in the chamber, gets picked up by Near You and Griffon, who are counter-pushing. They've now retaken 1-2 line. Still 7 tanks remain from the side of Tornado, and they're showing why they won the season finals. They're very aggressive. So something we don't see from a lot of teams, driving into towards the middle with those 113s, but let's just say they're making it work. That's the difference between them and a lot of teams. They will hit those shots time and time again, and I really think Annihilator going to E1 when the 113s are that close, it's something that never works. Not here, not in randoms, not anywhere.
No, that was really bad move because he wanted to get an altitude so he could spam on these 113s and butcher them.
As soon as he shoots.
Yeah, and the frontal armor of STR VTD is brilliant, but his side armor is non-existent. So Camille is now the last joker that Oops has. If he manages to do the clip in the back of Tornado, he might do something with the game, but Griffon is already closing in on him, and if he is low on shells, he will definitely fall.
This is the issue for the lineup of Oops, I'd say. So many low HP tanks with just Camille having the HP. It looked close, but it wasn't. Griffon picks up Camille because Near You continue to clear out the 1-2 line. Insane, trying to do what he can with that pea shooter, honestly. Chipping away.
It's literally a pea shooter for this kind of game.
Chipping away at 113s. Good luck with that one. River is going to pick up the kill. There we go.
Oh, he actually penned in frontally. Nice.
Yeah, lower plate, but Tornado bring it back 2-1. And Mojo, it's fair to say this is not a strategy we'd see from a lot of teams, driving in towards the middle with those 113s. But they hit so many shots on the lineup of Oops, driving down 1-2 line.
That's one of the, let's say, tactics that are ready for everything. They set up a light immediately. They set up aggressive spotting with mediums and 413's middle. Wherever they saw Oops, they would just have pre-organized rotation.
It seemed very familiar to what they did towards Eclipse. Obviously, not the same, where they were more focused towards 1-2 line against Eclipse. Now they were more focused towards the 9-0 against Eclipse, 1-2 line against Oops. But in essence, the same thing, because against Eclipse as well, as soon as they saw them on one side of the map, they just drove over and pushed in towards them. Same
Oops
concept.
was obviously aware of what they seen against Eclipse.
Yeah.
And they thought they had a key to that solution, but as we can see,
I really feel like Annihilator could have been the crucial factor in this round. If he, for example, got towards A2, those 113s would have been chipped down so quickly. Now they just didn't have that constant fire from the STRV.
I would say even if he backed off, even if he just backed off to keep an eye on any possible peaking of those 113s from the line. So he would not have perfect shots on them. He would have to wait for their...
It would have been best if he got to A1, A2, because obviously from there he can shoot 113s as they're backing off.
Yeah, but there was a high chance he would die on the way, because they were actually wanted to prevent that. But what I'm saying, if he just backed off, faded,
it was such a freebie.
Stabilize the game and then rotate together with Camille.
Yeah, it was such
Let's say if you rotate together with Camille and shoot him in the back.
It's such a freebie from the side of Oops. Not sure what happened there, obviously. Maybe some miscommunication, some excitement coming out. But lineups, Mojo. Tornado, double WZ, Object 140, 113, rest of bat shots. Oops going with something more standard, double 113, 3 bats, STRV. And LTTB
LTTB really popular on spotting now in Prokhorovka.
Yeah, especially Oops has used it multiple times now. They seem to like it.
I've seen like most of the teams actually today playing Prokhorovka using all LTTB. I haven't seen a single other light yet. But again, Tornado with those double VZs, really aggressive setup. Not a single TD, so no camping positions for them. They will just go in, try to take positions and do the pressure immediately. And look at this, they're not really splitting much. They're all center or up on the hill. So they have a crossfire between each other and they're close so they can help each other.
Yep, the side of Tornado again, going for that middle plate. Seems to work out for them. They're going to rinse and repeat that one. You just going towards that F8.
This is something like a play like Oops also had before, if you remember, hiding butshots down in a bush line, waiting for a counter push.
Deja, nice connection there on towards Nesqui in his WZ. Gets one in return though. Gets two in return. Gets Samurakt driving down that. That was obviously from the hill. So more shots coming out. Milosh takes one as well. Those bad shots showing what they're worth. Already getting some crucial damage in and are going to be reloading soon. And I like the amount of map control that's been taken here by the side of Tornado.
Not sure should Nile even go for that position down now. Can he even position well? Yeah, he even position well without getting shot in the flank. I guess with that much of presence of his teammates, he might try. But still, Niryu is already there, Server is already down there.
And if Niryu takes A0, he just can't peek anymore.
Yeah.
Now, what does Tornado do from this point on, though? They can start the cap if they want to. Because I don't think Oops has really any tanks that can peek the rail.
No cooldown tanks at all. No cooldown tanks at all. But who to place on that cap? It has to be one of the guys from the village side because everyone else is occupied and cannot be used.
But look at this, Mojo. Tornado's not going to wait for it. Apo already peeking. Connecting towards Decha. Mojo, this looks like a counter push.
Yeah, if they realize that Camille and Insane are down, they're going to push. They have nothing to lose. It will be a huge overmatch.
Algo, Melan spotted in the distance. Out of the fight, out of the game. Decha already down by Apowow. And this is the counter push. This is Tornado. We know aggressive. Milosh in the 113 is the next focus for this lineup. They realize Oops' positions were just not good enough. With Algo reloading and Melan on the run, they quickly lose the two 113s. Annihilator not getting any better in this round as in the last one. And Tornado just showing what they're made of. Full aggression coming out here, the counterplay very, very quickly, putting Oops on the back foot, and it's 7 versus 4.
What an astonishing comeback after that Himmelsdorf that you were watching, but obviously this kind of play is Tornado style. Griffon will fall here, but still this is 6 guns against 4, and Oops is split by far. Camille is in reload now, so he will not be able to help his teammates, and they are chased like animal in the woods.
Yeah, they're being chased by everybody and those single shooters. Camille's on the run, on the move, near you. Not gonna miss those shots. Camille's just about gonna get saved for a moment here. Near you taking some damage though from the LTTB, but it's not gonna be enough to discourage him from going aggressive. Camille still trying to avoid those shots, but Near you has 3 available towards him. He's not gonna miss that one either. Gonna finish it off right here. Misses one. Melan actually picks it up. Near you. That miss is gonna cost him. But in the meantime, Algo got cleaned up. Melan's now running again, and this is the strength of the single shooters that Tornado has left. It's 4 of them. They can just chase down these bad shots.
Well, single shooters combined with auto loaders that are keeping their flank safe. I would say like that.
Well, Apowow comes over. Meland, he knows it's pretty done at this point. Apowow with his 3rd in towards this round, cleaning up that bad shot. And just as quickly as Oops took a 2-0 lead, Tornado make it all even. And we're going to start from 0, pretty much.
Yeah, I can't remember which is the next map. Was it Mines?
Morovanka.
Morovanka and then Mines.
I think so, yes.
We shall see. Obviously, as Aki said, we are starting from the 0 because, but we are not starting from the 0.
We're not
Oops
starting
is now
from 0, but it's all even again.
I would say Oops is now actually on down foot because when you are so hyped up, oh yeah, we won entire map, we are 2-0 up, oh yeah, we're doing so great, and then you lose in such a fashion a next map entirely, and you got and you get everything you worked for annulled. I think you're actually on a lower side.
Momentum definitely on the side of Tornado. Energy insane. Actually, the 2k damage in the Delta to be impressive. With the low alpha coming out from that one, he's not going to be able to save his team in this round. And look at Tornado, they're just all driving forward, trying to catch the Delta to be off. Insane has to pretty much sit there and wait for the hit squad of Tornado to close. You can see that Nesqui is just sitting there, hoping for Insane to make that
play, my damage.
Don't just win, do damage. It's their motto.
Come out wherever you are.
Nuclear gets the most damage dealings in shot. Diador will probably finish it off in the Object 140. Misses the first, which gives Nuclear the opportunity to claim the kill. Let's see if he can do it. What? I wonder what he was waiting for. Nuclear finally finishes it off, and that will be Tornado Energy, equalizing it 2-2. Now, that was just brilliant play from Tornado Energy. So quick, so fast on the reactions. 2 tanks. Well, it wasn't even... I think if Algo and Meland were still there together with Annihilator, they would have still done it. Because they were grouping up for it. They saw those tanks. They were like, okay, they're even more gone. Let's go kill them.
They grouped up really well because when you get in that kind of crossfire, Oops was trying to retract the STRV
trying to set up the crossfire they
in a
needed.
back position to cover them, because then they would actually have someone who can do the damage. But like this, they were stuck all around the railroad, and they had no positions to do any kind of focus fire, while the guys from Tornado could just say, okay, we're going to peek and we're going to focus this guy between these two groups.
Yeah, and even before they pushed in, Deja in that 1-1-3 really took so much damage before the push even came out. Camille here being top damage. Insane.
Almost top 2.5k, man, like with that LTTB.
Yeah, 23 shots fired as well. Yeah, Deja, Mojo, 465 Annihilator. 2 rounds in a row, 0.
Best STRV player in the match.
Yeah, let's just say I wonder if it wasn't his own call to go towards A7, A8, because sometimes players overplay when they get excited, right? You're like, okay, I need to go help my team, I need to do it right now, which might have been the case in round 1 and also in round 2.
In round 2, it did look like a team decision that he should go there, because we saw the team movement going toward the rail, and usually STRV would usually already be there. So he probably got an order, okay, get there to try to prevent, to do this, but Tornado was already in position.
Now, Moravanka coming out, so traditionally this has been a good map for Oops. I like the way they sometimes play it, very aggressive, taking it straight towards their opponents. Is it going to be enough to break Tornado, though?
Some really nice mind games here on Moravanka played by Oops. I'm not sure how much Tornado had time to study them, but I believe they did their homework. And well, honestly, if they did their homework that well, they wouldn't lose Himmels of 2-0.
Yeah.
So there is a chance for,
for
Oops here.
This lineup from Tornado, again, something unorthodox, something we know from Tornado that they can do. It's not the first time they come into Moravanka and play a very heavy setup. They have done this before against the likes of Na'Vi, actually. I remember it, where they have played with such a hard lineup, armor-wise and gun-wise as well. But they're one of the few teams that actually tries this. If not the only that plays with 4-1-13s ever.
Yeah, but this setup is not something you will say, okay, we are going to cap. This is a setup that always says we are going to fight.
But look at Oops, they're going aggressive towards the eastern side like they used to do. Every bad shot getting spotted out there except for Algo. And Tornado Energy going to peek up, try and do some exit damage. Applewilde Nuclear, the first to peek up. Melan taking the most of it, down to 185 HP. That's going to hurt, it's going to sting, he's getting tracked as well. I don't think he's going to get out of this one as Diador picks it up. And Oops, well, let's just say this is not a good start for Moravanka.
I don't think this is something that Tornado even planned. I believe that
this is a lucky gift.
Yeah, I believe that Oops actually thought that Tornado's gonna push 1-2 line with a bunch of 113s, try to cut them off from the cap.
I think Melan hit a building as well.
Yeah, he did. But Oops tried to actually flank them from the lower side of the map, sending 2 heavies front to hold them off, and the guys in the back.
This is what you're talking about. If Tornado did their research on Oops, this push is very Oops-esque. They have done this in the regular season against Ding. Against Kazna, even if I'm not wrong, but against Ding for sure they've done it.
They've done it multiple times, pushing from that side.
Exactly where they went. So maybe Tornado was trying to counterplay that.
I wanted to say, like, if Tornado was actually planning it, they will already have tanks in position to shoot. But the first medium tank, which was actually really unusual one, spotting Object 416, when he saw them, he just in panic ran away, and everyone was, oh, there are mediums here. Go up and shoot. Go up and shoot.
Go up and shoot, and they did just that. Melan not only hitting the building, also getting tracked and then getting removed. Now Nesqui, look at his equipment. Camonet, obviously the 416 has great camo value. With a Camonet, obviously making it even harder to spot him. He will get on that cap, and once he does, they shall drive right on top of him, and they might still not find him.
If anyone is wondering, guys, why Object 416 from the Tornado side, we used to play that. We used to call that tank when we played the Tier 8 ESL before a pancake.
Pancake, yeah.
Because it's really flat. It looks like something put a tank under a press, and that went out.
It's like a mouse drove over an Object 140, and the turret
and that's what you
back.
get. and the tank cannot rotate the turret all the way, but it doesn't matter. It has really huge penetration for the tier. It shoots heat ammo and around 320 alpha, really accurate gun also.
Let's just see what is happening here though. Camille, Algo, Deja, the roaming squad trying to find Griffon. Griffon is on the move though. The timing coming out from him is pretty damn beautiful, but he stopped there for a second.
It's actually really bad timing because he will die.
He stopped.
And no one can actually help him.
Yeah, Griffon getting bounced on. A lot of damage being done towards Camille and Algo though, but Griffon goes down. He stopped there for a second. I thought he was going to keep running, but then he saw shots.
Honestly, the
Milosh.
biggest mistake he did because he wasn't actually spotting from A6 because that is where his team could help him. But look at this. Now there is a crossfire coming in from Oops.
Yeah, but Server's under a lot of pressure, but so is Oops Mojo. And somebody needs to go spot this cap rather quickly. 24 seconds remain until the base is captured for the side of Tornado. Server is going to go down here towards Deja. This evens the game, but 17 seconds left. Oops is going to have to put everything to get this reset. It's near you, and it's Nesqui and the cap. The two tanks that are probably the hardest to spot, that STRV and that 416. 8 seconds left, and Milosh is making a run for it. He's going to have to spot it out rather quickly. 5 seconds, Nesqui gets spotted out. The reset comes in. Nesqui goes down as well, and that is Oops actually recovering. It's 4v6, Mojo.
It's more than recovery, actually. This was a free gift by Griffon there, and it's maybe even a round for them. It's still not done, but the position and number of the tanks is actually going well for the upside. Much better than for the Tornado.
Especially with Camille clipping out on towards Apo and Milosh holding on as much as he can, doing the damage towards near you, and this is where the 113s are struggling. They don't have that burst damage to take down tanks like the side of Oops is doing. They still have a lot of HP remaining though. Milosh a one-shot, Deja a one-shot, Algo not very much better. So it's not over just yet, especially with Milosh going down. And don't forget, Mojo, most of the HP here for the side of Oops is on Annihilator, a mouse very far out of the game.
Also on Insane, who is a tier 9 medium and can be really...
And is alone.
Yeah, and he can be a really important rotation vehicle. Like Diodor and Nuclear are trying to cut him out because if they ooh, he's tracked. This is so
and
bad.
Diodor is waiting for the secondary track shot when he realizes Insane does not have a repair kit available. This tier 9 bad is getting caught out and he is going to be removed by Diodor. There we go. That is very important, Mojo. That is the thing. If he got out, they could have probably won that round, but now with him going down, I think he was a little bit slow running away. The rest of his team.
Unbelievable. I was about to say, like, if Oops doesn't allow Tornado to consolidate, to play as a unit of 3 tanks that have a lot of HP and armor, they have the game because they had 6 guns.
I feel like Insane took a long time to run away though, because Camille, Algo, Deja were already
was in position.
To the wind.
No one in position to help him.
They were so low HP, they decided to get out, which I guess is the right decision to make. But why was Insane still there, hanging around, hanging about?
He's a stubborn person.
Perhaps, but it's going to cost his team in this one. Now they need to utilize that HP of the mouse. Now, I'd say the issue for them is that STRV.
STRV can punch through him like a machine gun. Still, they have one thing going for them. All those low HP tanks are mediums, so they can rotate really fast around the map and maybe create some additional crossfire. But the problem is they can actually not take any brunt damage forward, and that mouse seems like a lot of HP, but if they realize they're getting flanked, these heavy tanks here just push and do same like Deja did to the mouse on Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, let's just say an STRV with 2 113s. Niall's going to lose about 60% of that HP in the first volley, and then the STRV will just cut through him like a hot knife through butter. Diodor and Nuclear are going through the A line together with near you. I think this is the correct decision from the side of Tornado.
Yeah, why not? They're completely unspotted. No one has seen them last minute and a half, I would say even. And Oops doesn't really know from which side will they come. They can just guess. They can probably guess, okay, I think they're guessing they will go for the position where Annihilator is. They will try to proxy it with one of the heavy tanks, and that's why they actually put Nile there.
Now, Annihilator, how effective can he actually be in this round? The same with Algo. Algo in that position over there. If Diodor or Nuclear spots out Annihilator, that STRV will set up. Here we go. Diodor spots him out. Now this STRV will set up and start pinging away at him. What can Annihilator do?
Well, preferably not sit on the top of the hill and aim with the side.
Against Diodor
it's not helping.
It's not a win for him.
No, Diodor is a guy who can take damage here. If he actually managed to do a shot on Nuclear or near you, that would make any sense. But trading 1-for-1 with Diodor, when you're the only tank who can take any shots in your team, definitely doesn't work.
Now Diodor is going to be getting on towards this capture. Nuclear right behind him. Near you, set up a little bit further. C1 covering the flank and also covering on towards the position of Annihilator. Diodor is so aggressive here.
Well, there is 2 minutes 20 seconds.
Diodor is actually going to make the peak and get the shot. Yes, 399 on towards Annihilator. It's a risky peak, but nobody ready to punish.
Oh, look at this. Like the side shot from Algo came. I believe Niall was actually waiting for that, but that never came. And Algo is not really playing it out to the best here.
Theodore again coming for a re-peak. Doesn't matter, 474 on towards Annihilator. Like you said, Algo trying to make that play, but Theodore is in a bit of a hold-down position towards that. If he just stays on the
Look,
cap,
the
Algo can't really shoot him.
STRV is closing in. He might even charge on Algo in some moment.
We'll have to see about that. Nuclear Theodore on the cap right now, holding it off. Near you is actually pushing forward, like you said, Mojo, on towards that one. Nuclear peeks out on towards Annihilator, does not get the connection. Theodore Maito near you in the meantime picks up Algo. Nuclear and Theodore making the play. Now Deja also trying to, but near you picks up Annihilator and it's all falling to pieces. He might even get Deja, but no, just about surviving there. But what does Oops do? How do they win this round?
Camille goes guns blazing from some angle, unspotted, and resets everything in the last moment.
Ooh, nice shot there though from Camille, pushing that capture back towards 30 seconds. But there's 2 tanks on that. Near you has the possibility to roam around the map, and he will do exactly that. Nuclear gets resetted as well. That brings it back to 40 seconds. Now they need to be careful. Camille gets the first one towards Near you, can get the second as well. This makes him in 1 shot. Camille has 2 shots available. He needs 1 for Near you and 1 for a reset. Deja, arguably,
He can win a round. If he manages to pick up Near you and one of the heavy tanks, he can actually win the round.
He gets a shot here, he picks up Diodor. 1 minute and 10 seconds remain on the cap. Now Deja needs to get out of there. If Near you picks up this shot, then it would have been, this should be a win for Oops. Near you needs to chase down Deja. 23 seconds he has. If he can get this kill though, Deja's on the run. Can he get it? Near you is lining it up in the STRV. He gets it! Near you picks it up and it will be Tornado 3-2. Woo!
Saved by the bell. Tornado would actually have to say here. This reminds me so much on a match that Oops played against Ding. If you remember Season 1 finals, when Oops played to their best, it was like a tiebreaker game.
I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to put it out there. The only way to win that round was through Camille, like we identified. I don't even know why Deja is still there. Honestly.
I don't know.
Him being there gives them actually an option to win that round. I don't even know why he's running away, honestly. If he just stayed behind that slope, I think he has a better chance of surviving than this. You're running away from an STRV. Arguably, Near you, one of the world's best players, is not going to miss that shot, is he?
No, if he faded, he would have a chance if he was behind some rubble, but he was scared that 1-1-3. He was scared because he was too close that 1-1-3 will just catch up to him and kill him in the last seconds anyways. So that was a real danger there.
I feel like they should have put all their eggs on towards Camille and Deja to run away. If they were going to win that round, Camille had to do it. I really don't like Deja being there. It's like, he's a one-shot. They know where he is. He's not going to be able to peek over and make the play. Camille has to do it. He's a 2-shot in HP. Why is Deja not running away? Why is he still there?
I don't think it's even imperative. Why is Deja there? Imperative is why is Deja allowing himself to get spotted from there?
Well, he peeked. He could have just sat there and spotted behind that slope. And
exactly.
With these shots, I think he had a few shots left. If he just lets them push on towards him, the STRV needs to siege up. He can kill him easily.
I will have to see that moment later, I guess.
He either had to just sit safe and wait or run away like before Camille makes his play, because the STRV had to lock down. Well, when the STRV is peeking on towards Camille, you know, when he gave him those 2 shots, I feel like that's the moment Deja could have just booked it, run for the hills and far away. I don't know. It's already impressive. Oops managed to get this close in a round.
This game was handed over, taken from the team to team several times.
Yeah.
From the start when Malen died, to the moment where they killed Griffon, to the moment when Insane died.
A lot of misplays though still from Oops, like.
But a lot of, I would say, misplaced also from Tornado.
Yeah, but also like when those 2 1-1-3s are on the cap, nobody's covering Annihilator. He's just getting wrecked by them peeking.
Yeah, he was expecting he has a cover from Algo in the side. Algo didn't even see the 1-1-3
Camille wasn't covering
coming.
either.
I think Camille was just waiting to go from another side.
Well, Oops going to be down in this one, 3-2 in favor of Tornado, but it's one hell of a match so far, going all the way down to the wire. But now Mojo, let's get back in towards this one. Lineups, double mouse, E50, triple bad shot, well, quadruple bad shot for the side of Oops, 2 baby bad shots, 2 bigger bad shots. What do you make of this lineup?
I'm really interesting to see how long will actually that STRV sit in that K-line position. We already established once anyone comes from the lower
he's
side.
A spotter.
12T is the spotter.
No, he's a secondary spotter.
But what if someone comes and starts shooting?
He can bounce every single shot from bad shots.
That's why you put an STRV there. Only Mouses will actually punch through that armor. He's a secondary spotter. He can even shoot from there, but I'm guessing he's spotting as well.
He's rotating his whole lot for a spotter. I can see the arrows on the map.
Yeah, but
Here.
obviously that Camonat stays active no matter what, if he has one.
You see there is a rotation going on from Oops toward the upper side of the map, but that is definitely the part of the map that is defended by far the best by Tornado, because these two mouse tanks will be shot by STRV in a flank, and they cannot really push with these three butchers without heavy punishment.
No. Nice shot there though from, I think it was Nuclear. Yeah, it was Nuclear on towards Annihilator. Initial damage on towards that tank. Obviously, it feels like, you know, you take one shot on the mouse. Oof. Take one, take two more.
This is already 3 shots. I would say he doesn't have that many.
4.
He's below 50% HP. It's already not worth it.
Deja taking now some as well. Annihilator pretty low HP, but this is the play though. It's the distraction. 1-2 line play coming out. Diador is on the reload, and nobody from Tornado seems to be covering. Diador on the run, on the move, trying to get away there. Insane gets the first connection on towards him. Algo takes actually some damage. Diador trying to survive. Is he going to get away though? I think he's tracked as well. He's going to go down rather quickly, and now the tanks from moves need to survive. Actually, I'd say this trade, damage on the mouse for tier 10 Batchat is definitely worth it for the side of Oops.
That STRV needs to kick in the action here for Tornado, because unless he does, his teammates may be in a deep problem.
So far, still HP in the favor of Tornado though, but Oops,
it's only one
those,
point something K that can be dealt with.
And that 1K is on Nesquik, and Oops has 2-9s.
Yeah, and also let's not forget one more thing. Oops has all 7 guys in a team now, and Tornado doesn't.
So now, what is Oops' next move here? Because obviously Algo and Sane can't really leave. Kamil is going to get out of there. Might take some damage along the way. No, actually for free. Very rarely you see a Batcha being able to run away from that position for free there. Algo rather lucky there not to take any damage.
I would say more than lucky, but still. Oops needs to pull away gradually from these positions here. I don't think they can actually brawl out with Tornado. This Tornado has a lot of HP on the key tanks like E-Server with 1-on-3 and Nuclear on a mouse. So they can do a lot of pressure and then follow it up with STP from the cooldown position and so on.
Kamil now coming back in towards the Cap server. Peeks out, does not find an angle towards the near you. Has relocated now though, Mojo. He is coming towards J1, but in the meantime, Nesquik has made it all the way over towards that eastern side. He could get a reset on Milosh if he gets spotted out.
Oh, look at those two around that mouse. What a picture to see. Applebow taking some more damage here, but the cap will not be an issue because they can reset it. But once the reset comes in, these mediums will push out.
Yeah, but look at that in the meantime. Deja's being flanked already by Applebow in that batch, and he's taking a lot of damage in that mouse. He's about to go down. In the meantime, Oops choosing the overmatch around the corner. Server seems to be their target. They're going to lose Deja, but they're going to take Server down, and it's 1-1-3 near you, though. In the meantime, in that STRV is going to start working very hard onto the sides of those Oops tanks. If they leave that STRV unchecked, he will ruin every single tank of the lineup of Oops. Nuclear now pulling back, taking distance. HP even between these two, but let's say Nuclear, near you is the biggest factor.
Yes, but they're still pushing Griffon back, so he had to go down the hill, and now is the problem. Everyone here is in reload. Kamil has to run away, Milosh has to run away, Nile is getting shredded because there is no one to help him. Mayland is on one-shotted with that Amrek. So not going well for them, not well at all. The HP looks the same, but actually the upper hand is with Tornado now.
Neyu peeks over, picks up Annihilated at STRV, left alive in 1-2 line as Kamil tries to get over there. He gets completely removed. Applebow chiming in there together with Nuclear, another tank down. And yes, like you said, the HP might be even, but positional advantage completely with the side of Tornado. Oops, picking up the first 2, but Tornado looking to pick up the next 4. Good start from Oops. Now Tornado starting to edge ahead, though it's close matches, and Oops is showing the best they've got, and they're making Tornado work for it. Milosh peeking out, takes a shot, goes down towards Griffon, just Mayland remaining at E50M, and it's close again, Mojo, but it's not a win. It's a win for Tornado, and that puts them on match point.
Yeah, this is a match point for Tornado now. 4-2 is the result. Good thing to say for Oops here, they really came to fight. They're really showing us a lot, especially on Himmelsdorf, which they won, and on Murovanko, Prohorovka, I can't say they showed anything. They were really handed over there.
Yeah,
but these two maps, they played really well. The regrets And breaking was on the last game.
Yeah, the last round.
The last round, the previous round, not the one that we saw now.
We need to ask what that did to the morale, obviously, having such a close round. Losing it in the beginning, taking it back, and then losing it once more.
Taking it back and losing it again.
It can break any team, honestly.
But it's part of the game. And so far, Oops doesn't look like broken team, I would say. By far, they are actually fighting.
Out of all EU teams?
Yeah, and I don't think they ever expected to actually beat Tornado, but there was a glimmer of hope. Like they're playing really hard.
They're playing their very best, and it's very good to see near you. Nuclear, it's those two tanks, the combination of them, the crossfire in between them, that's really the ruin towards Oops. Near you, just phenomenal play in last round and this round.
In this last part of the game, I have a feeling they should have just all tried to run away and shoot while they're, while they're running away, to be as far as they can from that STRV. But even like that, I'm not really sure would it affect anything at the end of the day.
Nile was sitting on that slope, trying to play against the Nuclear and the Near You, who they brought down to 400 HP at one point, just makes a cheeky peek, gives him one shot. Nile backs off, Near You peeks up again, finishes them off, and it's just those small individual plays. If Nile survives, maybe can do more, but even then.
Well, Oops can take lessons how is STRV supposed to be played, honestly, here, because this
that is brutal, Moja.
That's the truth,
mean.
because Near You here did a lot of damage. He repositioned on his own, covered his teammates.
Won 2 rounds.
Didn't expose himself, won 2 rounds by good positioning, and STRV is a tank like that.
STRV is that kind of tank that
you
the
need
player
a lot
needs to play.
Yes, you need a lot of intuition because
you can't tell him what to do.
Yes, and there is no turret. You cannot run around with it. You have to rely on other people spotting for you. But when you position, you must be impeccable and you must connect those shells because it has brutal gun and you must use it.
Yeah, STRV even running away. If you run away and you get tracked, you're pretty much on your side and then you're dead.
Yeah.
So Mines coming out now as the possible final map between these two. Let's get into it and see, though, Mojo. It's going to be Oops. It's going to be defending, if I'm
Oops
not wrong.
is defending.
And Tornado attacking. Now,
usually there's a sided left then.
Yeah. Do you think that Oops can take this one, looking at the lineups?
Well, Tornado has a light tank. That's a new meta now because he actually prevents anyone from boosting. And interesting, they picked to have a tier 8 Nesqueen object 416. That
Very
means
popular.
they can smack him somewhere in the cap. Oops playing with Arctic. Yes, they can actually take this round.
Hill fight coming in, Mojo. Bad shots from Oops, moving towards the hill. 3 tanks from Tornado going to meet him there. Oops obviously not going to have reloads available towards them. Near You lining up the shot on the crossing, but he sees those bad shots. 1 shot, 2 shots coming out. EG from Near You as well. I don't think that connected for full damage. Server is going to go up and down. He's going to drop off. That's a good play by him, not getting caught by those bad shots. Now, we saw Kazna do... we saw EL Gaming do the same thing against Kazna crew.
But Kazna was not positioned like this. Tornado was actually expecting this, and you saw that that light tank actually didn't even go for a spot.
Yeah, where Kazna had the light tank on the hill. Near You was sitting at the rock. Kazna driving on that one. Up wow, close. Trying to get a shot. Algo actually bleeding some more HP here, down to 505.
I have a feeling that Tornado was actually expecting the last resort push by Oops, and the positioning of their tanks was saying that like TVP was ready to clip out on the Batchats while they don't have the clip. Even light tank was lining up to shoot, and Batchat was actually just spotting the approach while every other heavy tank was sitting in the back and waiting for anyone to peek. So Tornado guessed rather well what will Oops do, but now they have to monetize that.
A difference as well between Kazna and Tornado and what EL Gaming did. EL Gaming stopped peeking at one point on the hill. Algo, Camille have been trying to make those plays and be taking a lot of damage. I saw Server just make a shot towards Camille as well, giving him another one. EL Gaming did not do that. They took the hill and they waited for Kazna crew, who drove into the guns, to be fair, and their RT actually foxed, yes. I remember him splashing 4 tags at one point and stunning them as well. Oh, I wouldn't want to be on the team speak at that point in time.
No, but it was really obvious what will happen to Kazna once the push came, because they were all positioned to deal with it. Near You is doing the full push here. Let's see, can he actually survive? And yes, he did. This is rather important.
Mela made a blind shot, and that caused him to be on reload when Near You decided to make this crossing. Algo
took one for that as well, down to 125 HP. And is it going to be the counter push now, Mojo, from the side of Tornado, do you think?
I don't think they still have to. They're just buying time for a light tank to rotate more, I would say. Oh, Milos is now going for the boost.
Maybe not going for the boost, maybe.
You think he's going to try to counter the light tank on this side, but he can get sniped then.
Well,
They have to help Meland anyway. Meland is stuck down.
He's not driving towards the boost. Let's put it like that.
Yeah. He has to help Meland. Meland is down on G4 with that TD, and he is pretty much stuck. So someone has to help him so he doesn't get shot in the side.
Milos, bad shot, going across, gets spotted out. Will take one from Nesquik. Should take one from Nesquik on the crossing. Nesquik fires. Konex does not miss those kind of shots. Milos spots out near you now. We'll take one more from that German light at the very least. Milos down to 849. One on towards near you. The second to pick it up. The German light is down. But this should prone the reaction coming out from Tornado.
And Tornado now must actually push the hill because they have nothing to lose anymore. They just lost a tier 10. This is the massive Artistan we were talking about.
But they all have medkits, and they just used them. Melan delivers a big shot to Algo, goes down towards Griffon. An unnecessary peek coming out from that batch that removes him from the map. Kamil and Decha now the last two on this hill. Griffon makes another shot, does not connect that one, but oops, they need to come and reinforce this.
And there is the boost by Server. Look at this, he is going for Decha in the back. If he actually manages to take out Decha, this is it, because they're pressuring Kamil and Decha in the same time, making it impossible for them to help each
Decha
other.
pushed him off. Decha pushed Server off of the hill. Melan in the meantime pushing towards the middle. Annihilator is juking it out of there. Kamil did very well to hold on as long as he did. Diador picks him up in the meantime though. Annihilator should be removing Apowal from this map, but Server, who dropped off of the hill, got pushed off really. Now making the shots on towards Melan. Melan makes a shot, does not connect that one. Decha is going to go on the chase, trying to catch Server, who's not a one-shot though. But oops, is winning this battle so far. Mojo Server now down to 55 HP as well.
Milos still needs to kick into the game because he is on the island and he's pushing from that side now.
Melan picking up Nuclear, and Mojo thing to point out here, look at the HP from Tornado. It's close to the HP from Oops, but look at
all
that
on
one
the other.
tap.
They're not gonna even try to shoot him. They will shoot everyone else.
Decha now tries to get out of there. He will survive for now. I think he even got tracked by Diador. And now, what does Tornado do to get out of this one? Because the hill entrance is covered by a mouse and an E4.
I don't think they can actually get out of this one because the problem is because they are attacking here and they have no tanks to do that for. Like Diador is the only guy who has any HP. It's easy to get him in a crossfire. It's a mouse, a tank that goes 20 kilometers per hour at best. And then you have Server and Griffon who are both more or less on one shot. And they are the ones that are supposed to flank the enemy. But how do you flank the enemy if you have no
I really do
HP
like
to
this
play
play
with?
though, Mojo. Look at the zero line. Server, he's going for the climb. This could be the end of Oops though. This is the one thing that could break them.
He would have to connect serious amount of shells without
It's
getting
Server
shot
though.
back.
He has done it before and he can do it again.
Well,
and only now does Melan look like they're expecting something from zero line. It's too late, Melan. He's already up. He's already gone. Great timing from Tornado. He can make this work. He can find at least initial damage on towards Melan, because Melan doesn't know he's up yet. It all depends on if Oops takes it as a possibility. Milos seems to be no. I don't think they expect it.
They probably think he didn't do it, but I mean, if they expected it, they would be positioned a bit. Oh my god. Okay, he went down normal. I actually thought he's gonna flip for a second.
But I like this later from Diador. Nobody's spotting him. He will go in towards Meland. If he can pick him up.
Unbelievable how can these guys bounce back from the worst of possible situations where I don't even see an exit sometimes.
Well, they seem to know one at least. Melan is looking up towards the hill, but Diador is not on that one. Server peeks out. Diador will come around the corner, spots out Melan. Actually, that was not done by Diador. That was done by Server, I think it was. Or Diador saw part of the tank where Melan couldn't spot with, but doesn't matter. All that matters is Melan is spotted. He does not know who spotted him. It was Server, though. For sure
I think he's guessing that someone is up.
Server needs to be careful when playing over here.
Oh, now he sees a mouse.
But Server has a lineup against him. Server is spotted to Melan. No, it's Milos from the back lines. Picks that one up. I don't know if that play was worth it.
No, definitely not, because he shouldn't give up his position so early. Now he's left Griffon and Diador alone to deal with all of these tanks. It's just not going to work out.
Yeah, Server was the only option they had in towards this round. This leaves Milos now to get on towards the side of Diador in that mouse. He has 4 shots available towards him. The other needs 4 shots to kill off Melan and Annihilator. Melan will peek out in a second as well in that E4, deliver a massive blow towards that mouse as we predicted. A lot of damage there. And Server dying there, really, I don't know. I feel like they should have counted on Diador making the 1v1.
Well, thankfully for his mistake, we can actually watch at least one more game here and maybe even more.
Mojo, I remember saying I predicted 5-4. I just want to point that out. As Melan picks up a last kill, it will be Oops taking back a round here against Tornado Energy. So the streak has been ended. Oops picks up a round, makes it 4-3. Now
I said 5-3, so if there is a win here for Tornado...
Well, it should have been already 4 for Oops, so, you know.
It's also a possibility.
It definitely is. I think if there's
it's going to be hard because they need to attack now.
The thing is, what kind of defense is Tornado going to bring out here on their defensive round on Mines? I feel in this situation, they're playing for a lot right now. They are playing for the quarterfinals. Obviously, if they get #1 of the group, that means that they will be going on the other side of...
It's going to be Ding and Navi deciding.
Yep. Well, actually...
They still need to play.
That's a funny story you put out. If Tornado would lose this match, how serious is Navi going to play against Ding? Because then, if Navi loses against Ding, they'd still be on the other side of the bracket of Tornado.
I don't want to see a throw match.
I'm not saying throw match. I'm saying how serious they would be playing.
Well, if you don't play to your fullest, it's not a good match. So that's not something we've seen.
I'm just saying, if Tornado loses this, it's
I don't think
Navi
wants to play Tornado before finals.
I don't think.
I think
so
they will avoid them by far.
So Navi has actually control of what happens.
Not Navi, Ding and Navi also.
Yeah, obviously, but you know.
Still, we need to see what's going to happen in this game because this game is decided.
This is so funny, by the way. If Tornado loses this game and they end up in the other side of the bracket where we expect them, and Ding wins against Navi, then Ding would still be playing against Tornado, I guess. Yeah, I think they would be. But for that to happen, Oops needs to pick 2 more rounds, win 2 more rounds, and they have to attack. Now, talking about Tornado's defense, what do you expect?
Oof. I need to see what tanks they have. Let's see. Oh, okay, this is a super heavy camp with a light tank.
But look at Oops.
Oops. Let me see.
4 mouses.
1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like they were actually expecting this, and they have an arty on top of all of that. Wow, this is something like the game that, if you remember, before Utopia played a long time ago.
Similar start here from Tornado as from Ding. Was it Ding? Yeah, it was Ding who sent Breakneck in the T100 light tank.
We've seen a defense like this, which Tornado is playing now. Butchet climbing up, light tank spotting the left side, so he cannot get annihilated while he's going to spot. And then you have E4s and a mouse as an anchor. But I've seen it broken. I've seen defense like this broken.
Yeah, Ding had a sort of similar defense, really, as this one, positional-wise, right? Breakneck was also on that H2 position. What Ding did not have is zero line, which Tornado does have.
It was broken from the village side. That's the combined push from the village and from the hill.
Ding also broke a defense with a similar lineup as the one as Oops had. They also had 4 mouses, I think it was. And they pushed 2 of them across the 3-4 line and 2 of them across 9-0 line to pincer the guy below.
And they
the
lost
hill.
the game in the same game in the next game.
Yes.
Against the same tactic.
Yeah, with slightly different tanks.
Yes.
So let's see. Well, near you being up on that climb though, it's something Oops can expect, to be honest. There we have actually seen defenses being broken even with that tank up there. It makes it a little bit harder, but it's not impossible whatsoever.
Well, at the moment it doesn't really look like Tornado gives a damn about what is Oops going to play. They took their position and they're waiting to see someone. That someone is obviously going to be someone on the island, but...
What is Algo doing there? Algo is a mouse.
Oh, we've seen that in a European region, if you remember, they were pushing. It didn't work that well because he's going to try to attract the shells of E4s, and then Budget and TVP should push and try to win that side of the map. If they win that side of the map, then they have an opening.
We have seen this push work, Mojo, but it was more with 2 mouses, actually, if I'm not wrong.
It was a lot of luck also.
It was Tornado Energy, actually, I think, if I'm not wrong, at the season finals, doing it with 2 mouses, and
yes,
they managed to break it that way. But 1 mouse, not seen that one yet.
Also, there is a huge problem with this kind of push. Like, they have a Bachat and TVP. TVP is a tall tank, it's easily targeted, and Bachat, if Bachat falls, he's the only real rotation tank they can use. If he is gone, they are stuck with Mouses.
Well, multiverse mouse roll, Mojo, spotting, shooting, and tanking the damage. Why not? You know, it's the new mouse, Mojo.
Nitro mouse.
You might not think a mouse is capable of spotting, but I'll prove you wrong. I'll take mouse, I'll pick a binoculars, I'll pick a camo net, and I'll go sit in the bush.
Why not?
Yeah, it could work. You never know.
Mouse is a small tank. It can fit in most of the bushes. You're just painting cool like this.
You can put some carbon boxes above it, pretend it's a house. You know, like those tactics with pretending tanks, pretending it's a house.
A just gun peeks out when you shoot.
Exactly.
But the push looks like Kamil will try to do something about it because Algo is closing in on his position. Interesting is going to be for us this tactical part. Will these Mouses from the center start the push first? Maybe attract damage there because they need less HP than the guys on the island.
666 on towards
Algo
Miloš.
is pushing now. Yes, they're doing exactly that.
Yeah. So Miloš took the damage there from Diador. Griffon tries to make a connection, does not from his E4 on towards Algo on the 1-2 line. Algo still pushing forward, still trying to take as many damage as he can. Diador looking towards that one as well. Gets stunned, quickly heals up his driver as well, obviously to remove that stun away from his tank. Algo still going strong. Actually didn't take that much damage yet, still on half HP, but Near You now clipping from the backside as well. Gets another connection, puts him below half, well, below it actually.
Oof, one more. I don't think he needed to take this one.
Yeah, that was over-angling. But what do they do from this point on? Algo takes another one. Now these Mouses are starting to push from the middle. Diador is going to line it up on towards Miloš. Where is the support from the side of Oops? Miloš is getting shredded in his mouth. Now the Bachat is starting to cross, but they've taken so much damage already on towards their main battle tanks. Algo is on a one-shot. Meiland and Kamil are starting to push down here. Apoa is actually coming from behind. He's full HP in the T100 Light. He can actually take a TVP clip, but some support comes in. Apoa goes down, but Oops is still down in HP. And can they make this work, Mojo?
2000 HP down, and what we need to watch for is Near You rotating around the hill, and he will be followed by Server. So when they get in the crossfire, when they start crossfiring those Mouses, I think the game will be pretty much done.
Server is now also starting to make his way around Near You. He's actually not driving straight behind him, Mojo. He's making the climb. Now
Smart play.
This is an angle that Oops will not see coming.
This is a smart play, this is a great play, and this is honestly what makes Tornado such a strong team.
There we go, Near You up on the hill. Miloš is his first target, focusing the weak. Now Annihilator has to swing his third, while Server is 1v1ing with Decha. Decha is fighting with Server. Annihilator with Near You, and the damage from Tornado Energy is severe. Their Mind's defense, they're not going to give it up, and those two batches, Near You, Server, just completely ruined the game for Oops.
This is completely outplayed Oops. I would say they tried a bold tactic here, a bit out of sync with each other in one moment.
Slow from the minions.
Yeah, I mean, Mouses didn't coordinate that well. I mean, there was too much damage taken on Miloš and Algo in one moment, but still, they tried a plan, they tried something bold, just didn't work out.
Meiland trying to connect on towards Diador here. Diador getting the better of him so far. Finally, he picks it up in the TVP, but it doesn't matter as Near You gets some more damage out on towards Annihilator. Insane is going to go down as well. And this was some great stuff from Tornado Energy. Server picks up Insane. And with 3 tanks left standing for the side of Oops, we don't even have to wonder what would happen if they were going to win this round, because Tornado is going to secure this one. Kamil goes down towards Server. And that was just beautiful play from Tornado, hitting most of the shots, really. What else can you say about that one? Oops tried, didn't work out. Tornado not pushing in. Nesqui picks it up, and that will be Tornado Energy putting themselves as seed 1 from their group. It was a strong performance, though, from Oops. You got to say it like it is. My heart was almost right. If they won that Muravanka round, perhaps.
I believe that Muravanka was definitely game breaker for all of them, and something that they really needed to win in order to stay in a match. The result was 5-3. A close one could have been much closer. Like, it would be probably a tiebreaker game if they managed to break that one Muravanka.
Yeah, if they picked up that round on Murovanka, then it would have been a tiebreaker at the very least. But let's see in the match stats and take a look at the Tornado side and the OOPS side. Who were the main damage dealers here? So Nuclear, the player, we know 3.8, well 3.9, let's round it up above. Okay, average damage for him. Camille then, the second player coming out for the 14. He's the first player from OOPS, then Theodore, then Melan. So Camille actually performing better than Melan. That's an interesting storyline to see here, because we would expect Melan up here, and I'm missing one important name. It's Annihilator. It's kind of not enough for a new player that's supposed to be a star player.
It's not, and also Algo didn't really play out some of the roles that they were doing, unfortunately. I would say Deha actually stepped up quite a lot compared to the season. I've seen some of the solo plays he did. This is really important for a team, that you have a guy who can take some kind of advancement on his own, and he can just take in some action. We've seen him like soloing Mouse, drop down from the hill, do some solo moves that were really important for his team at those moments.
I think for this OOPS lineup, it is very important to have a strong match like this against Tornado, honestly, because looking at it, I mean, we all expected them to perhaps do worse than this, perhaps. So it was a strong showing from them, not that bad whatsoever, all in all. But yeah, like you said, Mojo, Murovanka was the decider.
Murovanka was definitely the map that we wanted to show now, but it will have to wait a bit. And Murovanka was the map that broke the team. There was a serious exchange between those two, and I believe that they had it 2 times in a row after losing mainland, and then Camille falling. At the end was what kind of killed the game, because Deha, as we said many times, was just supposed to run away. But this is also those microseconds that buy or lose the match, because no one can really coordinate it from the team. It has to be also solo player decision, good or bad one, and it has to be supported by the rest of the team.
Yeah, we still have to ask them why Deha remained in that position, if it was a team call, an individual call, or it was just miscommunication between them, because like we said, Camille was the crucial player in that one. Deha didn't really was able to do much. So for OOPS, that's a strong match. It kind of shows what we expected from them during the season. It's much better than before. They were obviously already going through towards the main event on Saturday and Sunday. This match determined the seeding. Now, with Tornado Energy picking up this win against OOPS, this tells us another thing. This tells us that Tornado Energy is going to be playing against the loser between Navi and Ding. So if Ding lose the match against Navi, then they will be playing against Tornado Energy. Now, this is something Ding wants to avoid at all costs, honestly. Talking to them, they said that they're going to try everything possible in their power to beat the lineup from Navi, to make it in towards the easier bracket, really, because nobody out of all these teams wants to play against Tornado Energy, as they look the most formidable out of all teams. Other than that, we also have the fact that obviously Elevate versus EL Gaming is going to be an interesting one. And Mojo, I think now you want to talk a little bit about the Murovanka match in more detail?
Yeah, this is the proper screen, thank you. This is the moment where the game started really bad for OOPS, if you remember. They did a push from this side here, and they were spotted, so they tried to run away with the entire team. This is Melan here, getting caught and shot by entire team, stuck in a building.
Well, Melan's a little bit more east, Mojo, but close enough.
And he gets stuck there, and this guy then.
Yeah.
So this guy here getting shot by entire team in the back, and it doesn't really work for them because they lose him rather early. So what happened after that? OOPS managed to kind of run away with the rest of the tanks, and they separated the positions. They positioned spotting from here, and they knew they had to do something about it. A good timing really helped them, because Griffon was left completely alone in this position.
I thought Griffon was running away.
He was here completely alone, and he didn't see anyone.
Yeah, he was like running, and then he saw Milosh. He was like, okay, I can get some damage, and then 3 bastards
He
appeared.
literally started moving away like this, and the tanks were like 2 squares behind him. 3 of them. 3 budgets were following him from this side, unspotted, and caught him literally in this position bad. So why was that significant in that moment for OOPS? Because at that moment, all of the tanks from Tornado were positioned here. So they were actually in a crossfire from these positions and these positions. They lost so much HP, they had to run away. They were under constant pressure, and that resulted in a huge exchange that we've seen before, if you remember.
Yeah, I think the second significant point here, Mojo, is that number 2 base that we keep talking about. There was Nesqui, and there was also Near You on that one. They put a lot of attention even on towards that cap, trying to really get that one. It almost feels like it wasn't worth it anymore at one point because Miloš was getting so close.
No,
Nesqui
the timer was super close in that moment, and the pressure was huge, let's say, on Oops. But Oops had a lot of fast tanks, if you remember, guys. They had 113s, Bachats, and so on. So Miloš in 113 actually managed to spot them. I believe there was 6 or 7 seconds to the cap, which does seem little, but in reality it is really not. It's huge amount of time, and they lost Object 416 there. The other guy got wrecked also, so that really brought the game completely back to Oops. But then another set of things happened, like Insane staying in the back, sacrificing entire 100% tank. And I believe this is the game that actually broke the match completely.
Yeah. So sum it up, I guess, for Oops, strong showing, a few working points for them at least that they can still improve on. But all in all, for a match against Tornado Energy, they brought a brilliant display of what they are capable of, and let's hope they can keep it up. They're obviously going to be playing in the main event as well. I'd say that's an accurate summary of Oops so far.
I would say Oops improved by far, and I cannot say they have 100% chance, but they're definitely not there just to show.
Yeah, they're not there just to show. So that is this match done and dusted. When we come back from our break, it will be Na'Vi taking on Ding. That's going to be one hell of a match as well. Everything is on the line, mainly for Ding, but also for Na'Vi. So let's find out after the break how that's going to go.
Chrysler Grand Final.
Welcome back once again to the Wargaming.net League Grand Finals 2017. I'm still going to be your host for the people tuning in. Jordi Versmes, also known as the Killzer. On my left, I have the ever so shining Mihailo Jugovic, also known as Still Merge. I'm just going to keep throwing those ones out and see your reaction.
I'm just going to laugh, man.
But don't let yourself be fooled by the last match, which was a 5-3 victory for Tornado Energy. This one, on paper, should be even closer.
This was a super close match, probably one of the two closest ones we've seen in this group stage so far. Oops really gave a great resistance to Tornado. They started the match, opened the match with 2-0 lead even, but they lost it already in the second map, and then it went spiraled downwards. But still, it was really remarkable how close some of the games came.
Yeah. That was an amazing match to watch. So definitely check that one out if you missed it. It's a stunner. It's a beauty. Now, between these two, Ding and Na'Vi, this on paper is an even closer match because it's the seed 1 coming out from Europe. Double champion Ding, winner of the Challengers Rumble versus Na'Vi, winner of the last Grand Finals, not winning the Champions Rumble, not winning Season 2 either. So on paper, Ding should be better. On paper, statistics-wise, like achievement-wise, for the last season.
That's really a big stretch, I would say, because Na'Vi still played a lot. They won the last Grand Finals, as example. They won first season in CIS, and they were second only to Tornado in a second season finals that we already mentioned. That was really something, a display of Tornado's brutal superiority in offlines. I cannot say that Ding is here definitely a team that has no chance against them, but by tradition so far, Na'Vi or Tornado were always the better ones.
Yeah, even spanning back across the era of Koreeds and Breakneck in Wombats on Tank on Virtus Pro, Na'Vi always getting the better of them at every single Grand Final as well. So
I believe the last time I really saw a close match between those when in the time of Virtus Pro when Koreeds was there, who is now a leader of Ding. That's why we are mentioning this, and a couple of more players from Ding over there. Was Grand Final 1 when they played Na'Vi in the finals.
Even on Grand Finals 2, though, it was rather close, but always edging ahead.
I can never forget that on Grand Finals 2, Na'Vi was not in a full setup.
That's true. They had Angel Killer. That's always a weakness.
That's always a weakness. That's a CS caster here. I mean, it's not his fault, but still, it's not 7 guys you play all the time with. It's a replacement that came 1 or 2 weeks before the Grand Finals. So no matter how good player he is, it will always be a factor, especially when you meet someone who played the entire season together, like in that case, Hellraisers or Tornado now.
Yeah, that's very true. But Mojo, before we continue breaking down these teams, a lot of these people watching the stream right now might not be familiar with Team Ding. So I think it's fair to say we should take a look at the introduction video and get to know them a little bit better. As a team, this will be the first Grand Finals they attend, but don't let that fool you. With 3 core members coming from Wombats on Tanks and Tornado Rocks, their experience goes back all the way to the first Grand Finals. Ding managed to win both Season 1 and Season 2, and also the Challengers Rumble. The loss versus Tornado Energy at the Champions Rumble was a learning experience, and they look to do better the second time around with a stronger and more experienced lineup. Obviously, with a stronger lineup, we mean in particular one big player change that they have gone through.
Ding took in Ilian from Kazna, but that was already a while ago. They have, as we mentioned, as a core of all the players, only Shokish and Hulknik remaining from the old original team. Ilian joining them from Kazna. Then we have Koreeds, Breakneck, and Positive joining from Wombats or Virtus Pro, who just changed the name to Wombats.
Meritorious from GGVP.
GGVP, yes.
At one point as well. So this lineup, in essence, it's won so many things. It's not just won Season 1 and Season 2. It's also won Challengers Rumble. It's won so many seasons of Virtus Pro, undefeated seasons even. And then for Positive, he also managed to win the Continental Rumble against Breakneck and Koritz.
For me, interesting part here is that in all the last struggles they had, they were always facing Kazna. And always facing Kazna with some really tight results. In the last season, it was 7-5, I believe, in the finals. In the season before, it was even tighter. It was a tiebreaker win for them, 7-6, something like that.
It was vice versa.
Last season was 7-6, and
scorelines are the same though. It doesn't
potato,
matter.
potato.
It's just last season tiebreaker, season
on
before 7-5.
Challenger Rumble,
tiebreaker
again, and really close matches between those two. But we could see so far Kazna slipping by far on this tournament, and it just remains to be.
I think they've fallen even.
That's usually the consequence when you slip.
Sometimes you can recover though. Kazna, you could say slipped.
They have one more match to play in a quarterfinal, so it's do or die moment.
True, but they slipped a little bit against Yato, and I think they fell against EL Gaming.
Quite. Ding so far, they were doing well. They played Brainstorm 5-2. Decent match for them, but it's not.
Is it enough though?
It's not like convincing like Navi.
That's what I wanna talk about before we go into Navi. Ding playing against Brainstorm, it was much closer than many of us expected, especially after the dominance Navi showed against Brainstorm. Now that wasn't close in the slightest.
I'm actually quite surprised how many matches ended up here. I mean, we gather here pretty much the best teams that you can gather from all the regions. And some of the matches ending up in 5-0 are quite shocking to me, to say the least.
Yeah, very, very shocking. Now, Mojo, before we continue talking about Navi, as with Ding, a lot of people not going to be familiar with the team, with their achievements even, at least on the EU side. So let's take a look at their video as well and get a little bit more info about them. Navi G2A team is a two-time world champion and the most titled team in the history of the Wargaming.net League. The team finished the second season in the first place and many expected them to win at the LAN final. However, in the decisive battle for the title of the season's champion, the Born to Win team suffered a crushing defeat. For the second time in a row, Navi fails to lift the winner's cup over their head, and everyone can't wait to see what will be their result at the grand finals and a possible revenge from Tornado Energy. Many didn't need an introduction, to some I might have, but this lineup is the most accomplished lineup that has ever been achieved or assembled in World of Tanks.
They simply do not change their players. They don't have to. The only change came when the old format 742, when you had still two tier 1 tanks with tier 8s combined played. Deluxe became their manager, and Eclipse is working actually with us in ESL as an admin.
Yeah. Navi traveled 1/6 of the distance of the moon, and luckily enough, they didn't have to fight against Eclipse, which, you know, covers the moon. No, it covers the sun. The sun. Okay, that didn't work out.
When mood goes around, it covers the sun, and you get an eclipse.
Well, we'll just go with it. That's the moon.
No one will notice.
From now on, it's the moon. But we saw Tornado Energy struggle against Oops. Now, Oops is the third seed coming out of Europe, the team we arguably can, on paper, expect the least of. Now, Ding should be the strongest team coming out of Europe. What can they do against Navi?
But we already knew that Oops is really inconvenient team when they play well, because they can surprise their enemies by
We weren't
far.
sure, though. We weren't sure that they were
We are
gonna be
never
able to
sure.
deliver it.
We just know they can, and they proved us right. Ding, on the other hand, they should be a team that should be able to play like they steadily, without any really big struggle.
Now, Mojo, let's get in the map-picking stage between these two teams. Ding is going to get a first ban, Steps gone, even though on paper it is Ding's best map.
Definitely, but apparently everyone wants to avoid steps now since the counter boosts are available, and Navi is definitely kind of a team who would be aware of something like that. They're very meticulous in studying their opponents and the possibilities to use on a map.
Banning Himmelsdorf though, Navi, Ding, I've never been such a big fan of their Himmelsdorf. I don't think it's been that good throughout the season. Very stubborn on that A6 position, losing a lot of rounds because of it, but Navi removing it.
Can't say that Navi played it really brilliant either this season. So
They did take 2-0 against Brainstorm.
yes, but it's Brainstorm and this is Ding. So they obviously have another plan, and that's to play Ghost Town.
Ghost Town coming out. That's such a high individual skill map. I definitely feel like Navi is going to have the edge on that one. Morovanka being removed from Ding, I just don't feel like that is a surprise.
And Steps again?
Steps again? It almost feels like that is impossible. But let's not talk about that one, Mojo. We'll just figure it out in the end. Mine's coming in as third map between these two.
We have Cliff and Ruinberg missing, so something happened there, I guess.
We'll just see what the last map is and then...
Mine is actually quite interesting for me now with these lights because there is so many new these
Okay,
boosts
so
we can utilize faster.
Cliff was the first ban from Ding,
Cliff was the first
and
ban.
Navi banned Steps, which arguably makes a lot more sense seeing as Steps was Ding's best map. So already wondering, why would you ban your best map?
I thought they have some like hidden knowledge what will Navi maybe do, so they were like, okay, let's not do that.
Well, perhaps not, but Navi chose to remove that one. Morovanka was an obvious ban from Ding. So the map pool, Prokhorovka, Ghost Town, Mainz, and Ruinberg. Now, if there's one map that can make the difference, Mojo, which one do you think it is?
Honestly, in this case, I think it can maybe even come back to the Ruinberg because it's if the match prolongs and Navi has the first defense there.
I feel like it can be decided on Ghost Town.
Already? You think that someone can pick up 2 rounds there?
I think Navi can pick up 2 rounds on Ghost Town because it's considered as the most individual and team coordination, which Navi should be superior on towards Ding. Yeah, Ding had a good showing. Yes, they won the season finals on that one as well, but individual player skill, we saw Navi against Brainstorm. Brainstorm had the better positions. They still got the better off of them in that one. So individual and team coordination, I think Navi might be a step ahead of Ding there. That's
I would say that it will be also very important to see Will Positive play on a level. Like, he was really a hard carry for Ding in previous seasons, and this season he was kind of just slacking.
Yeah, just kind of out there.
If
but
he
we've
is
seen
there,
Shocker step up though.
Yeah, but if Positive is on his old level, then Ding has a really good fighting chance. If he just plays like he did most of this season, that's not going to be the Ding we want to see.
Now, Mojo, before we go to my favorite Tomato the Lobster prediction segment, what do you think? Because we're not going to, copy the Tomato the Lobster.
I believe it's going to be something like 5-3 to Navi.
5-3 to Navi. Well, I'm going to have to go with the European. I really don't care if I'm wrong. 5-3 for Ding, just to be different. They need this a lot as well. 5-3 for Ding. Now let's hear from Tomato the Lobster and see if he's with you or with me.
Давай.
Mojo, I'm 100% sure they did that video 365 times until it actually went to Navi. The 364 times before that, it went to Ding.
No, Lobster is strong within me. We have a bond.
You and Tomato Lobster?
Yeah, when I'm casting.
That's also the only thing you have a bond with.
Oh, you gotta have someone, Daki.
True. I was going to say something, but never mind about that one. So, Tomato the Lobster going with you. I'm going with my own thought. I hope somebody's with me at least. Let's go Ding. Have to kind of, bias myself towards the EU region. I'm stuck with Oops, so it's only fair to stick with Ding.
You're just stuck with your jerseys, man.
I already got a Ding hoodie. I don't need anything. Well, actually,
You always want more.
Well, that's
there is
the
not enough
thing,
for
though.
you. I know that.
On screen right now, the Navi team. For the people that don't know, right side, starting from the bottom, Kriloid, Strike, Inspirer, then Rhino, Lefsha always with the cap, and a tall edge, and in the corner, Slide.
Slide, hiding away.
So Mojo, first map, Prokhorovka. We're about to get underway in this one between Natus, Vincere, and Ding. Do you believe anybody has an edge on this map?
Honestly, I don't think so. I think it should be something like a 1-1 map. And let's see the picks. Na'Vi is here defending, and they're doing it with the 2 heavy tank tier 9. That's something we already seen today, if you remember.
Tornado.
Yes, Tornado, and they have an STRV2 Butchat, so they have a possibility to rotate and definitely hard push because the gun is very similar to the 1131. Ding, on the other hand, playing with LTTB like many teams we've seen in attack, spotting with it and heavily connected to the village side, but Na'Vi already has a presence there.
Creed's driving across the middle, not really finding anybody positive. Breakneck going to be boosting the 263 up and towards the eastern side. Meritorious Alien. Shokesh already going very aggressive over here, trying to catch somebody off of guard from Na'Vi, and they're going to go up and over Mojo. It's going to be rather impressive if they do. Here we go. It's the entirety from Ding coming on metal to the metal, and Krilloids is on fire. He's already burning down. He's going to be removed before anything even happens. Slide Strike are on the chase, but this is going to work out for Ding Mojo because they're bleeding a lot of HP.
This is actually really brilliant because they managed to take so many of Na'Vi in the start. Rhino will fall now, but there is 4-5 guys of Na'Vi now on almost 100% HP. If they don't manage to find Mary and Ilian, it's gonna be really fast equal.
So everybody from Na'Vi has been spotted out. Ding is still trailing in HP. Ilian is on towards one shot. So is Meritorious. Ding is going up and over once more. Shokish leading the charge. Positive. Everybody's coming back. They're going for round 2. They pick up Strike in his bad shot. Slide trying to jump up and over, but is he gonna make it? He's on a one shot. He looks a little bit stuck. Goritz picks it up in the LTTP, and Ding have even the HP, but the gun in the game, it's 6v3, and what a aggressive start coming out from Ding.
Actually really brilliant. They picked up some lessons from EL Gaming here, I would say by far. But still, Na'Vi is still in a game. There is a possibility, as we've seen how it was turned against Oops, but a slight one in this case.
A slight one, especially by Breakneck chasing down the Anatolic. He's going to go up and over. It wouldn't surprise us. Breakneck spots down left shot. Going to make the peak. Left shot fires. Inspire firing from the backline as well. Here we go. Breakneck makes the peak. Gets the first one towards Anatolic. We need a few more. 2 more to be exact, actually. This batch is going to clean up this SDRV while Inspire in the backline is taking a lot of damage as well. Breakneck might go down for this, but Hoknick and Positive have enough HP remaining that even if he does, they can close out the game. And what an interesting play from Ding. So aggressive. So brilliant.
It was really nice to see. Definitely here, Na'Vi on a brink here. I mean, Levsha with a single shooter, tier 9 heavy, he is on 100% HP, but that's the least important HP on this kind of map. Inspire is the one that matters here, but he's only on 600. That's 2 shots for anyone in this game, except Koritz.
Now, Ding has taken map control as well. You can see Koritz going towards J2, J3 still full HP.
And Inspire is spotted.
Yeah, Inspire is spotted. Breakneck Positive coming out towards the side. There's no way for Na'Vi to come back and towards this one.
No, unless there happens some like consecutive Amorex by Inspire.
You never know.
Highly unlikely. And
Kill
he's spotted
Breakneck,
again.
high roll, Shokesh, Koritz is spotted though. Inspirer has all of his shots remaining, but LTTB is in a very annoying spot position even for that bad shot. Connects one down towards him, knocks out Kuritz's gun, but Inspirer is wasting shots on a tier 8 in here as Huknik picks up left shot. Inspire with it all to do, and I don't think he's going to repeat his performance from Grand Finals 2 on Cliff. There's just too many opponents left and nobody's stuck. So that's going to be Na'Vi not picking up the first round, losing it. This is not what I expected coming in towards this one, Mojo. Ding coming out with the aggressive plays.
We've already known, like we've seen them in crucial matches, that Koritz has a trick in his sleeve.
But that's what we say about Na'Vi too.
They just know how to play super aggressive in those moments, and they've proven us now. And they're not afraid of anyone. They've been on so many tournaments, so there is nothing to really fear. Like Malan can maybe repeat it 5 times, but Koritz doesn't have to.
Koritz doesn't have to. He knows this Na'Vi team very well as also.
Well, they know him
also.
Them. They know him also very well.
They know him very well.
But obviously they didn't really expect this because they were stretched all over the map.
This kind of play is something I expect more coming out from Na'Vi than Ding though, because we always used to know them as the defensive team that can break out at any given moment in time.
Well, this was totally EL Gaming style, honestly.
Hey, if it works.
If it works, it works. But Na'Vi also is not a team that will always rush or anything. They will just choose a particular moment, so it's not really out of equation to see them wait 1 or 2 rounds and rush them. I don't think Ding will just YOLO now. Now I think they will just play cautious.
You never know. Could be taking a leaf out of the book of Tornado Energy against Oops as well. Kind of depends on who Ding is training with. If they were playing against Tornado Energy, for example, would you be surprised if they did something similar, aggressive?
Well, then they have the same playbook, so then there is a high possibility they will play the similar. But Navi should be ready for that.
Well, let's hope for them. They're going to be ready for that. Losing the first map, it's not a good start for any team. Second round of Prokhorovka, you don't think Ding is going to go aggressive once more?
Let's see the lineup.
You can't cheat, Mojo.
They have a Jack Panzer and STRV. No, I don't think they will go
Wait,
aggressive.
what? Are you okay? So, Mojo, as our expert here, Yak Panzer E100 being picked on Prokhorovka. Personally, one of my favorite random tanks. I love it. You know, removing 70% of the HP of any tank is always fun. What are they going to be using this for?
Well, for removing at least 50% of every tank they actually can
If
hit.
it's a bad shot, it's, it can roll up to like 1.3.
But Jack Panzer, seriously, like if you want to position him cyber, you can really not rotate him. So wherever you park him, you'll have to leave him there.
I'm fairly certain that is the plan also.
So 113 and the Jack Panzer going for the forest. 113 will be a frontal bait and Jack Panzer will, well, annihilate anyone behind. This is a big factor actually in the play now, because Navi has to be careful. That hit ammo of Jack Panzer is, as far as I remember, 420 pen.
420,
yeah,
exactly.
So he can really annihilate even
He
turrets.
set somebody on fire.
Yeah, and he can annihilate someone's turret. Like something that would usually not be
If
able
he
to
hits
happen.
these 113s, there's a very good chance he's going to go through that one.
And if he gets annoyed, he can even spam HE. I mean, spam every 20 seconds, but still, he can even do that.
It's going to be curious to see if he can connect on towards anybody even. That is the main question. This Yak Panzer needs to get 1 or 2 shots. I think Navi realized this as well. They're not peeking the middle as aggressive as you would expect from an attacker. Probably keeping in mind that Yak Panzer is somewhere out on this map.
Yeah, that's a psychological pressure that Navi has. I mean, we've seen use of Yak Panzer mainly on Ghost Town, if I remember, by GRS.
Yeah, and then Danny shot a heat shot into the track of a 113.
In one game, he actually played really well in cooldown situation, but then in that other game, he shot a hit shell in track of 113.
Danny is a curious person aiming for weak spots with E3s on 50Bs and such, so I don't know if that's the best example of Yak Panzer usage.
Well, Danny is a player of Gunrunners, which is the Czech team that played on a European server, but never mind that. Now, this is Navi and Ding. Again, Navi is spread out all over the map, really peculiar, because they're leaving heavy tanks as snipers in background, like VZ, T10, Tier 9.
How does Navi break this one? Because you kind of imagine them going aggressive on the eastern side in the beginning, the 9-0 line, where we see Hulknik situated right now. But they did not do that. Now, this STRV is set up in A0. How can they get through this defense from Ding? What do they need to do?
I think they're trying first to establish where is Yak Panzer, so they don't get shot. So someone peeking slightly, getting bounced on a turret maybe, and so on, and that will give them info maybe where is the enemy. And they're blind shooting positions where STRV could be on the rail, as example. So if they don't connect anything, they will probably eventually pressure toward the village side, because pressuring toward the forest on unspotted tanks doesn't really work well, and they know it. They need to have at least some kind of info that Ding is split before they commit to something like that.
Now, Mojo, this lineup, we already talked about that. We have seen something similar. It was NSS playing it, if I'm not wrong, when they completely decimated their opponent, which was Eclipse.
Yes, but Eclipse had only 2 budgets in the forest. They definitely didn't have a Jack Panzer and 113 plus the light spotting.
That's what I wanted to ask you about. Now, Ding might pick this Yak Panzer as a play against that lineup as well, because perhaps Navi is training with NSS. Ding got a clue or got a training partner that tried something similar, and this Yak Panzer will give one shot to those tanks driving down 1-2 line.
If you expect a heavy lineup on a map, Yak Panzer is definitely a good pickup.
Because STRV, it gets shredded by those heat ammunition anyways.
Yes, and STRV is basically the tank that's mainly used to shred through mediums and really slow tanks like Mouse. But STRV, if you get pushed by a lot of heavy tanks like 113s and so on, he cannot handle that.
As soon as you're spotted, you're pretty much dead in that one.
Like we've seen in such games, like STRV spotted in that moment dies in seconds.
Yeah. So That's an interesting pick. But so far, Krelord, Lefsha have backed off from that 1-2 line where they were positioned in the beginning of the game. Now going to be making their way towards the eastern side. Now with Breakneck, Positive and Hookneck in a triangle of death, if you want to call it like that, is this play going to be sufficient tanks to break through this side?
I remember this timing of the game where you go to the half. So 10 minutes is the length of one game, and when you go around the 5 minutes, Americans on Grand Final 1 were calling it the golden middle. Because that's the moment where the team must rotate and go on another side of the map and try something.
Lefsha taking so much damage already from Positive and Hookneck. Positive finishes him off, and still Hookneck farming from the back lines. Krelord taking a lot in his T10 as well, and this is not really working out so far for the side of Na'Vi. Hookneck is spotted. Look at the tracers coming in towards his position. He's going to make another peek. He needs to be careful because the bad shots are trying to cover Krelord. He actually gets an angle here, and he gets a shot. There we go, Krelord now Amarakt as well. He loses the spot. He might be able to blind fire him. Don't think so, but the damage has been done.
It's already done because Lefsha is down. That's one tier 9 last. Kyriloidos on one shot. And it was the third guy also clipping out Breakneck from the rail. And there he is. He's almost reloaded, so he will be able to cover Hulknik and Positive now against any kind of push.
And in the meantime, Strike, Spyro pushing towards the middle. Rhino looks to come up and over. Meritorious has a shot available. Now Jagdpanzer puts it in towards the tracks. So Strike, that's not ideal. Krelord in the meantime goes down. Shockers is going to be the target for the bad shots of Na'Vi, clipping him rather quickly. Breakneck in the meantime has come off of reload, putting the shots in towards the side of those tanks. Positive now coming from the back lines as well. And Na'Vi, they have lost too much to make this play. Meritorious still full HP. And now that Jagdpanzer might come into effect. And Ding, with these 5 tanks left, Hookneck relocating as well, should crossfire Na'Vi in a position where they can't get out of this one. A shot into the back of the turret from Anatolic, maybe a second one on the way out. Anatolic now down to 304 HP. Amarakt as well. Meritorious should push in the meantime, and this should be Ding's round, Mojo.
This is Ding's round by all means. I mean, unless they do a huge mistake in some moment. I mean, Koritz will molest Anatolic to death here, definitely. And then you have only Inspiring Strike who can do anything about his game.
Breakneck peeking over now on towards Slide as well in his bad shot. Come off of reload once more. Slide not going to be able to withstand that one. Break needs one more shot, aims it, takes it, nails it as he removes Slide from the game. Meritorious. Jagdpanzer, let's just say that was not the most effective.
It was a part of a furniture, but it was a very frightening part of the furniture that actually
with a lot of HP
that made Na'Vi play differently that they might.
Yeah, because I do feel like the play from Na'Vi is who puts one into the back of Inspirer. Positive shall take him down. I do feel Na'Vi play was similar to NSS with that 1-2 line YOLO, if you want to call it like that, or 1-2 line push to try and counter
option for that YOLO.
Which would have worked if there was an STRV, because we saw NSS pull it off with great success. Strike is not just giving up though. He's not just losing, he's also doing damage.
Well, if he does manage to pick up Positive, nope. Positive heard me from the start of the match, I would say.
Great play from Ding. Now, Oops managed to pick up the first map 2-0, Mojo.
Yes, and very convincing, and this was super convincing, but Ding is a much more stable team than Oops. This is a huge advantage for them. Of course, nothing is given, and Na'Vi will try to come back in the game. But this is a really important start for Ding, because I don't think if it was a different case, if Na'Vi was leading 2-0, I don't think Ding would be able to come back from that. But this opening gives them opportunity to close the match, actually.
Still, we're going to Ghost Town. The map, I think, that is going to be the best for Na'Vi. So,
still, you remember Ding was actually one of the most prominent teams on Ghost Town before. Really brilliant damage there by Hulk from upper position
Break as well.
His STRV, and Break was doing in duo with him because he was the guy on the rail I was talking about, and he was doing the side shots in those tier 9
Meritorious actually did one damage dealing shot, 985. That's the low roll for the Jagdpanzer.
1100 is 1100.
It's 10. I think it's 1050.
Are you sure?
1050. I'm fairly certain. Like
okay, it's one of those two.
92%, I'd say. You made me drop by 3% just by saying that. I could be completely wrong.
No gun mark for you.
So. If I ever do Jagdpanzer gun mark Mojo, you can carry me to the graveyard.
I don't know.
No. No. But now Ghost Town coming out between these two. This is a map I really do think Na'Vi is going to be getting that 2-0 scoreline. As much as I want Ding to win this one, I think Na'Vi will win here on sheer individual skill.
I think this is more of the game that will be 1-1 and that Ding will be able to pick up one here.
We shall find about that one very soon.
It should be me cheering for other one because I prognosed that result and you for this what I said, but never mind.
Well, you know, I'm still with Ding in my heart, but my mind's saying...
I believe that if Na'Vi comes back, it's going to be a bit later in the game, not here.
We shall see as it begins here on Ghostam. The first round on this map, to be exact, and it's going to be Na'Vi attacking. Ding is going to be on the defense module. Lineup's going to come out in just a second. And do you think the lineup that Ding is going to bring, is it going to be enough to break Na'Vi's attack?
Honestly, I like the Na'Vi's. Pick here. They have 3 Maus, 2 57s, 2 VZs that leaves them a lot of possibilities to pressure both of the caps, to have the cooldown with VZs. We have 57 burst and Maus is to pressure the middle cap if needed. While Ding has a little bit of everything, and that's not kind of lineup I ever liked, honestly.
Yes, the 50B, T57, about WZ, MX30, almost one of everything, but Kuritsa is going to be climbing A1. We have seen some monstrous performance from players up there. We have seen him get blind fired as well in UDES.
Yeah, but Kuritsa also had some really brilliant games from that position, but the weakness of that position is because Na'Vi, of course, knows there will someone be there when you pick a tank like that.
Now break. Did an initial spotted out some Na'Vi tanks. It's now going to fall back towards 1-2 line. Looking at Ding's defense, Mojo, what is, do you think, the easiest way for Na'Vi to be able to punch through this one?
I would say around the middle cap. Middle cap pressure and fast cap pressure of that Maus that is on E4 position. But he's always the obvious bait. That's why it's imperative that they first see where the Clippers are. And Ding is trying to close those positions by far now.
Break against Slide. Break takes the first one. Decides that it's not worth it to peek against the T57 while the cap has started for Na'Vi. Is this the play you would like to see coming out from them?
And this is what I wanted to see, yes. And the Maus pressuring from the right side because it forces AMX30 to go down. And now we see that Ding actually expected something like this. They're trying to confront all the other tanks on the lower side of the map, but those 4 tanks by Na'Vi should be superior.
Yeah, but Levsha gets held already, and his W set is going to go down rather quickly. Well, they need to take him down rather quickly. Preload coming in. The hero he needs right now. This is so far the trade definitely being won by the side of Na'Vi. Hooknik got dragged, got held, and look at that slide through that gap, through that window, taking the shot count. Already put 2 into Kuritsa. Bounces 2 there on towards Helion though, but look at the HP difference, Mojo. Na'Vi is edging ahead ever so slightly, but Slide is taking so much damage from Breakneck. Luckily enough, Breakneck now on reload. This should leave Na'Vi to clean up Positive and Helion. Anatolic comes off reload first with his T57. Positive just too big to be shielded. And he should go down here any second. Slide coming off of reload as well. This is the reload's an advantage of Na'Vi, but they need to be careful not to throw away this round.
This is still a tight round, but I believe the major advantages are here definitely for Na'Vi, because when we look at the minimap and the positions of the tank, that's the crucial moment.
Kuritsa bounces and goes down towards Slide. That T57 became a little bit more bouncy with the HD update.
Yeah, and we have Rhino now, who is on 100% HP. Okay, was on 100% HP in a Maus, but still he can use his HP to pressure on Ding wherever he wants. But this is already done game.
Yep, this is already a done game. Now, Na'Vi, not leaving anything up to chance. Just I'll play Ding on this one. It's fair to say. Hooknik is well there. That peak is not good. If they wanted to make that worth it, they needed to kill Levsha quickly. They didn't. Hooknik got tracked and went down rather quickly. And then
I believe they didn't also expect that many of the tanks of Na'Vi there, because Na'Vi pushed there with 3 tanks and there was a 4th one in the back who was still coming there in their aid. And Levsha, he got tracked, he received another track and another shot of damage, and then nothing. Why? What happened to those shots? Where did they disappear?
Yeah, I don't know, but once that fight started over there in that part of the map, Hooknik going down, he could have done a lot more in his 50B.
It's not only that, like that's a really bad place for Ding to fight at, because For one, they have softer tanks than Navi. Navi had much sturdier tanks and much better made for close combat. Also, the tanks that were on cap and Mouse that were holding the offline, they pushed off and they came in a back flanking. I mean, Mouse is not the fastest tank, but once you are in its grip, you don't run away that easy.
Yeah, especially on a map like that. But the secondary thing there as well, that the reload advantage with Na'Vi positive, you could see it a few seconds behind the T-57s from Na'Vi. He dies. He doesn't do any more damage. Then Khourid comes around the corner, does not pick up the kill on towards the slide, bounces that one, goes down. Breakneck comes around the corner, and then Anatolic is there with shots.
But even if something like that happened, it would still not be a done game.
No, because I had a
It would
full
still
HP
be-
Mouse in the middle.
Yeah, it was already done.
Khourid, AMX 30, 0. Meritorious 991, Hooknik 1172. The autoloaders from Ding, the 2 out of the 3 of them at least are on the second page here, but all of them from Na'Vi are on page number 1.
Yeah, 57s did their work. 57 is of the heavy tanks the best burst vehicle. There is no doubt about that.
Very well done there by Na'Vi. Looking like I might be right after all, huh?
We will see in the next game.
Well, yeah, well, the attacker is always favored coming in on Ghost Town, obviously, because he just has more control over the map almost.
That's what I mean, because you can pressure, you can choose the way of the pressure on the map. It's a small map. It needs a lot of coordination, but you can still not blindly push as defender. But as an attacker, you can choose to do whatever you want
Yeah,
based
we
on
have
what you
seen
see.
a lot of blind plays, especially on towards that number 1 base, not just from... seen it from the likes of Kazna, didn't work out. For Elevate, it did. Double WZ seems very popular right now on this map. What do you think is the reason for this?
It was always popular, not only now, but even
more.
before. Because like with those vehicles, they're fast enough and low enough. You can stick them in the open cap if you need to, and only turret sticks out, so you have to use HE to decap. They have a really good gun, almost the same one as the 113, only different reload.
Armor is really good as well.
Armor
actually.
is decent, and it's just overall really good tier 9 vehicle for fighting close combat.
Yeah, all around one. I love playing mine, actually. It's also a very good one in random battles. And no surprise here, we are going to be seeing a few of them. Na'Vi, 129 Bat, 1 WZ, Ding, double WZ. Standard lineup really coming out from them with a T57, Batshot, double mouse, 113. Just lineup-wise, who would you favor?
In this kind of game, this is a really similar setup. In this kind of game, I would say they're rather equal. Because Na'Vi has 3 mouse tanks, so they can brawl quite a lot. They're covered with 3 clippers and 1 tier 9 heavy, which they don't need more. They just need him for a cooldown on specific occasions. While Ding, on their case, they have 3 cooldown heavies. They can play the low ones, the VZs, and 113, so they can pressure the cap. They have the 2 clippers, one of them being Barchat, which they need for backline action, and 2 mouse tanks. So overall, for rotation, a bit better on Ding's side. For a close combat brawl, a bit better on Na'Vi side.
You can see there the T57s. Might wonder what they were shooting at. Obviously just destroying some buildings in the cap, where you could cap behind.
Well, the smart teams always make sure that buildings are their first victims here, because it really heightens their chances. If they abandon that part of the map, when they come back, they can just decap whoever is sitting there.
But here comes the move from Ding already. Going to be putting Alien in towards this capture circle. Now Na'Vi, this is very reminiscent of how they played against Brainstorm. They're staying together as one group of dead, really, if you want to put it as anything.
Well, they're keeping Levsha offhand, so he is spotting their flank, and they can guess the positions of Ding rather well. But still, I believe Ding is pretty well positioned. The only thing is that goes well for Na'Vi here is, as I said, they have 3 mouse tanks, so once they push, they have a lot of potential to bounce shells, and if they survive that initial damage that will come their way, they can actually do quite a lot of havoc.
So Alien just gonna keeping strike, and the Rhino spotted. Hooknik actually has some bushes over there where he is playing, where he can actually shoot from, unspotted even. Positive still gonna be covering that side over there as well. So far so good for Ding. I'd favor their setup currently, especially with that slight trap there of Positive, if you want to call it like that. Capture, still on though.
Yeah, someone actually has to position to shoot behind, which is not an easy task, and Ding has a couple of tanks ready for that. to counter that.
Especially positive there in his T57 heavy. It's all a question when he's going to make his play. He seems to be poking
He's
out right
spotted now, and
He's
that's the
starting to
moment.
clip. It's going to be on towards the slide. Takes one in return, so it might have been a little bit premature actually to peek out over there.
I think he just got spotted because he had to watch that corner, because if he doesn't, they can just bypass him. So there you go, 257s pushing around here, but I don't think they can take out either Positive or Hulknik. And Breakneck is coming in. This can be a breaking part for the game.
Breakneck taking all the damage, so he's lucky to even be alive at this point in time. Positive coming in for the shield. Breakneck picks up the Anatolic. Lucky, knee enough. The T57s run out of steam, run out of ammunition. The reset did come in though for Na'Vi, but even with this damage being done, they're still trailing in HP, and now Lefsha coming over there as well in this tier 9 bad, wants to make a play, wants to help his teammates. Hulknik takes a big shot there on towards the turret from Kreloid. Lefsha coming around him. Hulknik picks up slide into his T57 though. Now Lefsha picks up Hulknik, but Positive's reloaded already, puts 2 shots in towards him. Lefsha still has 3 available, but it's not enough to kill this T57 heavy.
And he will go in reload and have to run away then. And
Needs to keep
let's
a
not
shot for
forget
Breakneck.
Breakneck. Yeah, he should keep at least 1 shot from Breakneck, because otherwise it's 100% loss of a game. It doesn't look like they can win it even like this.
It doesn't look good for Na'Vi whatsoever. Rhino on a 1 shot, just about alive. Shockish trying to shoot on towards Kreloid, does not get a connection on towards him. Inspirer now on a 1 shot as well. Na'Vi just taking more and more damage. Meritorious picks up Rhino. Strike is the only one with HP, and there's 6 tanks available for the side of Ding. And Mojo, your prediction is going to come through. It's going to be a 1-1 on Ghost Town, which means Ding will be putting themselves 3-1 over Na'Vi.
Which goes well with your overall. Well, you can't win them all, but some at least. We will see how it go till the end of the match, but this one is definitely going Ding way. This hasty push by T57s when they thought they had an opening down was rather bad, because they secluded themselves from the rest of the team, went in reload, and eventually herded up by 3 tanks instead of 1 they expected to see only. But they should have expected this is really small map. There is always another tank behind the corner.
Meritorious peeks around. Lefsha gets tracked, actually gets his engine knocked out as well. He's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. He's about as quick as Meritorious right now. Breakneck's going to come around the corner, probably pick it up on the second shot because he missed the first. There we go. And what a play from Ding. 3-1 up, but now over Na'Vi. It's gone very quiet on the other side. I can hear that much.
Yeah, they're usually quite loud that we can't hear ourselves thinking when Na'Vi is winning, but things happen. And still, I don't think Na'Vi is still out of the game.
No, I really did think this was going to be the map for them to come back, though. So you were right about that one, but it's just all plays towards my prediction anyways.
I still think the Ruinberg will be the map that will break or
I really
win.
don't think Ding looked good on that one against Brainstorm. It was even rather lucky win. Their attack was disastrous.
I mainly don't like Ding plays on Ruinberg. They're kind of dodgy, but still, they have a chance. They can win next map 2-0 and finish the map 5-1. Easy game.
But positive from that position though, Mojo. 4,449 damage coming out from that T57. Crucial.
It's really nice, but of course he was saved by his teammates.
Well, Breakneck took a lot of shots there.
Yeah, but not only him. Hulk was there already. So Hulk and him already held up the 57s. 57s couldn't take him out because of that.
Navi's T57s.
And Breakneck, well, it wasn't the best play by him, but it served the purpose. Because they could have killed the 57 because of that.
Yeah. Good stuff there from Ding. Navi's T57's not getting more out than 1 clip of damage, which is really what you want from that lineup. And now we're going to be going into Mines. Now, I would also say Na'Vi is favorite on this one. If not by 2-0, they have a small chance to maybe do it. I'd give this map like 65-35 towards Na'Vi.
Yeah, I'm again going here for 1-1.
I'm not saying 2-0, but I'm saying maybe they can do it. Like 65-35 is not. It's saying more 1-1, but it's not unlikely for it to happen.
I still think this can be a 1-1 because Ding plays rather well on some roles on Mines. We just need to see because when you pick the tactic, you cannot really know.
We saw their defense get dismantled by Brainstorm as well. The way they dismantled it, Brainstorm executed it the same way.
But Ding is also kind of team that learns on their mistakes. We know that. When someone throws something and them, they analyze it, they disassemble it, and then reassemble it in a different way that actually works better.
I don't think they changed up their lineup though from that defense. Looking at it, Type 5 Heavy, they had that. M40, they had that as well. T100 Light Tank played by... This is the same lineup, Mojo.
Yes, it is. And let's see, Navi in attack. No, Navi in Navi's in attack.
Yeah, Navi is attacking with Lorraine.
I wonder will he try to chase Mary? It will not be the first time to Mary to die to chasing.
That would be true. The Anatolich is going to go straight towards the climb. I don't think so. Shocker should be in position before that T100 LT gets up. We shall see though. Anatolich seems to be going straight for it though. He's lining it up. He's going to try and, if he gets up before Shokish even sees him, the Anatolich very quickly. Shokish spots him out. The Anatolich is spotted as well. Shokish misses. That is super crucial because now this position has been taken and this is very risky from Navi but very needed.
But also there is a chance that they counted on it, that Shokish will not have a full aim maybe, and there is also a low silhouette of that light tank.
He didn't take the, where you see most people drive through the C line, he just booked it through the D line, turned very late, which gained them 5 seconds, I'd say at least.
Minimum. And Slide here, taking the center. Let's see where the RT of Ding is. It's in a corner.
Even if Shokish hits the shot on toward the T100 light tank, it's not such weakly armored. If he hits the turret, he's not going to panic.
You know, Meritorious actually can be traced now because the light tank is kind of proxying and seeing part of the positions where he could be, and Lorraine should actually know where to aim.
Lorraine's smaller splash though, is going to actually be able to get the RD out of the game?
He has to hit him.
Yeah.
He has to hit him. I don't think Splasher will just
he
work.
got some more splash, but it's not going to be enough to kill Meritorious effectively. So, I don't know. Now, Mojo, looking at what Navi did, if you were Ding, would you make a reaction or you just play out your tactic normally? Because I don't think they expected anybody to be up there that quickly.
Still, it's only a light tank. It's mainly pressure. It doesn't have a good gun depression. A light tank, Russian light tank, has -5 gun depression, which is practically almost nothing. So he can more annoy them than really do some hardcore damage on them. I mean, let's see something. I was just taking some notes on that. And yeah, he has only 248 pen with APCR.
Most of the time, you're not even... it's AP premium ammo. It's the other way around. I have it myself. The APCR is the standard ammo.
Okay.
And the AP is the premium ammo. Now, what is very annoying about that one, actually, when you're playing it, is that the APCR has a very, very high shell velocity speed, but the AP is much, much slower. Makes it actually quite annoying, honestly. Not gonna lie about that.
Still, the main problem there is low penetration by that gun.
Yeah, I think it's like...
Look at this! What did connect Kirilloid?
Meritorious.
It must be Meritorious.
He was countered there for a second. You could see the stun indicator as well. Kirilloid, he's 16 HP. Meritorious even gets... Ooh, but this is aggressive. Pushing straight down 1-2 line. Slide, Inspirer. Breakneck spots it out. Let's see how much damage they take on the crossing. Inspirer takes most of it. Takes even more. He's a one-shot. Breakneck picks it up. And that has gone disastrous for Navi.
I would say this will bring Ding to the match point actually here.
I would tend to agree with you, Mojo, but I want a close match, so I'm going to have to disagree.
So at the moment, Ding is doing really well. I mean, Slide cannot even connect the shell on Breakneck. Now Breakneck is so low, and Breakneck can actually catch the top of his track. This is really annoying situation. There is so many unexplored options here with these light tanks.
Yeah. Now, Rhino needs to be careful as well, because Hulknik is aiming towards him in that E4. There we go. There we see it. He might connect that one. If Rhino shows up at the first side of the third, there actually doesn't even matter. 642 on towards that one.
Navi doesn't have an opening here, and the biggest problem here is now Kirilloid was spotted, and any kind of splash will kill him. Anatolich is now taking damage on the top of the hill because they are waiting for him all the time. And Inspirer, the solo medium tank, the mobile tank they had is gone, done, and he did nothing in this game.
They need to find uses for Strike. So another shot from Hulknik. 811 now on towards Rhino. Already some significant damage done here by Hulknik. It's going to start adding up over time as well.
So this leaves us with Anatolich on the top of the hill with the light tank. So he's the only spotter slash fast tank that Navi has, but that's not a battle tank. That's the problem with it. Light tank is called light tank for a good reason.
Strike now taking 721 in his mouse. That was again from Hulknik in that E4, already racking up around 3,000, I'd say. Can strike at an angle here on towards him. I don't know, he's shooting HE. It's going to take him a long time to kill Hulknik in that E4.
Opala.
That's a nice shot, though.
He actually managed to connect with that one. That
Hulknik
was really,
blind shots.
it was really unexpected.
That was
He
close.
penned again.
Yep, he penned again. Anatolic starting to do some work. He's going to have to do a lot of it in 4 minutes, though, to make this work for his team.
Well, Hulk is not spotted, so they actually don't even know he was even connected single time. Combined with that HE shell, that's around 600, 700 HP lost.
Hulknik should not be shooting anymore at this point in time.
Yeah, he moved away. That's a smart play.
He can still get hit by the T100 light tank over there.
Yeah, but he needs to actually know that he moved away.
True. Now what can Krilloi do in this one? Na'Vi, let's not count them out. If there's one team that can come back from a deficit like this, it will be them. Breakneck taking some damage from RT.
They're chipping some HP, but the time is ticking away. It's almost 3.5 minutes left. There is so many super heavy tanks by Ding in the play. 2 mouse tanks and Type 5 heavy, plus an IS-4 trenched up all. And then let's not forget that they have an RT in a corner and Hulknik on E4. So you actually need time to kill those tanks. And it's not like Na'Vi has a burst tanks. For these tanks, there is reload of 10-11 seconds and so on for each shell.
Slide getting ammo racked already in his 1-1-3. Needs to outplay Breakneck here one-on-one. It's just not something I see happening.
5,000 HP.
5,000 HP down. Slide needs to outplay the C100 light tank for Na'Vi to have a chance, but Breakneck's just not bouncing. Obviously, that is going to help as Positive puts one into him. Breakneck might get the finish here on towards Slide, and he does. The second kill for him during this round, increasing the tank lead, increasing the HP lead, and Na'Vi is now only one option, and it's trying to play aggressive strike. It's not going to work out for him as he loses most of his HP. Ding look to put themselves on match point, and Mojo, if this would happen to be the biggest upset throughout this tournament, bigger than bigger than EL Gaming versus Kazna Crew.
It would be in the same level, I would say.
Well, it would cause,
but
it would cause something which is called Tornado Energy versus Na'Vi in quarterfinals.
Yes, but this was definitely be some situation that Na'Vi wasn't in since the Grand Final 1, because that was the last time they actually dropped out in the first part in some kind of lower bracket.
Well, Na'Vi, Ding is coming in to clean them up. 2,000 HP left for them, 7,000 for Ding. Shokic and Positive double teaming Rhino here. You can see the damage from that HE coming out on towards Rhino. There's nothing he can do. He can do some damage, but all in all, Ding far ahead of Na'Vi in this round. And Mojo, now, what does Na'Vi do?
Usually in this kind of situations, they start playing super aggressive something. That's what I've noticed lately, and I'm wondering, will the next game be like that? Because once they were cornered by Tornado, if you remember, they went for aggressive tactics, and that was like that on several tournaments. So we will see the last game, possibly the last game, on Mines will be Na'Vi defending. Will they try to trench up or to push up to surprise Ding? I don't know, but so far they were outplayed by Ding. And it was not some casual outplaying, they were actually playing better games.
No, in this round they were by far outplayed. Slide crossing with Inspirer to take most of the damage, I guess, for Inspirer, yet Ding did not fire at him whatsoever. They all targeted Inspirer and Spore Batshot, who got removed rather quickly on that crossing. Ding not missing shots like sometimes we see some teams do.
Well, Na'Vi was making quite a lot of mistakes in this match that we've seen.
Maybe they just want to play against Tornado Energy.
I seriously doubt that.
Hulknik does HE coming out even from that E4 on towards the T100 light tank. Meritorious is staring the Anatolic down in artillery. Now that's brave. Does Anatolic even have some HE ammo? Yeah, he has 6 HE shots. I wonder why he would pick that on the T100 light tank. It doesn't have the highest amount of shell capacity in the game.
I really don't know what he plans. Probably so he could finish off some targets.
Well, he's doing some damage right now, but
it's for fun.
I don't think he's having fun, Mojo.
It's just for fun because he cannot do anything else. He can definitely not win the game.
Nope, as Koreeds closes it out, that will put Ding on match point. Yes, match point for Ding, not for Na'Vi. Scores are not the other way around.
And the difference between is just immense. 4-1 for Ding. That's something I really didn't even remotely expect. I mean, Ducky stood with Ding, and it looks like it will go well for him here. But I seriously doubt even he expected this kind of difference.
Mate, I was just being generous towards the side of Na'Vi, honestly. I had full faith in Ding all along. I just want to point that out. I just gave Na'Vi a few rounds.
Why do you smile every time when you mention honesty?
I'm very honest. I just made it closer for Na'Vi because I'm just a generous guy, Mojo. Generosity is my key thing.
It pours out through you, mate. Hulknik here doing 4 generous K of damage toward Na'Vi. He's also a generous guy, you can see that.
2 generous guys. No surprise there. Janatovic coming in second with 3k damage.
In his light tank from the hill.
Mate, if Ding wins this one, I'm going to be like, I predicted this. Tomato the Lobster was wrong. You were wrong. The world was wrong. I am right.
You against Tomato.
They should put me in a fish tank. I'll get the predictions.
I would like to see that.
Probably I will have to be a pretty big fish tank, though. More like a level of a pool, a pond, a lake.
Somewhere between the pond and that, yes.
Something like that. But let's get back on track. Na'Vi needs to pick up this round, needs to pick up the next 2, and then needs to pick up the tiebreaker as well if they want to continue. Well, if they want to continue against not Tornado Energy.
After watching this round, I really don't think they have it in themselves. But if they pick up this round, they can at least have a chance to come close, because Ruinberg would be the next map, and that gives a lot of opportunities. So this is definitely then a breaking kind of game.
Well, let's see what kind of stance Na'Vi takes in this one. Gonna go aggressive, or they're gonna go defensive. The lineups will tell us a lot. Mojo, what does this Na'Vi lineup say?
2 tier 10s, a light, 2 budgets. They can play this aggressive.
They can play aggressive. Ding, on the other hand, triple mouse, Grille, the German tier 10 light. It is a fairly aggressive lineup coming out from them. Well, before that happens, though, we're going to be coming back to us for a few seconds. Obviously, everything needs to be perfect. We can continue, Mojo. Lineups can obviously not change. So,
in defense, playing a mouse and E4 plus all those fast tanks. The real mystery is like, why are they using 2 T10s? T10s are not the camping tanks.
They can be used in a camp, maybe. They can, like, for next to the house, for example. Can put it there.
Yeah, but they're not really huge brawl tanks against mouse tanks. So
they can also drive up the hill.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if you want to play like tanks like that, you actually have to play on getting some advanced positions and push them and play some kind of cooldown from there until the rest of your team comes. So probably maybe E4 and a mouse, so they could control the left side of the water, so they can snipe his town. He's trying to flank them and to push the middle with the rest. But now that they restarted and they will play the same lineup,
doesn't add that much time to think. See the looks there. Looking rather worried, I'd say.
Well, they're going to have a serious chat if they lose this match, that's for sure.
Well, yes. I think Rhino's praying right now. I think they should all pray together, because they're going to need it to win 4 rounds in a row.
Hold hands.
Hold hands. What needs to go wrong here for Ding to not pick up this match? Do you think they're going to be very nervous now to close out this match? Like match point nerves, afraid?
Well, nervous.
Anything of that?
All of these guys played really a lot of tournaments together, so they have a lot of mileage in that stage. Kind of playing, so that kind of nervous, no, but we've seen that Positive has very sweaty hands on that video.
No, that wasn't Positive, it was Bishop that had the hands.
How was Bishop?
Positive was wiping them off.
Oh dear, never mind that. I was convinced it was him.
He was on the gift though. But now, back on track, in Mainz we go. The possible final round between Ding and Na'Vi. Obviously, lineups were locked in before. They will remain the same. Now, Mojo, purely going off of that one, who do you think has the advantage in this one?
Ding has really defensive setup for attack, and I don't like that.
Na'Vi's not going hell.
Yeah, it does look like they're not. Ding has an RT, a light tank to spot and then Grille and the TVP Light Tank. Light Tank actually tried to climb up immediately, but he's
Positive will
greeted
try
by
the same
Bachat.
thing. Positive will try the same thing, I guess, as Breakneck, as Anatoly. No, actually, no. He's taking a route towards A8. Well, that looks... I didn't say anything, honestly. I wanted to say, oh, that route looks rather smooth. And then he continued to go up and over.
So really slow approach here by Ding. It looks like they were expecting some kind of hard push on the middle by Na'Vi, which they would respond like this. But if it doesn't happen, there will be a follow-up plan. Now, in this kind of constellation, you can see even with having Arti, Ding has 1300 more HP than Na'Vi. So even with having Arti that has only 400 HP, look how much more they have than Na'Vi.
Now, last time we saw Ding trying to break Mines defense coming out from Brainstorm. They pushed 7, 8, 9 line with 2 mouses and 3, 4 line with 2 mouses as well. Obviously, they don't have that amount of mouses available towards them now, but will they be going for the same thing?
And they also have an RT and they position Grille on the island. How do they plan to use the light tank? That's the key issue now. Will he try to climb just on A8 or will he try to boost above and use the cooldown? Because that tank has really great cooldown. That light tank has -10 gun depression.
Positive got spotted out, or is he going to go for the climb? That is the question. Hooknik got spotted out as well. Some blind fire coming out. Ooh, shot into the track there from Kryloid.
Super lucky.
Yes. Very, very lucky. Inspire getting
was
spotted out. Yeah, but Hooknik I don't think can go for that same peak twice. So, they don't know Strike is there though. Now what does Ding need to do to break through this, Mojo? Because it's on to them. It's not up to Na'Vi.
To me, it looks more like they have to play it from the village side more.
Oh, by the way, the way Positive got spotted makes him think that there is somebody on the 0 line position.
He must suspect it by now.
He was shooting towards 0 line. He was blind shooting towards 0 line. Now he's going to be shooting towards the bushes, I guess. But no, he's not shooting towards the bushes. He's shooting towards Slight even, I think, if I'm not wrong. Hooknik lets off a shot on towards those bushes that Breakneck was using before. No connection.
I believe that.
Now one of the questions is, did Anatolich break some of the terrain driving over there? Because that is a tell sign for RD, you know what I mean? Because obviously in RD mode, you can see if something has been broken. Now, if Meritorious doesn't see anything, this kind of makes Ding maybe think that there's nobody there.
I still believe that they will have to gather up the forces and simply press that side. But before that happens, or in the same time, the light tank will have to go up on a 0 line. Because playing defensively with the light tank, it's already far in the game. We are 3.5 minutes in, so 6.5 left. I think that light tank has to press on the top of the hill to create some kind of crossfire with the rest of his teammates. And you see already RT ran away from the water. So all these guys will need to gather up more or less, press from 2 sides, and maybe just keep that TD on the island to have a crossfire for people who are trying to return.
Look at Alien and Creed. Very similar to what is against Brainstorm again. He's 2 mouses. Now Na'Vi is also a team that learns from other teams as well. So they must know this is coming.
Yeah, Rhino will be the prime target here.
But with Slide, Levsha, Kryloid, do they have enough tanks to push out that side? Because Anatolich is there as well.
Well, the key problem can be Inspire and Strike, who can actually snipe the guys that are in the middle. That will be used to pincer Rhino. Because without huge damage done everywhere, it's just not going to be enough.
Well, Alien and Creed have started to make their way, Mojo. How much damage do you think they're going to receive? When Anatolich reveals his position, makes 1.
I think 2 or 3 shots max.
Well, so far it's 1, to be exact. Meritorious still aiming towards the Anatolich. He's going to splash on top of that building. 90 damage, stuns him, kills his commander. Anatolich quickly to heal that one. Positive in the meantime, climbing up on the worst at Eastern Hill though, makes it up. Doesn't even take any damage. But now Slide with a massive shot in towards Alien. Shokash is pushing the 3 line like we expected. Can Na'Vi hold on? Can they do the damage towards the side of Ding? The Anatolich peeking out, trying to make those shots towards Alien. The first 2 don't connect. He takes a big one in return. Na'Vi need to hold on here. Can they do it, Mojo?
Now, let's see what will Light Tank actually do from the top of the hill. Now, Anatolic is definitely pressed here, but he cannot be finished off because he's safe behind the
He's
building.
getting shot by Shokish.
Yeah. Mary is also a factor here, but Ilian is only on one shot. That was a really long stretch. Why did he go that much
Strike
forward?
rotated though. Strike rotated from the H1 position
And
all
that-
the way back.
And there is no one to counter Strike, so I believe Kurit will fall next.
I believe
Strike
so
will
as
just
well.
clip him.
Strike coming in now. 4 shots available towards this batch at Kurit. Is a 4 shot exactly, to be honest. And Strike is going to put the first one in there. Nice roll even. Needs 3 more to pick it up. Bounces the second one. Strike, this is not the kind of clean finish you want. Somebody chimes in though with a shot. Strike picks it up. Ding has 5 tanks remaining. A lot of HP as well, but Na'Vi seem to expect that play and seem to have the correct counter against it as well.
Now, this is definitely a victory for Na'Vi because maybe the difference is almost 2k HP for Na'Vi, but again, 7 guns in the game, we've said it many times.
No
And
positions.
none of them is RT. We have RT for Ding, which really rarely penetrates now. And positions are completely in Na'Vi control now. All the ones that they need.
Positive, peeks out though, makes a shot towards Slide. Let's see what this man can do from this position. A big shot towards Slide even from behind. On towards that E4 and a miss coming on towards him as well. Splash from Meritorious on towards the Anatolic with 3 minutes left. Mary picks up the Anatolic. Positive kills Slide. Maybe some time for some magic, Mojo.
Well, it would have to be a magic on Slide and magic on Bachat and then magic on probably Rhino combined with some other guys, but you would still have Strike there.
Rhino making a shot towards Shokish. In the meantime, Hulk getting shot by Inspirer. Inspirer needs to be careful as he is 725 HP. It's just a one shot towards his Gorilla. Shokish makes one in towards Rhino. It's not over here. HP getting closer, 1k separating these two teams, but the main difference is Ding doesn't really have any positions to work with. Anatolic is going to go down here at one point. 7 HP remain. Meritorious is going to need one more shot, but once he kills him, that will leave 2 minutes. Positive peeks up and over. Tries to connect on towards Rhino, does not. Rhino does instead though. So more HP being lost here for the side. Ooh, that shot went very far in the outside of the circle.
That really didn't. I think he just jugged his.
Yeah, he moved
in the last second, but I think the main problem here for Ding is because they have Hulknik on Grilla, and Grilla wasn't very useful this game.
He's pushing right now.
Yeah, but it's just like too late, and I don't think he did anything significant.
I'd say he did at least 1.5k damage so far.
But it's nothing special.
No. Positive peeks out on towards Slide. Another non-connection. Now we need to be really careful. Slide will be ready soon. Must be exact 3 seconds from now. Positive is going to have to stay safe. Shokish trying to look for an angle, but Na'Vi still having 7 tanks in this game. It's going to make it rather difficult for Ding to find an opening anywhere. Breakneck firing off another clip. No success so far. 329 damage for this TVP. One of the problems to why Ding cannot break it so far. Inspiro holding on to that island position very, very well. And with Hulknik going down, this round is over. There was a little bit of hope there for Ding at one point. Not enough. Strike. Massive ricocheter of the gun of Breakneck. That one not going through. And I think Ding's already thinking about Ruinberg.
Yeah, Ding is thinking about Ruinberg. The first side will be defended by Na'Vi, as far as I remember.
So all the pressure on Ding.
Yeah, all the pressure is on Ding, because then they have to... I don't think they will break the defense, so then they have to win their own defense on Ruinberg, and they're not the best Ruinberg team in order to avoid the tiebreaker.
Their attack was really weak against Brainstorm. If you remember, it consisted of parking, I think, 6 tanks on the cap and hoping they're going to win that way, which didn't happen. Positive, still trying to do what he can. There's no position to... There's no point to go down even at this point.
I remember Brainstorm even had a 50-100 in defense.
Yeah, and he actually penetrated like 4 out of 6 shots in the match. So there's that as well. The Anatolic and Strike taking revenge on Meritorious, who's been harassing them all game. Leaves Breakneck, leaves Positive to do everything. HE coming in towards Positive, well, for 587. That hurts.
That hurts. Still, only 2 guys left here for Ding. Quite a damaged Positive on top of the hill, and Breakneck on the middle one.
They're doing some nice damage together. Breakneck coming in for something. And Inspirer to pick up the final kill to bring Na'Vi 4-2. I don't think there's going to be any high fives. I don't think they're too happy about the current situation, but they're going to make it work.
Well, it's better than being 5-1 for Ding, so they still have a fighting chance and they know it. The next map will give them the opening they need and everything will be still in their hands also.
Ruinberg, do you believe in Na'Vi to win 2 Ruinberg rounds against Ding?
I actually think they're able to do it.
I think if Ding was defending first, I'd give it to Ding.
Me too.
But with Ding having to attack first and the attack they've shown against Brainstorm, I'm going to give it to Na'Vi as well, because I feel if it's 4-3, Na'Vi winning 2 rounds in a row, stabilizing, getting back into the game, getting momentum back on their side as well, it's going to swing towards them. Got to think so.
That's the feeling I have. If they manage to take this out, that tiebreaker will be then Na'Vi victory.
Well, Rhino in that mouse, 4.2 coming out from him. Positive in that. German Light actually doing a decent amount, but most of that was towards the end stage of this round, though.
Well, that's usually the job of these lights. Inspirer, 1800 HP. Still, it doesn't really matter. Tactically, this was a flawed play by Ding entirely. It was slow, it was sluggish, it was not imaginative, and they were not even in position to shoot with most of the tanks.
So that leaves us with our final map of regular time coming out, and it is going to be Ruinberg with Na'Vi on the defense, Ding on the attack. Let's see what both these teams have to offer for us, as Ding really want to avoid Tornado Energy, but so does Na'Vi. The attack from Ding Mojo, it's a lineup I think we know.
We've seen it many times. Let us wait for it to appear so people could see it. On Ruinberg, even Ding played something like this a couple of times. Well, I'm just impatient, so I'm going to say it. They have 3 mouse tanks, 3 budgets, and a Scorpion. This is something played by them many times. Actually, Kurit's playing that Scorpion, usually from the middle. And leaving just an option, where will they push with budget tanks?
So we'll have to find out. Kurit's going towards that middle, like you predicted. Breakneck waiting there as well. Sending some tanks towards the start. It's not an aggressive start from Ding whatsoever.
No, they're just gonna position some tanks, maybe try to make a trap or appearance. They're pushing some side, and the rest of the tanks are waiting to do something else. But that's very similar to what they played also before when they pressed the upper cap, if you remember, because they were sitting with a bunch of tanks for a while and then they moved on.
Blind fire coming out here towards that 0 line position. So far, no shots connecting. I think Slide is actually sitting either behind the house or further than normal. So far, no connections though. So good stuff there from Na'Vi to sit safe. Rhino is going to be taking 0 line now, which means left Sha can rotate out. And I feel like Na'Vi being allowed to take all these positions is going to make them feel very happy.
Yeah, Na'Vi taking entire map control for free. Now they can position their tanks. They even have a Type 5 Heavy, which is nasty splashing vehicle. If he connects on one of the budgets, he probably has a derp gun with 1400 possible alpha. If he pens, it's just gonna be nasty.
Spire is playing on the middle road with that Type 5 Heavy. See, in the meantime, 2 mouses are starting to push down and towards that middle road. It's Alien and Shockish.
They're faking the attack from the lower side, so the budgets could actually go and overmatch the A line, whoever is there, and make a crossfire from those angles, hoping that the mouse tanks will survive long enough.
Feels like a weak hit from Inspire, really. He took 560 for not that much, but Anatolic now with the FE215B making the pain come down from the middle road. Alien and Shockish are going to try and catch out Inspire, but if Anatolic, another very low damaging hit there from Inspire, 94 this time.
AG ammo on mouse doesn't really pen for that much, honestly. Usually just a couple of 100 damage. Strike is now also spotted. He backed off, and there we go. There is a push by Budget.
Ding now coming across with the A-line with their 3 batches. Left side is already being very low on his one. Strike running away. Inspirer makes the connection, but not for enough. He's going to go down to that Type 5 Heavy rather quickly. The damage being done towards Breakneck though, but Strike, he's in trouble. He has no support other than Kreelord. Kreelord really is going to have to block this gap if they want to make that 1-1-3 survive. He's going to do exactly that, but Inspirer is down. Kreelord is down. The mouses are shooting from the middle road. Positive actually managed to get past the wreck. Needs one more shot to pick up Strike, and Na'Vi is in serious problem at this moment in time as they have lost 2 tanks already. The Anatolis is not very much better, and Ding is in prime position to take down the current current world champion.
They're definitely in that position. 3 tanks only left from Na'Vi here. 2.5k damage advantage here for Ding. Completely outplaying them with a really risky play, but it pays off.
Ding have done it. Well, if they kill the 3 remaining tanks from Na'Vi, they have Rhino, Slide, and Left Side, all what stands between Ding and not having to play against Tornado Energy. Left shot, Slide, and Rhino have to make it work. Ilian takes a big connection there on the back of the turret, but the gap has started. 2 tanks are going to be in that one for the side of Ding, and this will force the tanks from Na'Vi to make a commitment, to make a play, and Shokish is holding the line in that 3.2k HP. Mouse, left shot, 18 seconds left on reload. He needs to be the one resetting the base, but Hulknik is still waiting there as well. And don't forget Greaves, he's still alive. Left shot already getting a lot of damage done towards him. Positive picks them up, and with 10 seconds left, Ding, Luke to beat Na'Vi 5-2. Not a scoreline any of us would have predicted, but it is going to happen anyways. And Na'Vi is not going to be the group winner, it's going to be Ding with a 5-2 scoreline and a very, very impressive run. That is something else.
That is actually really brilliant game by Ding. Really good play and quite shabby performance by Na'Vi here.
Not a Na'Vi we wanted to see.
No, not something expected to see. Like since that Season 2 finals when they were pretty much stomped by Tornado, I was expecting they will work hard on their performance and try to boost for this. But this is not a display of strength. This is display of insecurity.
This is a road for Ding into the finals even.
Yes, there is a high possibility.
They are going to be playing against...
who are they going to face? Ding will play someone from C2, so that's a second team.
I think I know.
It will be Oops.
Exactly. They will be playing against Oops, and then later on they'll be playing against?
Then they will play who else is down, NSS and Kazna.
So it's going to be interesting for Ding at least.
It's going to be really hard for any team to pass there.
But let's take a look at the post-match stats in the meantime, see who were the damage dealers from the side of Ding. Positive, Mojo. You talked about him.
Oh, sorry, EL Gaming,
and he
Gaming
delivered.
and Elevate.
Yes, I thought so
mistake.
as well. That's the road for Ding into the finals. Beat Oops, beat the winner of EL Gaming, Elevate, and they're in the finals of the grand finals.
It would be pretty much the best seeding they could ever get in
Beating
their lives.
Na'Vi gave them the ultimate bracket, Mojo, they would have wanted, and especially with Kazna losing makes it even better for them, I'd say.
Absolutely. And well, Na'Vi can only blame themselves, honestly, because this was just how they played.
This is
insecure.
one stacked bracket on one side. We have NSS, Kazna, and we will have Tornado Energy, Na'Vi. We will not have a repeat of last year's finals. It's impossible. It's out of the question. No longer can this happen. And I just want to tell you, Mojo, make a guess who got the prediction right. Boy, oh boy. Was I glad to stick with Ding today.
Nice. Actually, yeah, producer got it right.
No, he said 5-2 Na'Vi.
Really?
Freddy Suni said 5-2 Na'Vi.
Okay, then you did the closest one. Well, a lot of familiar faces there, but they just didn't manage to win this time. They know the price for it. Now they will just have to fight against Tornado. It doesn't mean that Na'Vi is written off, but by the latest performance, they will have to
rethink a lot of things.
I would say they needed most the mental approach, because usually they were the team that was a predator. They were always the one high above everyone, and they didn't worry.
Ding. Maybe the start from Ding true of Na'Vi. With that Prokhorovka coming in, with Ding absolutely showing supreme dominance on that map, coming aggressive. Might have shown Na'Vi might have broken even on the first map.
But we've seen Na'Vi like that taken out in previous grand finals by Tornado or Hellraisers. Then they still recovered. They came back in the games. Then as the games progressed, they were more dangerous and more dangerous. That is something I expected here. But there is some spark missing here when I'm watching them here on the screen. I just don't see it.
Well, Mojo, let's take a look at the final groups, the conclusion of 2 days of hard work for these teams. This is the results. Group A, EL Gaming will be the #1. Kazna Crew, unexpectedly, the #2. Yatu Gaming will be going to go home. Group B, NSS will be #1. Elevate #2. Team Efficiency going to be going home. C, Tornado Energy #1. Oops #2. And D, Ding #1. And Na'Vi #2. Who would have thought such a thing was possible?
unbelievable, but Tornado and Navi will actually play in a quarterfinal.
That is one stacked bracket, Mojo. Let's go over those matches one more time before we head off. So we're going to be having an Elevate versus
EL Gaming
match. North America taking on APAC. So one of those two teams, one of the two regions, will be making it towards the semifinals no matter what.
Yes, and it would be definitely not the first time for EL Gaming.
No.
And they do look strong at the moment. So they have kind of a higher chances than Elevate. But it doesn't write off Elevate. It doesn't write them off.
Now on the same side of the bracket, we have NSS taking on Kazna Crew.
Actually, it's Ding and let's see, Ding and Oops.
Yeah, it's Ding and Oops. You said it already. Did you write it down wrong?
No. I'm saying if you're saying on the same side of the
Oh,
bracket.
yeah. Ding and Oops. Sorry,
Ding
my
and
bad.
Oops.
My bad in that regard. I thought you were forgetting things again. Ding and Oops, yes. Well, whatever. Then we have a Tornado.
Tornado and Navi are playing the quarterfinals, which means one of these teams is going to be out. One of the former champions will not even make it to the semifinals. But everyone gets what they deserve, so it will be in this case also.
I can't believe I got it right the first time around with Elevate, Kazna, and Ding Oops, and I got it wrong the second time around. Well, then the final match obviously is going to be the one
NSS and Kazna.
That is a stacked side of the bracket. Now, Mojo, before we head off, conclusion of the group stages.
Well, miracles definitely happen.
EU Master Race.
EU is definitely progressing by far. Most of the old regions at the moment, I would say.
Yeah, for me, it's very interesting to see how this will play out because this is not the bracket people predicted to come out. Mojo, any final words for the audience watching at home?
Just tune in on the weekend and have some fun.
Have some fun indeed. This is it for us for the group stages. They have been concluded. I welcome you all to watch or attend on May 27 and 28 in the Ice Palace in Moscow. It's going to be one hell of an event. So I'll see you there and thank you for watching.
Chrysler Grand Final.